that contradicted the dramatic moments of transformation he'd read about in cultivation novels. Real forgiveness wasn't a climactic scene. It was the slow work of 1,000 small decisions. "I'll keep practicing," Xianxia said. "Good," Song replied. "Because your father will keep needing forgiveness, and you will keep finding reasons to offer it, and the bond between you will slowly become something neither of you could have created through isolation." Over the following weeks, Xianxia began having regular conversations with his father. Not long formal discussions, but small interactions. They would walk the sect grounds together, discussing formation theory or the political complexities of the alliance. They would share meals without extended silences. Shen Tianyu even began attending some of Xianxia's training sessions, watching his son's resonance techniques develop with expressions that carefully hid emotion but couldn't quite eliminate it entirely. The distance between them didn't disappear, but it began to feel less like a wound and more like scar tissue, present, but no longer actively bleeding. The Alliance Council meetings expanded as more sects formally committed to the coalition. 5 major sects had established binding agreements. The Mutual Defense Pact was now comprehensive enough to represent genuine political power on the continent. And the Heartless Pavilion continued to move, their void state operatives appearing in more locations, their open challenge to emotional cultivation becoming increasingly aggressive. The 6th Meridian continued to gather power, waiting for the moment when understanding could transform into genuine forgiveness. Xianxia could feel it hovering at the edge of opening, like a held breath waiting for release. The emotion of forgiveness, the willingness to release pain and move forward, was building beneath his heart, waiting for the conversation that would finally crack the old wound open fully. He wasn't certain what that conversation would be, only that it would come. Chapter 66. The Alliance solidifies. The Alliance Council's first formal session as a recognized coalition took place in Azure Cloud's Great Hall, beneath the ancient formation that continued to pulse with resonance light visible even in daylight. Representatives from 5 major sects filled the chamber: Crystal Lattice, Crimson Peak City, Whispering Pines Academy, Iron Lotus Sect, and Azure Cloud. Each brought elite cultivators, formation masters, and strategists. The air of the hall crackled with barely contained tension. These sects had been competitors for centuries, and agreeing to mutual defense was unprecedented. Feng Zhilan had designed a formation specifically for this gathering, not a combat formation, but a communication and verification array. As representatives spoke, their emotional intent was displayed as visible auras within the formation's field. Deception became obvious. Genuine commitment shone bright. Xianxia stood at the center of the formation as mediator. It was an unusual role for someone his age and rank, but the coalition's charter had made it clear. Xianxia, as the resonance cultivator at the heart of this alliance, would serve as the arbiter of intent. His heartstring pulse was the tool that ensured no infiltrators contaminated the discussions. The Heartless Pavilion's activities have escalated beyond isolated incidents. Wei Shan from Crimson Peak City said formally. "We've documented 15 confirmed void state assassinations in the past month alone. 3 of our own disciples were among them. The pavilion is no longer attempting subtlety. They've declared openly that emotional cultivation is incompatible with the stability of the cultivation world. The declaration is a philosophical attack as much as a military one," a formation master from Crystal Lattice added. "They're arguing that emotions make cultivators unstable, that bonds create vulnerabilities, that the only path to true power is void state emotionlessness. If sects begin accepting that argument, support for the coalition will crumble." Xianxia felt the weight of these observations settle across the council. The pavilion's real strategy was becoming clear. They didn't just want to eliminate emotional cultivators. They wanted to convince the entire cultivation world that emotions were inherently weak. "The formation beneath Azure Cloud proves the opposite," Xianxia said quietly. His voice carried the resonance-enhanced clarity that his rank now provided. "Emotional bonds amplify cultivation power. The harmony that comes from genuine connection between cultivators creates synchronization effects that isolated void state cultivators cannot replicate. The pavilion fears this because it directly contradicts their philosophy." "That's a theoretical argument," a representative from Iron Lotus countered, though not with hostility. "Do we have evidence that the resonance system is practical at scale? That it can be used by multiple sects simultaneously?" "We will have that evidence soon," Feng Zhilan said calmly. "I'm designing formation arrays that will link Azure Cloud's defensive network with equivalent networks in each of your sections. When complete, the entire coalition will be connected through a single harmonic formation. Any attack on one sect will be felt by all others. The response will be coordinated through resonance harmonics rather than messenger runners." The implications of this became clear immediately. With resonance-harmonized defenses, the coalition could respond to threats across the continent in minutes rather than days. The pavilion's strategy of hitting isolated sects would become impossible. How long to complete such arrays? The Crystal Lattice Master asked. 3 weeks, Feng Zhilan replied. If I have access to Azure Cloud's formation materials and support from your formation specialists to integrate them with existing sect structures. The council voted. It was unanimous. By that evening, formation materials were being transported from every coalition sect to Azure Cloud. Feng Zhilan's team began the intricate work of designing and testing the harmonic links. Xin Wei found himself spending almost every hour with his formation genius partner, extending his resonance perception to help verify the formation's integrity. This is beautiful, Feng Zhilan murmured as they worked through a particularly complex section of the crystal-based linking array. The way the resonance flows through the formations, it's like watching water find every crevice. No resistance, no force, just natural harmony. It's because emotional energy doesn't fight the formation lines the way raw qi does, Xin Wei observed. It aligns with them naturally. Exactly, Feng Zhilan smiled, one of her rare, genuine smiles. This is what the pavilion doesn't understand. Void isn't neutral. It's actively hostile to formation harmonics. Building anything with void requires constant force, constant reinforcement. Emotional resonance creates self-sustaining structures. The work consumed them both. Days blended together into a rhythm of testing, adjusting, refining. Lian Yu brought them food late at night and stayed to offer her own perspective on how the formations felt from the perspective of her eyes cultivation. Bai Suyin analyzed the effects of different alchemical infusions on the formation material's conductivity. Su Mingzhu tested the formation's response to simulated attacks, her blade cutting through harmonic fields to measure their stability. They were no longer just bonded partners. They had become a unified team, working towards something that transcended personal cultivation and entered the realm of shared purpose. By the end of the 3rd week, the harmonic formation arrays were complete and verified. The moment Feng Zhilan activated the final integration point, the entire network came alive. Xin Wei felt it through his resonance perception, a vast web of connections spanning from Azure Cloud to Crystal Lattice to Crimson Peak to Whispering Pines to Iron Lotus. 5 sects, suddenly unified. Thousands of cultivators, suddenly connected through harmonic resonance. For the first time, the coalition was more than an agreement on paper. It was a living, breathing system. The Heartless Pavilion's response came within hours. A Void State operative was discovered attempting to sabotage the harmonic array junction point at Crimson Peak City. The operative was captured and interrogated. The message they carried was crystal clear. The Sage would not allow such a system to exist. The Pavilion would destroy the coalition, root and branch, by whatever means necessary. And the Sage personally would handle Xin Wei. That night, the 6th meridian finally opened. It happened as Xin Wei stood in the meditation chamber, feeling the weight of the impending war pressing down on him. The emotion that triggered it was sudden and unexpected, understanding that his father, despite the years of isolation, had always been trying to protect him. Understanding that fear and love had been tangled so thoroughly that his father couldn't separate them. Understanding that forgiveness wasn't something Xin Wei had to earn or achieve. It was something he could choose freely, despite the pain. The meridian opened with light the color of jasmine flowers, his mother's scent from his childhood, suddenly vivid in his memory. The emotional core within the meridian burned with the energy of purification, the ability to cleanse corruption from damaged hearts and minds. Xin Wei gasped as the new meridian integrated with his existing structure. The power of it was different from the others, not additive, but transformative. With 6 meridians open, his cultivation base suddenly felt complete in a way that 5 meridians couldn't quite achieve. And for the first time, he felt something shifting in the ancient formation beneath the sect. The formation had been responding to his cultivation all along, but now it began to resonate with a new purpose. The war was coming, but Xin Wei was finally ready to meet it. Chapter 67. The first infiltration. The Alliance delegations had begun rotating through Azure Cloud for training in resonance coordination techniques. It was necessary work. If the harmonic defense system was to function properly, every sect's elite cultivators needed to understand how to link their emotional cores to the network without losing individual control. The sessions were conducted in the meditation chamber, with Xin Wei, Feng Zhilan, and the other bonded partners teaching the visiting cultivators the fundamental principles of emotional resonance without requiring formal bonding. The key, Xin Wei explained to a group of 15 advanced disciples from various sects, is to maintain the integrity of your own emotional core while creating temporary harmonic pathways to others. Think of it as singing. You don't give up your unique voice, but you harmonize with the voices around you. One of the crystal lattice representatives, a woman named Su Ming who specialized in defensive formations, asked an acute question. What's the mechanism of control? In void cultivation, individual cultivators are isolated from each other deliberately. How do we prevent resonance links from being weaponized to control others? The bonds that actually open my meridians are sealed in intent, Xianxia replied. When I bond with Lianyu, she consents to it, and her consciousness is woven into the bond structure in a way that makes control impossible. For temporary harmonic coordination, the safety comes from the multiplicity of connections. No single cultivator can exert control when they're linked to 5 other emotional cores simultaneously. Any attempt to dominate the network would be immediately detected and isolated by the others. He demonstrated by linking with Su Ming and 3 other visiting cultivators. The process was delicate, holding open a temporary resonance bridge without the depth of formal bonding. Su Ming's consciousness pressed against his emotional core, curious and probing, testing the boundaries. I can feel your intentions, Su Ming said, her eyes still closed. You're not hiding anything. I can sense exactly what you're thinking about this demonstration. That's the point, Xianxia said. Transparency is the security. In void cultivation, control comes from isolation and hidden intent. In resonance cultivation, safety comes from everyone being aware of everyone else's emotional state. Deception becomes impossible. They released the link, and Su Ming opened her eyes with an expression of dawning comprehension. That's beautiful, she said quietly. And terrifying. It's both, Feng Zhilan agreed. Which is why Xianxia serves as coordinator. His resonance perception extends further than any of ours, and his emotional core is fundamentally honest. If anyone is going to be the node that connects the entire network, it should be someone the coalition trusts absolutely. The training continued through the afternoon. By evening, the temporary harmonic coordination felt natural to the visiting cultivators. They were beginning to understand that resonance wasn't weakness, it was the opposite. It was a form of power that multiplied as more conscious beings participated in it. That night, the Coalition Council met again, this time with expanded attendance. Representatives from the 5 major sects gathered with Xianxia, his bonded partners, and several trusted advisors, including Tsang and Lu Haochen. The meeting had been planned for routine progress updates and strategic adjustments to the harmonic defense array. What they discovered instead was conspiracy. One of the Crystal Lattice representatives, a senior formation master named Huang Chun, made a small gesture during the routine discussion about which sects would host auxiliary training sessions. The gesture was subtle, barely noticeable, but it carried a faint emotional signature that made Xianxia's perception flare with alarm. The signature was wrong. Not void empty, not emotionally corrupted by conditioning, but wrong in a different way. A presence that felt like it was trying to fit into emotional space the way a hand tries to fit into a glove it wasn't designed for. Xianxia extended his heartstring pulse carefully. The emotional intent he read was deliberately fragmented, scattered across multiple layers of intention in a way designed to confuse a surface-level emotional read. But Xianxia wasn't performing a surface-level read. He pushed deeper, examining the structure of the emotional mimicry. It was sophisticated, not based on void emptiness, but on careful reconstruction. Someone had studied emotional responses in detail and built an artificial framework that approximated genuine feeling without actually containing feeling. Council, Xianxia said quietly, his voice stopping the routine discussion. We have an infiltrator. Huang Chen's response was instantaneous. The formation master's hand moved toward a concealed talisman, but Feng Zhilan was faster. Her formation sense had already detected the disruption in the room's harmonic balance. She activated a containment formation that froze Huang Chun in place mid-motion. The infiltrator's disguise didn't drop immediately. For several seconds, Huang Chun remained perfectly calm, perfectly in character. Then his emotional mimicry began to deteriorate. The carefully constructed approximation of feeling cracked and scattered, revealing the hollow space beneath. It wasn't void emptiness like the conditioned pavilion operatives. This was different, a conscious choice to erase emotion, to replace it with artificial construct. Lady Void, Xianxia said quietly, the intelligence chief of the Heartless Pavilion, wearing the face of Crystal Lattice's trusted formation master. Impressive, Lady Void said, her voice still using Huang Chen's physical throat, but carrying a different resonance. I maintained the mimicry for 3 weeks, participated in dozens of council discussions, and you still detected me. Your mimicry doesn't account for the way genuine emotion creates harmonic resonance, Feng Zhilan said coldly. You can fake emotional responses, but you can't fake the harmonic signature. It's like trying to sound like someone on an instrument you don't know how to play. Lady Void smiled. The expression was perfect, textbook human smile, and completely devoid of actual amusement. The sage knew you'd have some form of detection system, she said. This was never about infiltrating without being discovered. This was about showing you that we can infiltrate, that we can sit at your council tables and walk through your formations and operate within your coalition without you ever knowing. The sage sent me to plant seeds of discord. And now we know who you are, Xianxia said. The other sects will be informed. Their defenses will adjust. Your advantage is gone. Perhaps, Lady Void said, and for the first time, something like emotion flickered across her artificial smile. Not joy or satisfaction, but something darker. But before I leave, I want you to understand something, Resonance Cultivator. The sage was like you once. He had partners, bonds, emotional connection, and his story ended in blood and void. The sage wants you to know, he's going to show you exactly how that story ends for you too. Before anyone could move, she activated her concealed talisman. The void explosion was small but violent. Containment was her primary objective, not destruction. She wanted to escape, not kill. The burst of void corruption tore through foam Zhilan's formation temporarily. Lady Void's physical form became translucent, her void cultivation allowing her to step between moments and spaces. She was gone in seconds, leaving only the faint echo of void static in the air. The council chamber erupted into activity. Guards were deployed to secure the sect. Messages were sent to all 5 allied sects warning them to verify their representatives' emotional signatures. Huang Chen's actual form was discovered, bound, unconscious, hidden in the foundations of Azure Cloud's lower archives, where Lady Void had been keeping him prisoner while she wore his appearance. But what stayed with Xianxia, what burned in his mind as they worked through the security implications, was what Lady Void had said about the sage. The sage had been like him once, with bonds, with emotional connection. And something had gone terribly wrong. As night fell on Azure Cloud, Xianxia found himself staring at the pulsing light of the ancient formation beneath the sect, wondering what kind of cultivator could start with resonance and transform into void, and wondering if the same thing could happen to him. Chapter 68. The Unseen War. The attempted infiltration shook the Alliance's confidence more severely than any direct military attack could have. If Lady Void could maintain a perfect disguise for 3 weeks while sitting in high-level strategic discussions, what did that mean about the coalition's actual security? How many other infiltrators might exist undetected in the 5 allied sects? Xianxia threw himself into solution finding with the urgency of someone attempting to shore up a foundation before the entire structure collapsed. Working with Feng Zhilan and the formation masters from each sect, he developed a new protocol, the Resonance Verification Seal. It was a formation-based technique that would examine the emotional authenticity of any cultivator who passed through it. Not an invasive examination, not a violation of privacy, simply a fundamental check. Were they genuinely feeling their emotions, or were they artificially mimicking? The check would take only seconds and would leave no damage or lasting marks on the verified cultivator. This is going to cause problems, Xin Tianyu warned during a private conversation with Xianxia and the coalition's senior strategists. The sects that join the coalition are going to have to submit to these seals regularly. Some will see it as a violation of autonomy. They can refuse, Xianxia replied. But then they can't access the harmonic defense network. They can't participate in coordinated strikes against the pavilion. They remain isolated. It was a harsh choice, but a necessary one. The coalition had discovered that it couldn't function on trust alone, not when the pavilion could engineer trust-breaching infiltrations. The resonance verification seals were installed at checkpoints throughout Azure Cloud and at the major meeting places of each allied sect. The process was swift and non-invasive, and most allied cultivators accepted it readily. A few complained about the privacy implications, but necessity won out over comfort. Then the pavilion's psychological campaign began in earnest. A pamphlet appeared throughout the continent, distributed through pavilion operatives in seemingly unconnected ways, but clearly part of a coordinated effort. The text argued that the coalition's obsession with emotional verification systems proved what the pavilion had been claiming all along. Emotional bonds made cultivators weak and paranoid. Only void state cultivation could provide true freedom and security. The argument was seductive because it contained a grain of truth. The coalition did have to be paranoid about infiltration. The resonance cultivators were creating verification systems because trust had been broken. The pavilion amplified this narrative with every action. They launched attacks on sects that hosted resonance verification seals. They assassinated cultivators who voluntarily submitted to the seals. They made it appear as though joining the coalition was dangerous in proportion to the coalition's increasing security measures. 3 minor sects withdrew from the coalition in the weeks that followed. Their official statement claimed that the emotional verification systems were incompatible with their own cultivation philosophies. The real reason was fear that submitting to the seals made them targets. The psychological pressure was working. Xianxia realized this at a late-night council meeting when Wei Shan from Crimson Peak City finally voiced the question that others had been thinking. Is the coalition making us stronger, or is it just concentrating the target? Wei Shan asked bluntly. The pavilion knows exactly where to strike now. They know that every major sect is connected to this harmonic network. If they can destroy the network's core, they destroy me. Xianxia finished quietly. Which is exactly what the sage wants. The pavilion isn't trying to win a military victory. They're trying to provoke me into confronting them on terms where my resonance becomes a liability instead of an asset. So what do we do? A representative from Iron Lotus asked. If we continue strengthening the coalition, we provoke an escalation. If we disband, we lose our collective strength. We do both, Feng Zhilan said suddenly. All eyes turned toward her. We make it appear as though the coalition is fragmenting. We reduce our visible cooperation. We deactivate large sections of the harmonic network. We give the pavilion the impression that their psychological campaign is working and we're retreating. And actually? Xianxia asked, understanding where she was going. Actually, we operate in smaller groups instead of one coordinated alliance, Feng Zhilan continued. We distribute ourselves. We make it so that destroying one sect doesn't destroy the network, because the network becomes smaller, more resilient, more distributed. The pavilion can't target everything at once if everything is scattered. The strategy was risky. It would take considerable trust for the sects to actually follow through on appearing to fragment while remaining secretly coordinated. But it had the advantage of being unexpected. The pavilion was preparing for escalation. They wouldn't be ready for apparent collapse followed by reorganization. By month's end, the coalition appeared to be dissolving. Formal announcements were made of sects reducing their participation. The Harmonic Defense Network was publicly scaled back. Training sessions were canceled to any outside observer, and there were definitely pavilion operatives observing. It looked like the coalition was crumbling under the pressure. What actually happened was far more subtle. The 5 sects reorganized into smaller operating units. Instead of one large network, they became 5 separate systems that could connect temporarily when needed but otherwise operated independently. Each sect trained its own specialized resonance teams rather than relying on centralized coalition training. The resonance verification seals remained, but were used more selectively, keeping the coalition's secrets rather than broadcasting its processes. From the pavilion's perspective, they were watching their strategy succeed. From the coalition's perspective, they were preparing a trap. And Xianxia, working in the shadows with his 4 bonded partners, began the delicate work of preparing himself for the confrontation he now understood was inevitable. The sage was coming. And when he came, it would be because Xianxia had forced the issue. The 7th meridian remained sealed, waiting for something only community could provide. 6 meridians pulsed with power, each one strengthening the resonance cultivation system. And a weight of certainty settled over Xianxia's chest. This war would define what resonance cultivation truly was. And he would have to face the sage to find out. Chapter 69. The unraveling Mu Qianren appeared at Azure Cloud's gates in the depths of night, his body barely holding together through sheer force of will. The young pavilion member who had been partially freed by Xianxia months ago during the labyrinth battle had become something more in the intervening time. The brief emotional breakthrough triggered during that battle had expanded slowly, a hairline fracture in the void conditioning widening incrementally with each moment of genuine human contact he managed to initiate. But the pavilion had noticed his deterioration. His left arm bore the marks of void torture, recent conditioning that attempted to re-silence the awakening emotions. His cultivation base was fractured, damaged by the conflicting forces of void corruption and genuine feeling trying to coexist within the same meridian system. He's asking for you. Mu Qianren gasped as Xianxia and Song carried him to the healing chambers. My father, the Hollow General. The sage is sending him again, with the severed council. 3 ancient pavilion elders, combined power matching a Tao-seeking cultivator. They're coming to destroy the coalition and take you alive if possible, kill you if necessary. When? Xianxia asked, already extending vitality resonance to stabilize Mu Qianren's fractured cultivation base. Days. Maybe a week, Mu Qianren replied. The sage wants to ensure complete coalition dissolution first. Wants you isolated and desperate before he arrives. Wants the psychological advantage. Shen Wei continued the healing work, spending hours carefully untangling the void corruption from Mu Qianren's genuine emotions. It was like separating water that had been deliberately mixed with oil, technically possible, but requiring extreme patience and care to avoid damaging either component. There's something else, Mu Qianren said when he could speak more clearly, several hours into the treatment. The sage's declaration of war, it's not just military. He's attacking the philosophical foundations of emotional cultivation. He's telling every sect that the only way to be strong is to be empty. And some sects are listening. The fear is too great. Emotional bonds mean vulnerability. The pavilion offers freedom from vulnerability. Freedom through numbness, Shen Wei said quietly. Empty power instead of connection. But it's easier, Mu Qianren said, and there was anguish in his voice. I've lived with both. The void is terrible. It's like being a tool, using yourself without being yourself. But at least it doesn't hurt. Feeling again, opening to genuine emotion, understanding what was stolen from me. He broke off, trembling. This hurts more than the void ever did. Shen Wei understood. The void offered protection through numbness. But genuine emotion, once restored, came with the full weight of pain and loss. There's something I need to ask, Shen Wei said carefully. Your father, can he be restored? Fully. Mu Qianren's expression went distant. I don't know. The sage has him on a much deeper conditioning protocol. The void runs through his entire cultivation base. But there's something, when he was sent at the labyrinth, when he faced me across the battlefield, he spoke one word despite all the conditioning. He said my name. Just my name. That single word broke through decades of void state programming. So there's something in him that's still human, still capable of love. Whether that's enough to restore. Shen Wei nodded slowly. The Hollow General was more damaged than Mu Qianren, but not irreparably so. If Shen Wei could manage to access that core of fatherly love beneath all the conditioning, there might be a path to restoration. It would require everything he had, but it was possible. The information Mu Qianren brought was distributed carefully through the coalition's now compartmentalized structure. 3 major sects increased their defensive preparations. The others continued their facade of dissolution while actually strengthening their inner defenses. Shen Wei spent time with each of his bonded partners, preparing them for what was coming. With Lian Yu, he walked through the ice gardens she'd established in Azure Cloud, letting her show him how her cultivation had advanced since the bond healing in the mindscape. She moved with new confidence, her ice formations more intricate and powerful. They didn't discuss strategy or threat. They simply walked and talked about small things, the way moonlight looked through ice formations, the dreams she'd been having, the future she was beginning to allow herself to imagine. With Bai Suyin, he spent time in the alchemical laboratories, watching her combine ingredients with the careful precision that marked all her work. She had been developing a new class of alchemical compounds, emotional stabilizers that could help partially restored cultivators like Mu Qianren manage the overwhelming sensation of recovering genuine feeling. She was preparing for a war that would wound people emotionally as much as physically. With Su Mingzhu, he sparred. They fought for hours, their blades and resonance techniques creating patterns of energy across the training grounds. The competitive nature of their original bond had transformed into something deeper, a fundamental trust that came from willingly being vulnerable to someone's blade. By the end, they were barely fighting, just moving together, understanding each other's next movement before it happened. With Feng Zhilan, he worked on formation theory. The formations she was designing now were unlike anything in cultivation history, structures that didn't just protect against external threat, but facilitated emotional connection between scattered groups of people. She was creating technology that made resonance coalition function at a distance. I'm not sure if this will be enough, Feng Zhilan admitted one night as they calibrated the last piece of her distributed network design. The pavilion has advantages we don't. They're unified by ideology. We're unified by emotional bonds that can be individually targeted and damaged. But we're connected in ways they can't replicate, Shen Wei replied. A pavilion operative works alone because they're void conditioned. Your formations let us work as distributed nodes in a single network. It's a different kind of strength. The week that Mu Qianren had estimated passed. Then another week. Then a third week. The sage was taking his time, letting psychological pressure continue to accumulate. The anticipated invasion never came. Instead, something more subtle happened. Reports began arriving of pavilion activity increasing dramatically throughout the continent. Not military activity, cultural activity. Spreading literature. Converting cultivators. Offering freedom through void conditioning. The pavilion wasn't preparing to destroy the coalition militarily. They were preparing to make the coalition irrelevant by converting the entire continent to their philosophy. It was psychological warfare on a continental scale. And as Shunwei watched the reports accumulate, he understood something fundamental. The war wasn't coming. It had already started. It was happening in the minds and hearts of every cultivator on the continent. The question was no longer whether the coalition would survive a military assault. The question was whether it could survive the slow erosion of belief in emotional cultivation itself. The seventh meridian waited, gathering power from the only source that could feed it, community. And Shunwei understood that opening that meridian would require more than bonding with individuals. It would require building something so undeniably powerful, so visibly stronger than void state cultivation, that the entire continent would have to acknowledge the truth. Emotional bonds weren't weakness. They were the foundation of real power. And he would have to prove it. Chapter 70. The faint afterimage the attack came not from the heartless pavilion directly, but from within the coalition itself. Iron Lotus Sect accused Azure Cloud of using the resonance formations not just for defense, but for surveillance. The accusation was indirect, carefully worded to appear as a concern about formation security rather than direct paranoia. But the implication was clear. Shunwei's resonance abilities might be used to spy on allied sects' cultivation techniques and strategic secrets. The accusation spread quickly through the coalition. It was technically false, but based on enough truth to cause damage. Shunwei's resonance perception could extend far beyond what was publicly acknowledged. He could theoretically sense emotional patterns from distant sects if he focused his attention that way. The existence of that capability, regardless of how he actually used it, was enough to create reasonable doubt. It was masterfully done psychological warfare. Shunwei realized the source the moment he extended his deep perception to scan the accusation's originator. There was a faint emotional signature at the center of the accusation, not void-empty, not straightforwardly emotional either, but something in between. Someone was using emotional mimicry enhanced by void state conditioning. Someone was layering genuine emotions on top of void core falseness in a way that created perfect deception. Lady Void. She had been in Azure Cloud during the Coalition Council meetings. She had been at the training sessions, observing the resonance verification techniques. She had been gathering intelligence on every aspect of the Coalition structure, not for infiltration purposes, but for this, to plant doubts that would spread faster than truth could travel. Shunwei moved quickly, working with Feng Zhilan to create a specialized formation that would amplify emotional authenticity. Not designed to detect mimicry, but to make genuine emotion visible as an unmistakable shimmer within the formation's field. They installed it discreetly at the Coalition Council's next meeting. Lady Void attended as another representative, her mimicry perfect, as always. But when she entered the formation's range, the authenticity amplification triggered. Her emotional camouflage fractured like ice under pressure. For one moment, everyone in the council chamber could see exactly what she was. Not a person filled with genuine feeling, but a carefully constructed hollow space wearing the clothes of emotion. She didn't attempt to run. Instead, she stood and removed the disguise entirely, her void state nature becoming visible to all present. Well, she said with a smile that contained no joy whatsoever. That was educational. You've accomplished your objective, Shunwei said quietly. The doubts are planted. The coalition's trust in itself is fractured. Yes, Lady Void agreed. Though I suspect you'll find a way to repair it, given time. But you won't have time. The sage's timeline is accelerating. In 7 days, I'll personally deliver him to Azure Cloud. He wants you alive and awake for what comes next. She didn't resist when the coalition guards attempted to contain her. Instead, she activated a void displacement talisman and simply stepped out of existence. But before she left, Shunwei saw something unexpected in her aura. A moment where the void mimicry slipped and revealed the emotion beneath. Not rage, though there was rage. Not grief, though there was deep grief driving her void choice. What Shunwei perceived was something else entirely. A burning, bitter anger not at the coalition, not at Shunwei himself, but at the sage. A resentment so profound that it had been buried beneath the void, hidden even from Lady Void's own conscious perception. She had chosen the void willingly, but not freely. She had chosen it out of pain and rage, not out of philosophical conviction. That distinction might matter. Shunwei filed it away, adding it to the growing understanding of his enemy. The council was in chaos when Shunwei turned his attention back to the chamber. Representatives were demanding accountability, questioning whether the resonance formations could be used for surveillance, suggesting that maybe the pavilion had a point about emotional cultivation being fundamentally unstable. Shunwei extended his heartstring pulse across the entire council, reading the emotional intent of every person present. And he found what Lady Void had known he would find: genuine fear, genuine doubt, genuine uncertainty about whether bonding to the coalition was the right choice. He couldn't lie his way past that. Couldn't use techniques or rhetoric to make the doubt disappear. The doubt was real and reasonable. The coalition's strength relied on trust, and trust had been genuinely damaged. The pavilion was here, he said simply. Lady Void, their intelligence chief, has spent the past weeks gathering information on our coalition and our capabilities. What you felt, the doubts you're experiencing, are real. I won't pretend they aren't. He looked directly at the representative from Iron Lotus who had voiced the accusation. I could use my resonance perception to spy on your sects if I chose to. The technical capability exists. But I haven't, and I'm making a promise now. I won't. If you need additional verification, Feng Zhilan can install perception dampeners in the harmonic network that would prevent me from extending my awareness beyond a certain range. You have the right to place constraints on my power. The honesty seemed to surprise them. The fear in the council chamber didn't disappear, but it transformed. It became less about paranoia and more about genuine wariness, which was appropriate given the actual threat posed by the pavilion. The sage is coming in 7 days, Shenwei continued. This is his last play before open confrontation. He's trying to make us destroy ourselves through paranoia and doubt. We can either succeed by his design, or we can accept that trust requires vulnerability and choose to bond anyway. One by one, the council representatives stood and reaffirmed their commitment to the coalition, not because their doubts had been dispelled, but because they understood that the alternative to bonded risk was void-conditioned isolation. By nightfall, the council had reformed. By the next day, the resonance verification seals were installed with volunteers from each sect submitting willingly to prove their emotional authenticity. The psychological damage Lady Void had inflicted would take time to fully heal. But the coalition had survived it. And Shenwei had learned something critical. Lady Void was not truly loyal to the sage. She was being used by him the same way she was using her void to hurt others. If the moment came when she was offered genuine restoration instead of void numbness, that offer might reach something in her that hadn't been completely silenced. The 7th meridian pulled at his chest, waiting for its opening. Only 6 days remained until the sage arrived. Time was running out. Chapter 71. The Heart's Sovereign. The rank advancement came without warning. Shenwei was meditating in the central formation. His consciousness extended through the harmonic network that linked the 5 allied sects, feeling the pulse of emotional energy flowing through thousands of bonded connections. His 4 primary partners were nearby, their presences anchoring him, their emotional cores burning with steady light. And something shifted fundamentally. The 6 open meridians synchronized, not in sequence like they had during individual openings, but in true harmonic resonance. They sang together, their emotional energies creating a unified frequency that reverberated through every part of his cultivation base. His consciousness expanded violently. Suddenly he could perceive not just Azure Cloud, not just the 5 allied sects, but the entire network of emotional cultivation happening across the continent. Hundreds of smaller sects practicing emotional bonding techniques. Thousands of individual cultivators attempting to strengthen their connections through genuine feeling. The entire emotional cultivation ecosystem of the continental cultivation world became visible to his perception as a vast, interconnected system. And at its center, at him, the rank advancement from bonded foundation through first thread, through resonance core, all the way to heart sovereign rank happened in a single moment. His cultivation base transformed from a developing system into a fully realized foundation of power. The chamber filled with resonance light. Every stone in Azure Cloud's infrastructure responded, glowing with harmonic energy. The ancient formation beneath the sect surged so powerfully that cultivators throughout the entire sect stopped what they were doing and turned their attention upward. Shenwei's 4 bonded partners gasped in unison as they felt the advancement ripple through their connections. The bonds strengthened automatically, adjusting to his new rank, deepening in ways that would take months to fully integrate. When Shenwei's consciousness finally solidified back in his singular awareness, he was lying on the meditation chamber floor with Lian Yu cradling his head and Bai Suyin checking his vital systems. You reached Dao-seeking equivalent, Feng Zhilan said, her expression a mixture of wonder and concern. Your cultivation base is at heart sovereign rank. Shenwei, you've advanced further in 6 months than most cultivators advance in decades. The harmonic resonance, Shenwei said slowly, testing his new perception. I can feel it, the way all the bonded partners in all 5 sects are connected now. It's not just technological connection. It's actual emotional resonance flowing through the network. They're all supporting my cultivation base, and I'm all supporting theirs. That's the meridian effect at scale. Song said, appearing in the doorway with his slow, measured movements. The old man looked even more translucent than before, as though the sight of such powerful resonance was drawing the last of his existence toward the void. With 6 open meridians, the harmonic amplification isn't just personal. It extends to everyone connected to you through the network. You've become a convergence point for the entire coalition's emotional energy. Which means I'm also the target, Xianxia said quietly. If the sage takes me down, the entire network destabilizes. Likely, Song agreed. But it also means that every cultivator connected to that network is now substantially stronger than they were before. You've given them a gift, resonance amplification that enhances their own cultivation simply through the connection. In a direct confrontation with the pavilion, that advantage will be visible. Xianxia stood carefully, testing his new balance. His body felt different, not heavier, but denser, more present. Every movement carried weight and purpose that hadn't been there before. The sage arrives in 5 days, he said. How long until the 7th meridian opens? That depends on what opens it, Feng Zhilan replied. The 7th meridian is community. It requires a bond not with individuals, but with a collective. You need to establish a genuine, voluntary community that shares your resonance philosophy deeply enough that the connection reaches your emotional core. The coalition sects are already that community, Su Mingzhu said. Partially, Song corrected. They're functionally bonded for political and military reasons. But the 7th meridian requires something deeper. People who have chosen resonance not out of strategic necessity, but out of genuine belief in the principle of emotional connection. Xianxia understood. The coalition members were allies, but they weren't yet believers in the fundamental truth of what Xianxia was trying to build. They hadn't made the choice to embrace emotional cultivation for its own sake, independent of the practical benefits it provided. That would require something more. Over the following days, Xianxia began what might have been the most important work of his life. He started teaching not just the technical aspects of resonance cultivation, but the philosophy underlying it. He gathered the outer disciples of Azure Cloud, the ones who had grown up watching him transform from useless son to sect defender, the ones whose genuine enthusiasm for his path had always been visible. He taught them not to bond with him directly, but to understand the fundamental principle. Emotional connection was not weakness. It was the foundation upon which everything else was built. Fear, love, sacrifice, forgiveness, understanding, harmony. These emotions, when genuinely embraced, created power that void state cultivation could never replicate. The outer disciples learned, and they taught others. The philosophy began to spread through Azure Cloud like water, finding every crevice. And Xianxia felt it, the 7th meridian stirring, beginning to recognize the shape of genuine community, forming around a shared belief rather than a shared strategic interest. By the 4th day after his heart's sovereign advancement, reports began arriving from the coalition sections. Cultivators were requesting permission to study Xianxia's teachings on their own. Groups were forming to practice resonance techniques together outside of formal military training. The philosophical shift toward genuine belief in emotional cultivation was beginning to accelerate. The Heartless Pavilion's response was immediate. They increased violence. More assassinations. More void seed attacks. More open declarations that emotional cultivation was weakness. Every action was designed to create fear and push cultivators back toward void state mentality. But something unexpected happened. The more the pavilion attacked, the more cultivators sought out genuine resonance training. Fear of the pavilion's aggression drove people to seek connection, and connection provided comfort that void emptiness never could. On the 5th day, as the sage prepared to arrive, the 7th meridian was on the verge of opening. Xianxia could feel it. The emotion of community, of belonging to something larger than himself, was gathering at critical mass. One more moment of genuine connection with a large group. One more recognition that he and they were part of something unified. That was all it would take. The sage would provide that moment, he realized with sudden clarity. Whether through threat or confrontation, the sage's arrival would force a moment of collective decision. The community would choose, embrace void or embrace resonance. And when they chose resonance, the 7th meridian would open. Chapter 72. The return of the sun. The sage's delegation arrived in the late afternoon of the 6th day after Xianxia's sovereign advancement. Not an invasion, a formal military arrival with banners and insignia. The Heartless Pavilion was no longer hiding. They were announcing themselves openly to the world. The Hollow General led the delegation. Behind him came 3 ancient cultivators whose power rivaled Tao-seeking rank, the Severed Council, the 3 eldest and most void-corrupted of the pavilion's leadership. And behind them came ranks of void state warriors, their emotional cores drained and replaced with void energy. Mu Qianren, who had been recovering in Azure Cloud's healing chambers, sensed his father's presence the moment the delegation crossed the sect's boundary. He rose from his bed, still weakened but upright, and walked to the observation tower. Xinwei found him there, staring down at the delegation assembling across the valley from the sect. He's still in there, Mu Qianren said quietly. I can feel it. Somewhere beneath all the conditioning, my father is still in there. Then we restore him, Xinwei replied. No matter what else happens. The coalition council was assembled within hours. The sage's formal declaration of war was delivered through a void messenger who simply appeared in the assembly hall and spoke with the sage's voice. I am Shun Wuhan, also known as the Severed Heart Sage, supreme leader of the Heartless Pavilion. I am coming to end this experiment in emotional weakness. Xinwei, my heir despite your rebellion, will submit to void conditioning or die. Azure Cloud Sect will renounce emotional cultivation or be eradicated. The continent will be cleansed of the disease that emotions represent. I give you 1 day to prepare for your destruction. The messenger dissolved into void static before anyone could respond. He's overconfident, Wei Shan said. Or he knows something we don't. Both, Song replied. He was even more translucent now, his existence flickering like a dying candle. He's confident because the severed council match to Tao-seeking power is a genuine advantage. And he knows something because he's seen resonance cultivation before. He knows what he's dealing with. Xinwei was already moving. I need to address Azure Cloud's disciples. All of them. Inner, outer, every person who can stand. This is the moment the 7th meridian is waiting for. This is when we choose what we are. By evening, 10,000 cultivators filled the sect's central plaza. Every disciple from the tiniest novice to the most senior elder was present. Xinwei stood on the highest platform, his 6 open meridians glowing with resonance light visible even in daylight. The Heartless Pavilion is declaring war, he said, his voice carrying through the plaza through both physical amplification and resonance enhancement. They're declaring that emotion is weakness, that the only path to power is through void numbness. That connection between people is a liability. He paused, letting that sink in. I'm going to tell you the truth I've learned through my bonded partners, through this sect, through the coalition of 5 allied sects. They're wrong. Connection doesn't make you weak, it makes you stronger. Genuine emotion isn't a liability. It's the foundation of everything worth protecting. The pavilion's void state cultivation offers a kind of power, yes, but it's power without purpose, strength without meaning, victory without anything worth winning. Xinwei extended his perception, letting every disciple feel the resonance through their emotional cores. I'm asking you to make a choice, not a forced choice, not a choice made out of duty or obligation, a genuine choice. Do you believe in resonance cultivation? Do you believe in the power of authentic connection? Do you believe that bonding with others makes you stronger? For a moment, there was silence. Then the outer disciples began to respond. The ones who had grown up watching Xinwei's journey, who had always believed in him even when official doctrine said he was useless. They called out their affirmation. Then the inner disciples joined. Then the elders. Then cultivators from the support staff who had simple, profound reasons to believe in connection. They had families. They had loved ones. They had felt the power of genuine bond. 10,000 voices speaking as one. Yes. We choose resonance. The response created a harmonic frequency that Xinwei had never experienced before. Not 6 meridians in synchronization, but 10,000 individual emotional cores, each one openly supporting the choice to bond rather than void, creating a unified frequency that resonated through the entire sect. The 7th meridian opened. It opened not with light, but with presence. A sudden expansion of Xinwei's consciousness that made him aware of every person in that plaza as a genuine part of his emotional core. Not bonded in the same way as his 4 primary partners, but connected through genuine community, through shared choice, through mutual belief in something larger than themselves. The meridian's emotion was community, and it was indescribable. It was the feeling of standing with 10,000 others and knowing that they were all choosing the same truth. It was belonging. It was significance. It was the knowledge that his struggle wasn't solitary, but shared. The technique granted by the 7th meridian bloomed into existence. Resonance network, passive awareness of all allied cultivators within range, and communal resonance amplification, the ability to channel the collective emotional energy of a group into a unified effect. And for the first time, Xinwei understood exactly what the sage's war would cost. The pavilion had chosen void, which meant isolation. Each void state cultivator was fundamentally alone, using their own cultivation energy to support their power. The Resonance Coalition had chosen connection, which meant multiplicity. Every individual was simultaneously alone and part of a vast network of others. In a direct conflict, the pavilion's isolation would actually be a weakness. Shunwei descended from the platform and walked to where Mu Qianren was standing. He placed one hand on the young man's shoulder. "Tomorrow," Shunwei said, "we bring your father home, no matter what the cost." The Hollow General was out there in the enemy delegation, millions of moments away from them, but not truly separated. Because beginning tomorrow, Shunwei would have the power and the will to reach him. Community had been chosen. The 7th meridian had opened, and the real war was about to begin. Chapter 73. The preparation the night before the sage's assault was spent not in frantic military preparation, but in something far more important: grounding. Shunwei walked through Azure Cloud's corridors, visiting his bonded partners and advisors individually, spending time with each one in quiet conversation. Not strategic discussions, but genuine connection. He spent an hour with Lian Yu in the ice gardens, simply sitting beside her and listening to her describe the way she'd always imagined the gardens looking. He helped Bai Suyin complete a final batch of healing compounds, their hands working in synchronization as they'd learned to do. He sparred with Su Mingzhu until they were both breathless, then sat beside her watching the sunset. He reviewed formations with Feng Zhilan, not because they needed reviewing, but because the act of working together was the real point. Song found him in the meditation chamber near midnight. The old man looked like he was beginning to fade entirely, less translucent now, more like a memory of something solid. His voice, when he spoke, was barely audible. "I'm dying," he said without preamble. "Not metaphorically. My physical form cannot persist much longer. The sight of such powerful resonance cultivation, after centuries of watching it dormant, is accelerating my dissolution." Shunwei didn't attempt to deny it. He could feel the truth of it in Song's fading resonance signature. "Before I go," Song continued, "there is something I must tell you about the sage. About his original failure when he attempted to open the 9th meridian. The 9th meridian is called love," Shunwei said. It wasn't a question. He'd felt it in the resonance network, understood the shape of it waiting beyond the 8th meridian that still remained sealed. "Yes," Song confirmed. The sage's first bonded partner was a woman named Ling Xian. She was everything to him, love incarnate, but also wise and grounded and real. When Shun Wuhan attempted to open the 9th meridian through his bond with her, he tried to achieve something he couldn't sustain. He tried to love her in a way that would make him invulnerable. He tried to make the bond so complete that she could never be taken from him. He tried to love without vulnerability. Song paused, gathering strength for the final revelation. Vulnerability is the essence of love. Without the possibility of loss, without the risk of pain, it's not love, it's possession. The 9th meridian rejected his attempt violently. The backlash destroyed Ling Xian. She ceased to exist, not killed, but unmade at her core. And Shun Wuhan's attempt to possess love without vulnerability transformed him into something that rejected love entirely. He became void. He created the heartless pavilion because he couldn't bear to experience connection after losing the person he'd tried to bind to himself forever. Shunwei absorbed this slowly. "So the sage's void isn't philosophical," he said quietly. "It's trauma." He broke on the 9th meridian and shattered into something inhuman. "Yes," Song replied. "And that is why you must not make his mistake. When you face the 8th meridian, courage, and eventually the 9th, love, you must accept vulnerability as inherent. You must love without trying to possess. You must be brave without trying to be invulnerable. The emotions must remain genuine, which means they must remain fragile." "Can he be restored?" Shunwei asked. "If I understand the origin of his void, could I potentially heal him?" Song was quiet for a long moment. "I don't know," the old man finally said. "The sage has been void for 160 years. That is a very long time to be dead inside. But there is still love buried somewhere beneath all that void. Love for his bloodline, which is why he wants you. Love for Ling Xian, which is why he created his philosophy of lovelessness. If you could somehow reach that buried love, perhaps, but it would require you to remain vulnerable while standing opposite someone whose entire existence is built on rejecting vulnerability. That's the real battle," Shunwei said. "Not the combat, but the choice. Making him see that vulnerability is a strength, not a weakness." "Yes," Song said. "That is the real battle." The old man began to fade as dawn approached. By the time sunlight touched the meditation chamber, Song was barely visible. But his final words to Shunwei were clear. "You've become something remarkable. Something the sage could have been if he'd made different choices. Show him what's possible. Not with violence. Violence will only deepen his void. Show him through connection, through the strength of your bonds." Make him understand what he lost when he chose emptiness. By the time the sun fully rose, Song had faded completely. Not dead. Shunwei could still feel his presence in the meditation chamber, in the herbs he'd cultivated, in the knowledge he'd imparted, but no longer physically present. He had existed long enough to see the resonance system activated again. That was apparently all he'd been waiting for. Azure Cloud's disciples gathered to acknowledge the passing, but there was no sadness in it. Song's sacrifice, his centuries of guardianship, was being honored by what he'd protected finally awakening to its full power. Shinwei stood before the assembled coalition forces as they prepared for the coming battle. "The sage is coming," he said. "His power is real. The severed council's combined force is formidable. But we have something the pavilion doesn't have. We have each other. We have connection. We have the knowledge that together, we're stronger than we could ever be alone." That's not metaphorical. That's a technical advantage in resonance cultivation. He extended his perception through the resonance network, feeling the presence of every allied cultivator prepared to stand against the coming darkness. "When we fight," Shunwei continued, "we fight not just for victory, but for the preservation of what makes us human. And we do that together." The eighth meridian stirred in his chest, gathering the emotional energy of courage, not the absence of fear, but the willingness to be afraid while still moving forward. The battle was about to begin. Chapter 74, The Suppression Field. The attack began at dawn with precision that suggested centuries of planning. The severed council moved into position around the sect, not deploying visible forces, but establishing something far more subtle, a three-point suppression formation. The ancient elders took positions at the eastern ridge, the western cliff face, and the northern valley entrance. The formation they created was a harmonic inversion. Instead of amplifying emotional energy, it absorbed it. The effect was instantaneous and devastating. Every cultivator in Azure Cloud felt it simultaneously, a sudden dampening of their resonance perception, a muting of their emotional cores as if sound had been shut off in their ears. Shinwei's connection to the broader coalition network flickered and weakened. The resonance network that had been so clear moments before became like trying to perceive through fog. "It's a suppression designed to counter the ancient formation itself," Feng Zhelan said grimly, her perception of the formation structure intact despite the dampening effect. "They studied this formation centuries ago. They've built a specific countermeasure." The Hollow General led the main assault from the south, commanding ranks of Void State warriors who moved with coordinated precision born from Void conditioning. Without independent emotional thought, without the fragmentation that came from genuine feeling, they were perfectly synchronized. A Void State army moved like a single organism. No hesitation, no disagreement, no internal conflict. Azure Cloud's defenses held at first. The sect's cultivators, despite the suppression dampening their resonance abilities, had centuries of combat training and the advantage of familiar terrain. They met the pavilion's advance with organized resistance. But the suppression field was slowly widening, consuming more and more of the sect's territory. The three council elders were draining emotional energy directly from the section of the ancient formation beneath their respective positions, using the drain to power their suppression. "We need to strike the council members," Wei Shan said, her Crimson Peak warriors fighting beside Azure Cloud's inner disciples. "If we can disrupt even one of the 3 points, the suppression weakens." "The Eastern Ridge," Su Mingzhu said immediately. Her competitive nature had found its purpose in combat. "That's the weakest of the 3 positions. The terrain is most favorable for a direct strike." Shinwei nodded. "Form a strike team. Su Mingzhu, myself, and who else?" "Me," Lian Yu said instantly. "Ice cultivation can cut through void corruption more efficiently than blade alone." The strike team assembled within minutes. As they moved toward the eastern ridge, Shinwei could feel the suppression field growing, the dampening of his resonance abilities becoming more pronounced. Each step forward felt like moving through increasingly dense water. The combat on the ridge was the most brutal Shinwei had experienced yet. The council elder, there was an ancient woman whose name had been forgotten centuries ago. She was known only as Void Mother, the first of the pavilion's void conditioning practitioners. Her cultivation base was vast, corrupted completely by void energy, and she commanded the suppression formation with the precision of someone who had spent centuries perfecting the technique. Su Mingzhu's sword met her void staff, and where the blade touched the void energy, the air itself seemed to fracture. Lian Yu's ice formations surrounded them, creating zones of emotional clarity where the suppression couldn't fully penetrate. Shinwei used purification resonance not as a healing technique, but as a weapon, attacking the void corruption that held the council elder together. Void Mother was strong, far stronger than Shinwei, stronger than Lian Yu, and Su Mingzhu combined. But she was fighting three cultivators who were unified in purpose, while she was isolated in the way all void state cultivators were isolated. The turning point came when Su Mingzhu's blade resonance echo and Lian Yu's frost resonance mirror synchronized for the first time in actual combat rather than training. Their combined attack, blade and ice moving in perfect harmony, cut through Void Mother's guard. Lian Yu was struck in the exchange. The Void Elder's drain technique seared across her shoulder, not deep but intimate, attempting to damage the bond that connected Lian Yu to Shen Wei. Shen Wei felt it, the bond between himself and Lian Yu flickering, the emotional connection straining under void corruption. He rushed forward, leaving himself exposed, channeling every bit of purification resonance he could muster into healing the damage. It wasn't enough. The bond damage was at a level beyond his reach. It required the bonded pair to repair themselves, working together to reinforce what had been broken. As Void Mother's next attack came, Shen Wei made a choice. He poured his energy into a final purification resonance surge that destroyed the Council Elder's core, collapsing her void state cultivation entirely. Her form scattered into nothing. The eastern point of the suppression triangle collapsed. But the cost was visible. Lian Yu, conscious but severely damaged, her bond with Shen Wei dimmed almost to invisibility. The other two council members immediately widened their suppression field to compensate for the lost eastern point. Shen Wei carried Lian Yu back down the ridge in his arms, her ice cultivation barely functioning through the pain and trauma. This was the real vulnerability of resonance cultivation. To gain power from bonds meant becoming subject to loss through those bonds. The war had just revealed its true cost. Chapter 75. The bond damaged. The healing chambers were crowded with injured cultivators from the continued battle, but Shen Wei only had attention for Lian Yu. Her consciousness was present. She was awake and aware, but her emotional core was fractured. The void drain technique had specifically targeted the meridian connection, damaging not her cultivation base, but the bond itself. It was like taking something precious and beautiful and putting a crack through it. I can feel it, Lian Yu said, her voice hollow in a way that terrified Shen Wei far more than fear did. The crack. It's like there's supposed to be warmth there, and instead there's just cold. Your warmth was always there, and now it's not. I can repair it, Shen Wei said immediately, extending purification resonance toward her. No, Lian Yu replied, but not harshly. Just with the firm understanding of someone who understood something fundamental. Bond damage can't be healed by techniques. It can only be repaired by the bonded pair, together, through genuine emotional exchange that reaffirms the connection. Shen Wei understood this intellectually, but understanding and accepting were different things. The battle continued outside. The two remaining council elders had widened their suppression field enough to maintain control over Azure Cloud's territory. The Hollow General pressed the advantage, leading Void State warriors deeper into the sect. The defensive positions were crumbling gradually under sustained pressure. But Shen Wei didn't move. He sat beside Lian Yu and held her hand, feeling the dimmed resonance where the bond had been bright. Tell me about the bond, Lian Yu said after a long silence. Tell me what you feel through it. What was it like, before the damage? It was like warmth, Shen Wei said, searching for words. Your emotional core is ice cultivation, so cold to its nature. But the bond created this place where ice and warmth existed simultaneously. When I connected to you through compassion, it was like standing in snow and being held by someone whose arms created a protected space. Not overheating the cold, not forcing it away, but creating harmony where two different natures could coexist. Lian Yu listened with her eyes closed. Keep talking, she said. Tell me about the night I crossed the rain. Tell me why that moment mattered so much. You were a stranger to me, Shen Wei replied. An outer elder from a rival sect. I was useless, supposedly, without cultivation, without power. And you saw through that. You came to heal someone you'd never met because you chose to. Because something in your nature made you value another person's life over safety, over strategy. When you opened the door and the rain was falling, and you were standing there in the darkness, I realized that was the moment everything changed. You became real to me in a way that transcended cultivation rank or sect affiliation. You were real as a person. Shen Wei continued through the night, talking about every moment of their bond. About the fights they'd fought together. About the way Lian Yu challenged him, pushed him toward understanding. About the respect he'd felt growing between them from the moment she decided to heal a supposed stranger. And gradually, as he spoke, he felt something shift. Not the bond repairing. The damage was still there, the cracks still visible in their connection. But his emotional truth about her was reaching through the damage, creating pathways of genuine feeling that could eventually link back together. By dawn, As the sun rose over a sect still partially occupied by pavilion forces, Lianyu opened her eyes. I remember, she said quietly. I remember why I chose this bond. I remember the way you looked at me the night I came to the infirmary. I remember feeling, for the first time, that there was someone in the world who truly saw me. Not I's cultivator. Not Elder Lian's daughter. Just me. She turned to him, and though the bond was still cracked, Shenwei could feel it beginning to knit back together. The reaffirmation from both sides was creating new pathways, new connections. The damage wouldn't fully heal, scars would remain, but the bond would become stronger through being broken and rebuilt. The bond is repairing, Lianyu said, and now there was wonder in her voice. It's happening right now. It's like the cold and warmth are finding each other again, but this time they understand what they're bonding with. They understand the value of the other. It's stronger now than before because the bond has been tested and survives testing. Outside, the battle raged on. But in the healing chamber, two cultivators held hands and watched their bond weave itself back together, stronger than before, carrying within it the knowledge that bonds could break and still survive. That was something the pavilion would never understand. Chapter 76. The medic's art with 2 of the 3 suppression points still active, Azure Cloud's central defensive network was barely holding together. But something unexpected happened as cultivators throughout the coalition continued to arrive for assistance with the void corruption damage. They began returning to the front line stronger. Shenwei, working in the healing chambers despite his heart's sovereign rank, had discovered something critical. Purification resonance wasn't just a healing technique. It was a purification technique. It could strip away void corruption from the meridians of partially corrupted cultivators. A void state warrior that the coalition forces had captured, attempting a counterattack that failed, was brought to the healing chambers with severe injuries. Shenwei extended purification resonance to stabilize the warrior's condition and prevent death. What happened was unexpected. The void corruption began to clear. Not completely. The warrior had been void conditioned for years, and that damage was deep. But the outermost layers of corruption dissolved under the purification resonance technique, and suddenly a faint emotional resonance appeared beneath the void. The warrior gasped, consciousness flickering with the sensation of genuine feeling returning after prolonged absence. Shenwei realized the implication immediately. Every void state warrior he could access, he could potentially partially heal. Not completely restore. That would require far more time and energy, but partially restore enough to create hesitation in the pavilion's coordinated assault. He began moving through the battlefield with purification resonance as his primary weapon, not striking with force, but healing damaged cultivators back to functional status. Each restoration took energy, but the restored cultivators then joined the coalition forces with renewed power. He became the battlefield medic, not in the traditional sense of healing wounds, but in the deeper sense of restoring emotional cores. And as he worked, something remarkable happened. Coalition cultivators who witnessed void state warriors being partially restored began spreading the knowledge. If void could be reversed, then void wasn't permanent. The psychological impact was enormous. Pavilion warriors that had been perfectly coordinated began to show hesitation as they observed their companions being partially restored. Void state cultivation depended on the absolute confidence that emotions were weakness and void was strength. Seeing that confidence undermined, seeing warriors partially escaping the void condition, created the first real cracks in the pavilion's resolve. But it was also costing Shenwei tremendously. Each healing, each purification of void corruption, pulled energy from his cultivation base. The suppression field limited his ability to replenish through the resonance network. By midday of the second day of combat, he was running at barely half his capacity. Bai Suyin found him in a brief moment of respite between battles, practically collapsing against a wall. "You're going to kill yourself," she said bluntly. "Your cultivation base is depleted. You need to rest." "Every warrior I heal is a warrior that will survive to fight again," Shenwei replied. "I can rest after the battle." "You can rest in a coffin if you keep this up," Bai Suyin retorted. But even as she spoke, she was already pulling bottles of specialized alchemical compounds from her kit, emotional sustenance in liquid form, designed specifically to replenish depleted resonance cultivation. She made him drink 3 bottles in succession, each one burning through his meridians with the taste of harsh herbs and potent energy. "These are made from your actual emotional resonance," Bai Suyin explained, as though this made the bitter taste acceptable. "I've been combining your resonance-infused herbs with base alchemical compounds. It's not elegant, but it works. You're literally consuming your own resonance to sustain yourself." "That's sustainable?" Shenwei asked skeptically. "For about 6 more hours, maybe 8 if you're careful," Bai Suyin replied. "After that, Your cultivation base will start rejecting the compounds. But 8 hours might be all we need. The alchemical compounds gave Xianxia a temporary surge of capacity. He returned to the healing chambers and continued the work of restoring partially void-corrupted warriors. By evening of the second day, something had fundamentally shifted in the battle's momentum. The coalition forces weren't just defending against the pavilion. They were actively converting the pavilion's own warriors. Each void state warrior that Xianxia partially restored had a choice to make: return to the pavilion and void emptiness, or remain with the coalition and genuine feeling. Some returned, but more, far more than strategically made sense, chose to remain. The Hollow General noticed this. Xianxia saw it in the moment when the restored pavilion warriors made their choice, and their father paused in his command position. For just an instant, his void-conditioned face showed something like hesitation. Xianxia met his eyes across the battlefield and extended his heartstring pulse, reading the emotion beneath the void conditioning. It was there, love, buried deep, still intact despite all the conditioning. Mu Qianren's father still, somewhere underneath the void. Xianxia knew what had to happen next. But first, the suppression had to fall. Chapter 77. The surgical strike. By the third day of battle, Azure Cloud's defenses had been pushed back to the core sect's territory. The two remaining council elders had their suppression points entrenched and were methodically draining more and more emotional energy from the ancient formation beneath the sect. Something had to give. Su Mingzhu stood beside Xianxia at the defensive perimeter, her sword still bright, with resonance energy despite days of continuous combat. The weakest council member is on the western cliff face, Su Mingzhu said, analyzing the position with a warrior's precision. She's been maintaining the suppression field for longer than the northern elder. Her concentration will be degrading by now. If we hit her hard and fast, we can collapse that point before she's fully aware we've committed. It will require a direct assault with minimal backup, Lianyu said. Her bond with Xianxia had fully repaired by now, stronger than before. She stood ready, her ice cultivation supplementing the strike team's power. And whoever goes needs to be willing to operate in the suppressed zone where resonance amplification doesn't function. Then it's us three, Su Mingzhu said. You, me, and Xianxia. We've fought together before. We know the synchronization required. Xianxia nodded slowly. This was the gambit. Commit 3 of his most powerful partners to a specific objective and risk losing them if the pavilion's defenses were stronger than anticipated. If we do this, he said, we're also reaching for something beyond just military victory. We're proving that coordinated emotional bonds are stronger than void state isolation. The council elder will fight perfectly. No hesitation, no doubt. We have to fight better than perfect. They moved out just before midnight, slipping through the partially suppressed defensive zone toward the western cliff face, where Void Soros, the western council elder, maintained her position. Void Soros was ancient. Her void cultivation had been sustained for centuries. She had forgotten the shape of emotion so completely that the very concept of feeling was foreign to her perception. When Xianxui's strike team appeared, she registered them as an objective to be eliminated with the cold precision of void state combat. Su Mingzhu struck first, her blade resonance echo extending her sword reach and impact. The blade cut through void corruption, and Void Soros responded with a void counter that would have killed a lesser cultivator. But Lianyu was already in motion, her frost resonance mirror creating a barrier that showed the void attack's true pattern, allowing Su Mingzhu to dodge and counter. Xianxia provided support not through direct strikes, but through harmonic resonance, synchronizing with his partner's emotional cores, amplifying their connection. Every movement Su Mingzhu made was informed by understanding Lianyu's placement. Every ice formation Lianyu created was perfectly positioned for Su Mingzhu's blade to clear through it. The 3 fought not as individuals, but as a unified being with 3 separate bodies. Void Soros was stronger in raw cultivation power, but she was alone in a way that the strike team wasn't alone. Her void state isolation meant that while Xianxia and his partners could feel each other's intentions and synchronize their movements perfectly, Void Soros had to rely on calculation and technical skill. Calculation lost to intuition. Lianyu took a void strike intended for Su Mingzhu, and the damage should have separated her from the battle. But Xianxia was already there, purification resonance flowing through the strike team's synchronized connection, healing her even as she continued fighting. The moment of vulnerability was dangerous, but it revealed the true strength of resonance cultivation. Void state warriors fought alone. If one was damaged, the burden fell only on that warrior. Resonance-bonded warriors fought together. If one was damaged, the burden was distributed among all of them. Void Soros realized this in the instant before Su Mingzhu's blade reached her core. Her void expression didn't change. She was incapable of fear or despair, but something like understanding flickered across her consciousness. She ceased to exist. The western suppression point collapsed. The ancient formation beneath Azure Cloud immediately began to pulse with renewed power. The two remaining council elders' grip on the sect weakened as their suppression field lost one of its 3 anchoring points. The strike team withdrew from the western cliff face, bloodied but intact. Shenwei could feel Lian Yu's emotional core burning with the need to celebrate the victory, Su Mingzhu's sharp satisfaction that their strategy had worked. But there was no time to rest. The pavilion was already adapting, consolidating around the 2 remaining council members. And more critically, the Hollow General was finally preparing to commit directly to the assault. Mu Qianren would have to face his father, and Shenwei would have to attempt something that had never been done before, fully restoring a deeply void-conditioned cultivator while combat continued around them. Chapter 78. The weight of years. The Hollow General's presence on the battlefield was like a weather system moving into the sect's territory. He commanded his Void State warriors with perfect precision, and his personal cultivation base was formidable, resonance core rank at least, his void energy creating a radius of emotional suppression just by his presence. Where he walked, genuine feeling became difficult. When he saw Mu Qianren standing among the coalition defenders, the Hollow General paused. For the first time in the battle, Shenwei perceived something in the void-conditioned general's emotional signature that wasn't void emptiness. It was love, buried deep, compressed beneath decades of void conditioning, but present nonetheless. Mu Qianren moved forward, unarmed. "Father," he said simply. The Hollow General's response was a void attack that would have killed any cultivator who stood against it. But Shenwei was already in motion, purification resonance creating a barrier between Mu Qianren and the attack. The force of it nearly knocked Shenwei backward. "Stop," Mu Qianren called out, not to the Hollow General, but to Shenwei. "I want to show him something." Shenwei retracted his barrier, trusting in the young man's judgment. Mu Qianren opened his emotional core. Not for combat, not as a weapon, just opened. Showed his father the genuine emotional state that had been restored when Shenwei had healed him weeks before. The love that Mu Qianren felt for his father was raw and painful. It was the love of a son who had been abandoned, who had been void-conditioned, who had been treated as a tool. But underneath all that pain was still love, the fundamental connection between father and son that no amount of conditioning could fully erase. The Hollow General stood motionless, registering the emotional broadcast he was receiving. And something in the void around him began to fracture. "I'll do it," Shenwei said to Mu Qianren. "But you need to help. You're the only one who can reach him." Shenwei extended his purification resonance not as a weapon or a healing technique, but as a pathway. Mu Qianren took one end of that pathway and moved toward his father, walking deliberately into the void suppression radius. The Hollow General could have killed his son in that moment, could have eliminated the source of emotional pressure with a simple void attack. Instead, he simply stood there. Mu Qianren reached his father and placed both hands on the general's shoulders. "I forgive you," Mu Qianren said, "for leaving, for choosing the void, for letting the sage take you and condition you and use you as a weapon. I forgive you because you didn't choose it. You were broken and the sage exploited that brokenness. But underneath the void, you're still my father. You're still the man who loved my mother. You're still the man who loved me." Shenwei channeled massive quantities of purification resonance through Mu Qianren into the Hollow General's void-corrupted cultivation base. The process was agonizing. The void conditioning had been applied over decades, layer upon layer of emotional suppression, each one a scar where a specific emotion had been forcibly removed. The first layer was fear, removed so the general couldn't be afraid of what was being done to him. The second was love, removed so he couldn't grieve what he'd lost. The third was rage, removed so he couldn't rebel against the conditioning. On and on, each emotion stripped away methodically. Restoring them all simultaneously was like trying to rebuild something that had been systematically destroyed. The restoration went deeper than technique. It required the void layers to be not just cleared, but actively replaced with genuine emotional resonance. Hours passed. The battle continued around them, but Shenwei maintained the channel. Mu Qianren remained connected to his father, and the Hollow General stood passive as the void was gradually stripped away layer by layer. With the 8th layer removed, the general's legs buckled. Mu Qianren caught him, held him, cried. The 9th layer's removal brought ragged breathing, and the first sounds the general had made in human tone rather than void static. The 10th layer was the deepest. It was the layer of love itself, the fundamental capacity to care about someone else's existence. When it was finally purified away and replaced with genuine emotional resonance, the hollow general's body convulsed. He made a sound that was almost a scream, but it was a human scream, not a void expression. He collapsed into Mu Qianren's arms and wept. Decades of conditioning, decades of void emptiness, decades of being used as a tool, all of it could be undone. The emotional core underneath had remained intact, waiting. When the void was finally stripped away, it emerged with all its power and pain intact. "I'm sorry," the hollow general kept saying, over and over. "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." "I know," Mu Qianren replied, holding his father. "I know, and I forgive you." Shunwei finally released the purification resonance channel and collapsed, utterly depleted. The coalition forces around the father and son protected them from the pavilion's attacks, giving them that moment of genuine reunion. The two remaining council elders realized what had happened. They intensified their suppression field, attempting to damage the ancient formation more severely before their position became untenable. But the emotional resonance that had been invested in the hollow general's restoration had shifted something fundamental in the battle's balance. The coalition was no longer on the defensive. As Shunwei slowly recovered his strength, as the hollow general stood and joined the coalition forces with his son beside him, the tide began to turn. The pavilion's carefully coordinated assault began to fragment. And somewhere in the distance, Shunwei felt a sudden presence that could only be the sage himself, finally approaching Azure Cloud. The true battle was about to begin. Chapter 79. The bond reforged. The sage's arrival was silent and absolute. He appeared on the highest peak overlooking Azure Cloud, and in that instant, every cultivator within the sect's territory could feel the immensity of his void cultivation. It was older than mountains, more fundamental than gravity. His void state nature had been cultivated for 160 years into something that had transcended mere absence of emotion and become a force of nature. The two remaining council elders immediately ceased their suppression efforts and withdrew toward their leader. The pavilion's void state warriors, sensing their supreme commander's presence, reorganized with perfect coordination. Shunwei felt the weight of the sage's attention settle on him like the pressure of the entire world. "Nephew," the sage's voice echoed across the battlefield, and it carried the tone of someone greeting family. "You've come into power. I'm impressed." The sage, Song's voice reached him even though the old man was no longer physically present. His presence had become part of the sect's resonance, woven into its formation and infrastructure. "He's here. This is the moment, Shunwei. This is when resonance cultivation either proves itself or fails." Shunwei extended his resonance network and felt the pulse of every coalition cultivator connected to the harmonic bond. The hollow general stood among them, his restored emotional core burning bright with the power of recovered love. Mu Qianren fought beside him, his void conditioning partially healed, his genuine emotions finally accessible. Across the continent, through the distributed network, the other four coalition sects sent their own resonance back, support, solidarity, presence. He was not alone. The sage descended the peak, moving with the casual grace of someone who had never experienced doubt about his own power. As he walked, his void cultivation bent reality around him, the emotional suppression radiating outward in expanding circles. Shunwei felt his resonance perception begin to dim as the sage approached. "Your bonds are interesting," the sage said, his physical form finally visible, a man in his mid-30s with ancient eyes. "I wonder what will happen to them when I test their strength." He raised his hand, and the void pulsed outward like a shockwave. The suppression of the resonance network was violent and complete. In one moment, Shunwei could feel every allied cultivator connected through the harmonic bond. In the next, that connection was severed as if it had never existed. He was suddenly, absolutely alone. The emotional shock of the isolation would have been paralyzing, except that Shunwei had prepared for this. He didn't try to maintain the network against the sage's suppression. Instead, he did something different. He deepened his bonds with his four primary partners beyond the network connection, into something so intimate that suppression couldn't reach it. The 8th meridian opened. It opened with the emotional resonance of courage, not the absence of fear, but the willingness to be terrified while still moving forward. It opened because Shunwei was confronting the thing he feared most, that his bonds could be separated from him, that he could be alone, that the sage was right about void being more powerful than connection. And in choosing to continue moving forward despite that fear, despite the psychological weight of the sage's suppression, the 8th meridian crystallized into permanent opening. The technique granted was Resonance Ascendant, a passive enhancement that made resonance cultivation stronger in crisis situations, and Heart's Declaration. an active technique that allowed Xianxia to project an emotional clarity pulse that temporarily granted allies a fraction of his emotional stability. With the 8th meridian open, Xianxia activated Heart's Declaration. The pulse rippled across the battlefield. Every coalition cultivator felt it suddenly. A moment of absolute clarity, a sense that they were not alone, that their fear and vulnerability were being shared by something larger than themselves. The psychological effect was profound. The coalition forces didn't suddenly become stronger or faster, but they stopped being isolated in their fear. They were genuinely connected through Xianxia's resonance ascendance, even if the network was suppressed. The sage's void pulsed again, attempting to suppress the Heart's Declaration technique. But Xianxia was ready. He poured energy into maintaining the pulse, accepting the pain of operating against the sage's void pressure. Interesting, the sage said, and there was something almost like appreciation in his ancient eyes. You're very close to the 9th meridian. I can feel it, just barely beneath your consciousness. Love, waiting for its moment. I'm not trying to open it yet, Xianxia replied. The 9th meridian opened incorrectly once. Caused a tragedy. I'm not going to repeat that mistake. Ah, the sage said with sudden understanding. You know about Ling Xian. About my failure. Of course Tsang told you. The old man always was sentimental about failure. The sage moved with speed that transcended normal movement, his void cultivation folding space around him. Xianxia barely managed to defend against the first strike, but it was clear that the gap in raw power was significant. The sage had 160 years of void cultivation development. Xianxia had 8 months of resonance cultivation. But Xianxia had something the sage didn't have, support. Lianyu appeared at his side, her ice cultivation cutting through the void pressure around them. Bai Suyin followed with a direct strike of resonance-enhanced alchemy. Su Mingzhu's blade became a blur of motion, her blade resonance echo creating patterns that actually disrupted the sage's void energy temporarily. The sage paused, assessing this 4-person attack with the analytical precision of someone who had fought resonance cultivators before. Your bonds are formidable, he said. I'll grant you that. But in the end, bonds are vulnerability. Let me show you why. He focused on Lianyu. His void attack was surgical, precise, designed specifically to sever her from the resonance network and isolate her in void suppression. For a moment, Xianxia felt the bond between them come under strain again, the phantom of the earlier damage returning. But something different happened this time. Instead of the bond being attacked from without, Lianyu actively opened herself to the sage's void pressure. She allowed it to wash over her, allowed the suppression to press against her emotional core. And instead of breaking, the connection between her and Xianxia deepened. The suppression created intensity that forged the bond more thoroughly. Lianyu's ice cultivation blazed, not in reaction to pain, but in response to genuine feeling. Fear, yes, but channeled into power rather than paralysis. You understand, the sage said, and for the first time, something like emotion flickered across his void-conditioned face. You understand that vulnerability is the price of power in resonance cultivation. Yes, Xianxia replied, breathing hard. And we choose to pay it. The battle continued through the night and into the next day. The sage was immensely powerful, but he was one cultivator fighting against thousands. Thousands connected by genuine emotion, strengthened by their willingness to be vulnerable with one another. And with each attack the sage launched against Xianxia's bonds, the bonds became stronger. Not healed from damage, but deepened through stress. Tested and found to be real. By the dawn of the 4th day, the sage finally ceased his assault. He stood before Xianxia, breathing heavily, the first sign of actual exertion that he'd shown. You're going to open the 9th meridian, he said. I can feel it. All you need is to understand what love truly is. What it means to bond with someone absolutely, without fear, without vulnerability. No, Xianxia replied, understanding finally what the sage had been trying to teach him through the entire battle. What I need to understand is exactly the opposite. Love means bonding with absolute vulnerability. Love means accepting that bonds can be broken and choosing to create them anyway. That's what you couldn't accept. That's what destroyed you. The sage's void expression didn't change, but Xianxia felt something in his perception shift. A moment where the sage was no longer entirely convinced of his own philosophy. It was enough. The coalition forces pressed forward, no longer fighting to destroy, but fighting to contain. They separated the sage from his 2 council elders. They surrounded him, not with weapons, but with resonance. 10,000 cultivators' emotional cores all turned toward him in unified presence. And the sage, for the first time in 160 years, experienced what it meant to not be alone in his void. The weight of 10,000 emotional cores, all present, all genuine, all choosing connection despite the vulnerability. It was more than his void could suppress. It was more than his centuries of void cultivation could isolate him from. The sage sank to his knees. I could have been like you, he said quietly, if I hadn't broken when the meridian opened. Yes, Xianxia replied gently. And now you have a choice again. You can return to void, or you can allow healing to begin. The sage looked up at Xianxia, and his ancient eyes held something like hunger. The hunger of someone who had been empty for so long that the possibility of fullness terrified and attracted him simultaneously. He didn't answer, but he didn't resist when Xianxia extended purification resonance toward him. The restoration of a sage-level void cultivator would take time, far more time than they had available on this battlefield. But the foundation for it could be laid. The first cracks in the void could be opened to genuine feeling. And as Xianxia worked, he felt the ninth meridian stirring. Love, the deepest, most dangerous, most vulnerable of all emotions. The meridian that had broken the sage and would define Xianxia's future. It was waiting for the moment when he would choose love not despite vulnerability, but because of it. Chapter 80. The Convergence. The valley fell silent as the sage stopped resisting the purification resonance. It was not immediate healing. The void conditioning that bound his core was too deep, too entrenched. But the foundation of restoration was laid, the first pathways of genuine feeling beginning to reopen beneath decades of suppression. What had been impossible moments before was now merely difficult. What would require centuries might instead be managed in years. The two remaining council elders, seeing their supreme commander submit to restoration, made their own choices. One maintained void state stubbornness and attempted a final escape through void displacement. The other, recognizing that the void they devoted 1,000 years to maintaining had already begun to fail, allowed Xianxia's purification technique to begin the slow work of restoration. By midday, the organized pavilion resistance had collapsed. The void state warriors who remained, seeing their commanders either restoring or retreating, began a gradual exodus. Some chose to leave the battlefield entirely. Others, confronted with the reality that Xianxia could partially restore void conditioning without killing them, began voluntarily submitting to purification. The ancient formation beneath azure cloud pulsed with such overwhelming resonance energy that the light of it became visible from 100 miles away. The harmonic network, no longer suppressed, blazed back to life with thousands of allied cultivators all connected, all feeling the victory ripple through their bonds. But for Xianxia, the moment of true completion came when he stood before the hollow general, and the restored general clasped his hand with the grip of a father whose child had been returned to him. "Thank you," the hollow general said simply. The words carried the weight of decades of void emptiness finally released. "Thank you for bringing me home." "You brought yourself home," Xianxia replied. "The moment Mu Qianren called to you across the battlefield, you chose to hear him. I just facilitated what you already wanted." Mu Qianren stood beside his father, his hand on the general's shoulder, and for the first time in years, they were genuinely connected. Not through void conditioning, not through forced bonds, but through the choice to accept each other despite the pain of the separation between them. The ninth meridian surged toward opening. Xianxia could feel it, the emotion of love pressing against the threshold, ready to crystallize. Love not as possession, not as vulnerability without strength, but as the choice to open yourself completely to another being and accept the consequence of that openness. That you could be hurt, you could lose them, but that possibility made the connection real. He didn't resist the opening. Instead, he walked to where his four primary partners waited and stood before them. "I need to tell you what comes next," Xianxia said. "The ninth meridian is about to open. When it does, our bonds will transform into something deeper than they already are. Love, fully expressed, will require a level of vulnerability from each of you that might feel impossible. It will mean opening completely to the possibility that I could hurt you, or that loss could separate us. I already know you could hurt me," Lianyu said simply. "I learned that when your technique couldn't immediately heal the void damage. And I choose you anyway. I already know that loss is possible," Bai Suyin added. "I've lost people before, and I choose to risk that loss again because the connection is worth the risk. I've competed with you, fought beside you, and trusted you with my blade," Su Mingzhu said. "I understand the vulnerability. I choose it. I've designed formations that connect our emotional cores," Feng Zhilan said quietly. "I understand the mechanics of vulnerability better than anyone. And yes, I choose it too." Xianxia reached out and took each of their hands simultaneously. The ninth meridian opened. It didn't come with light or sound, but with a fundamental shift in the nature of reality. The emotion that filled the opening was love, pure, genuine, complete love. Not love as ideal or aspiration, but love as the choice to accept vulnerability as the price of connection. The four bonds transformed simultaneously. Where before they had been connections between cultivators, now they became something more complete. The boundaries between self and other became less distinct, not in a way that eliminated individuality, but in a way that allowed true understanding of what the other experienced. Xinwei felt Lin use ice cultivation as if it were his own. He felt Bai Suin's warm care, Su Mingzhu's sharp clarity, Feng Zhilan's deep wisdom, all of it as much a part of his own consciousness as his own emotional core. And more profoundly, they felt him. They understood the weight he carried, the fear beneath his calm, the desperate need to prove that resonance cultivation was real and valuable. They understood him completely, and they chose to remain bonded despite that complete understanding. The ninth meridian completed the transformation of Xun Wei's cultivation base. He reached resonance ascendant rank, power approaching the absolute pinnacle of Tao-level cultivation without quite reaching it. But the rank advancement barely mattered compared to the transformation of the bonds themselves. The three remaining meridians, forgiveness, already opened, community, and the mysterious ninth, love, now open, had created a complete foundation. 8 meridians, 8 bonded partners, for primary, 2 partial, 2 community-wide, and the ninth meridian opened through choice and vulnerability. The ancient formation beneath azure clouds surged with power that it hadn't possessed in 700 years. Xinwei's perception expanded to continental scale. He could feel not just the 5 allied sects, but every cultivator on the continent who had chosen emotional connection over void emptiness. Thousands of them, tens of thousands potentially, given enough time and teaching. And at the center of it all, the sage, still void-conditioned, still fighting the restoration Xianwei had begun, but feeling for the first time the weight of emotional connection that he'd rejected 160 years ago. What comes next? The Hollow General asked, his voice strong and present for the first time since his restoration. Xinwei looked at the valley, at the coalition forces still recovering from battle, at the sect that had accepted him despite his uselessness, at the bonds that had sustained him through impossible challenges. Now, Xinwei said, we show the continent what resonance cultivation can actually become. The sun set on the 4th day of battle, and Azure Cloud Sect began the slow work of healing and rebuilding. The ancient formation pulsed with resonance light, a beacon visible across hundreds of miles, calling to every cultivator who'd ever wondered if there was power in genuine connection. The sage's war was not over, but it had fundamentally changed. The sage was no longer the apex predator of void cultivation. He was a patient in the process of restoration, a cautionary tale of what happened when you chose emptiness over vulnerability. And Xinwei, 8 meridians open, for primary partners bonded at the deepest level, and the 9th meridian burning with authentic love, stood ready for whatever came next. The war for the soul of the continent had entered a new phase. Chapter 81. The fragile month. 1 month after the sage's final submission to restoration, Azure Cloud Sect existed in a state of careful recovery. The repairs to physical damage were straightforward. Cracked stone could be rebuilt, formations could be reintegrated, defensive arrays could be recalibrated. What was far more complex was the psychological and emotional recovery required after 4 days of direct conflict with void cultivation at continental scale. Xinwei's first task was to formalize the coalition into something more permanent than wartime alliance. Representatives from the 5 allied sects gathered once again in Azure Cloud's main hall, but the atmosphere was transformed from the earlier diplomatic caution. These cultivators had bled together. They had fought under unified resonance amplification. They had experienced what it meant to be part of something larger than individual sect interest. The mutual defense pact will remain, Xinwei said at the opening session. But I'm proposing something deeper, the establishment of a resonance council. 1 representative from each of the 5 sects, meeting monthly to coordinate not just military strategy, but philosophical development. We teach what we've learned about emotional cultivation to every willing disciple. We document the techniques. We develop new methods of teaching resonance principles that don't require formal bonding. That's asking us to fundamentally transform our cultivation philosophies, a representative from Crystal Lattice said. It wasn't a rejection, merely a statement of scope. Yes, Xinwei agreed. Because the void state cultivation offered by the Heartless Pavilion is an active threat to anyone who values genuine feeling. We can either remain scattered and vulnerable to pavilion infiltration and psychological warfare, or we can commit to a unified understanding of why emotional connection is valuable. The vote was unanimous. Over the following weeks, Xinwei worked with each of the allied sects' formation masters to establish permanent, harmonic connection points. Feng Zhilan's distributed network design was implemented fully, creating redundancy so that loss of any single point wouldn't collapse the entire system. But the most important work was philosophical. Shun Wei began writing. With help from Tsang's presence, the old man's consciousness was now woven into the sect's formation infrastructure and could be accessed through meditation, a comprehensive theory of resonance cultivation. Not the technical aspects, which would develop through practice, but the fundamental principles. Why emotional bonds strengthened cultivation, how vulnerability actually created power, what the 9 meridians represented in the broader context of human development. The pavilion's great error, Shun Wei wrote, was believing that emotion was a variable to be eliminated. What resonance cultivation proves is that emotion is the constant that makes everything else meaningful. The 8 open meridians are not 8 steps toward a perfect cultivator. They are 8 different expressions of the human emotional capacity. Together, they create a complete being. Alone, they create specialists in emptiness. The sage remained in Azure Cloud's healing chambers, progressing slowly through the restoration process. He was conscious, alert, and experiencing genuine feeling for the first time in 160 years. The experience was overwhelming. Shun Wei visited him regularly, maintaining the purification resonance that was slowly clearing the void corruption layer by layer. "I've been void for so long," the sage said during one visit, his voice strange in a way that suggested he was still learning how to use his vocal cords for genuine emotion rather than void expression. "I don't remember how to be anything else." "You don't have to remember," Shun Wei replied gently. "You just have to allow the restoration to happen. The emotional patterns are still in your consciousness. Void conditioning, just suppress them. As the suppression clears, they'll re-emerge naturally." But it wasn't that simple. The sage's emotional core had been subjected to such precise and targeted damage that restoration required painstaking work. Each removed emotion had to be carefully restored in proper sequence. Try to restore love before fear was addressed, and the terror of vulnerability would cause the person to reject restoration entirely. Shun Wei found himself becoming a kind of therapist to his enemy, spending hours helping the sage process the implications of what he'd chosen to suppress for so long. "I had her," the sage said one afternoon, speaking about Ling Xian. "I had everything I wanted, and I wanted to possess it forever. I wanted a bond that could never be broken. The 9th meridian. When I tried to force that kind of absolute connection, it fractured. She ceased to exist, and the recoil destroyed my ability to feel her loss. I chose void to avoid the pain. But avoiding pain just created a different kind of pain," Shun Wei said. "A pain so complete that it became numbness. And numbness is just pain that has no one to share it with." Shun Wei's own cultivation advanced during this period, though not through dramatic rank jumps. With all 9 meridians open, the next step wasn't opening new meridians, but deepening the existing ones. Each bond with his 4 primary partners became more intricate, their emotional cores more thoroughly integrated. The resonance ascendant passive ability strengthened, making resonance cultivation more efficient and less energy draining. Lian Yu had advanced to resonance core rank on her own merits. Her eyes cultivation now enhanced by the deepened bond with Shun Wei. Bai Suin's alchemical research had produced compounds that could help guide partial restoration of void-conditioned cultivators. Su Mingzhu's blade techniques had evolved into something that integrated resonance principles directly into her combat style. Feng Zhilan's formation designs were becoming legendary. Other sects were requesting copies of her arrays and begging for teaching on how to integrate emotional connection into formation theory. The Hollow General and Mu Qianren remained in Azure Cloud as part of the coalition forces. The father and son had become symbols of what restoration meant, proof that void could be reversed, that the sage's philosophy wasn't inevitable. But beneath the success, Shun Wei felt the weight of something waiting. The continental suppression formation beneath the Heartless Citadel, Lu Haochen said during a strategic planning session. His best friend had officially joined Azure Cloud's command structure, his loyalty and tactical insight proving invaluable. "We destroyed the sage's ability to personally enforce void state cultivation. But the infrastructure is still there. The citadel is still there. And according to intelligence, there are cultivators in the pavilion who don't accept the sage's restoration. They see him as weakened and are organizing a succession." The next phase of the war was coming. And this time, it wouldn't be against a supreme commander operating from personal power, but against an organization fighting for its own survival. The 8th meridian, courage, remained in high demand in those moments when Shun Wei allowed himself to consider what came next. But for the moment, in the fragile peace of the month after victory, he chose to simply be present with his bonds, his sect, and the slow work of healing that extended to include even the enemy who had tried to destroy everything he valued. Chapter 82. The Citadel's architecture, the intelligence report that Mu Qianren delivered carried the weight of insight that came from understanding both resonance and void from the inside. The Heartless Citadel was not a fortress in the traditional sense. It was the physical anchor point for a continent-spanning formation that suppressed emotional energy across an entire region. Thousands of people lived under the suppression, cultivators and non-cultivators both, their emotions slowly draining away, feeding the formation, providing the energy that kept the void state cultivation network functional across the continent. The Citadel exists in a state of stasis, Mu Qianren explained to the Resonance Council. His confidence had grown dramatically since his restoration, his void-conditioned stiffness replaced with genuine presence. It's not maintained through constant effort like normal formations. It's sustained by the emotional fuel flowing through it constantly. The people living under the suppression don't even realize they're being drained. They experience apathy, depression, increasing disconnection, and they attribute it to personal failure rather than systematic emotional harvesting. How long until the system collapses without the sage's active management? Wei Shan from Crimson Peak asked. The system is already unstable, Mu Qianren replied. The sage's surrender to restoration means he's no longer actively channeling emotional suppression energy back into the formation network. The suppression field is slowly weakening. In a few months, if nothing changes, the field might collapse entirely. Or, Feng Zhelan observed, the pavilion might find a way to stabilize it through new methods. More likely they're fighting about that right now, Lu Haochen added. According to the reports from border towns, there's significant reorganization happening in the pavilion's internal structure. They're fragmenting into at least 3 separate factions. One faction believes in continuing void state cultivation. One faction is considering surrender and restoration like the sage. One faction wants to use the Citadel's formation as leverage to negotiate a separate peace with the coalition. Xin Wei listened to all of this, his consciousness partially extended through the harmonic network, feeling the pulse of 10,000 cultivators connected through resonance bonds. The weight of that connection sometimes felt like leadership. Sometimes it felt like responsibility. Occasionally, it felt like burden. We need to do something the pavilion won't expect, Xin Wei said. We don't assault the Citadel militarily. Instead, we work to destabilize the emotional suppression formation from within. If we can bring genuine emotional connection into the suppression field, introduce resonance cultivation to the people living under the void state energy drain, the formation itself will begin to resist its own programming. That's remarkably gentle, Renfian from Iron Lotus observed. Essentially, you're proposing we teach people to feel again and trust that their newfound emotions will disrupt the system designed to suppress them. Exactly, Xin Wei replied. The pavilion's void state philosophy depends on emotional numbness being desirable. If we can show people that emotional connection is valuable, that feeling again is possible, they'll actively work to escape the suppression. They'll become allies without us having to fight them. That's also remarkably cruel, the Crystal Lattice representative said. You're proposing we force people who have become comfortable with emotional suppression to feel their loss all at once. Yes, Xin Wei acknowledged. But the alternative is allowing them to continue being harvested for emotional energy. At least this way, they have a choice. The Resonance Council voted to support the operation. The plan was divided into stages. First, establish secret teaching circles within the major settlements near the Heartless Citadel. Second, teach resonance principles and emotional cultivation to people who have been emotionally suppressed. Third, document the effects as the emotional suppression formation begins to resist its own function. Fourth, when the formation reaches critical instability, allow the Citadel to make the choice to either embrace restoration or attempt a final desperate assault. Xin Wei selected the first team personally, himself, Bai Suyin, Mu Qianren, and the Hollow General. They would go to the largest settlement near the Citadel, a city called Void's Rest. The irony was painful. That was home to nearly 30,000 people, all of whom were experiencing ongoing emotional drain under the suppression field. Before they departed, Xin Wei spent time with each of his 4 primary partners. With Lian Yu, he reviewed the ice cultivation techniques she'd been developing that could create zones of emotional clarity within suppressed areas. With Bai Suyin, he confirmed the list of emotional stabilization compounds they would distribute to help people manage the transition from numbness to feeling. With Su Mingzhu, he discussed contingency plans if the pavilion discovered their operation and attempted violent intervention. With Feng Zhelan, he examined the formation designs she'd created to help protect their teaching circles from the suppression field's awareness. I don't know how long this will take, Xin Wei told them. The restoration of the sage suggests that deep void conditioning can be undone, But 30,000 people is a different scale from one individual. Some might fully restore. Some might partially restore. Some might resist restoration entirely because the comfort of numbness is preferable to the pain of feeling. We'll be waiting, Lianyu said. The bonds will hold, regardless of distance. And they did. As Xianxia traveled toward the heartless citadel with his team, he could feel the resonance connections stretching across the distance, maintained by the harmonic network that Feng Zhilan had established. Even under the suppression field, even as his resonance perception dimmed and his emotional core was subjected to the weight of void state energy, the bonds remained. They were the anchor that kept him connected to his own humanity. And in Void's rest, the real work was about to begin. Chapter 83. The apathy of numbness. Void's rest was a city built to suppress joy. Architecture was utilitarian and gray. Streets were laid out in perfect grids with no room for wandering or contemplation. The citizens moved through their daily lives with mechanical precision, their expressions blank, their interactions transactional. This was what emotional drain looked like when it became systemic and universal. The suppression field was palpable, not painful, but wearing. Xianxia's resonance perception felt like it was operating at a quarter capacity. His emotions remained accessible to him, but they felt distant, as though he were observing them from a great distance rather than experiencing them directly. He could only imagine how 30,000 people who'd been under this suppression for years would be experiencing it. The first teaching circle was established in a merchant's warehouse on the city's eastern edge. Bai Suin's role was critical. She had designed alchemical compounds that could temporarily enhance emotional accessibility within the suppression field. They weren't cures, but they were keys. They could unlock emotional capacity temporarily, allowing people to feel what they were supposed to be feeling beneath the numbness. The first students came reluctantly, drawn by Mu Qianren's quiet invitation. He was recognizable to pavilion operatives, but not as a threat, and his partial void conditioning made him less suspicious to the suppression field's monitoring. Most of the initial attendees were simply curious about anything that broke the monotony of their daily apathy. Xianxia didn't attempt to teach technique. Instead, he taught philosophy. Emotional numbness feels like peace, he said to the small group of perhaps 50 city residents gathered in the warehouse's central space. It feels like you've escaped struggle because you don't feel anything strongly enough to struggle about. But what that numbness actually represents is the removal of meaning. Without emotion, without feeling, nothing matters. You exist, but you're not alive. An older woman in the group, her name was Yuan Mei, and she'd been under the suppression for 23 years, spoke up. If numbness is as bad as you say, why does stopping feeling it feel better? Why would we want to feel? It was the right question. The essential question. Because, Xianxia replied, feeling pain is better than not feeling at all. Because connection between people, which is built on genuine emotion, is more valuable than isolated numbness. Because the joy you've forgotten how to experience is worth far more than the pain you're avoiding. The pavilion wants you to believe that numbness is strength. I'm telling you that vulnerability is strength. Bai Suin distributed the emotional stabilization compounds. The effect was immediate and overwhelming. As the compounds took effect, the suppression field's dampening influence began to feel less absolute. People who had been numb for years suddenly felt the weight of all the emotion they'd been suppressing: grief, anger, fear, love, desire, ambition. Most handled it. Some broke down crying. A few reacted with rage at what had been done to them. Yuan Mei sat very still for a long time after the emotional breakthrough happened. When she finally spoke, her voice was thick with tears. I had a daughter. She died under the suppression, and I didn't feel anything about it. I didn't mourn her. I just accepted it as part of the system's function. I'm a mother who didn't grieve her own child because I was incapable of feeling. Xianxia sat with her as she wept. There was no technique that could undo that loss or restore the emotional response she'd missed. There was only the present moment of finally allowing herself to feel the grief that should have been there all along. Word spread quickly through the city despite the suppression field's attempts to suppress information flow. People who'd been numb for years began seeking out the teaching circles, requesting access to Bai Suin's emotional stabilization compounds, wanting to remember what feeling was like. The Hollow General's role in the operation was unexpected but crucial. He moved through the city's lower levels, visiting the poorest districts where emotional suppression was most severe, his presence alone carrying weight. Here was someone who had been void-conditioned at the deepest level, and here was someone who had been restored to genuine humanity. His existence proved that the suppression was not permanent, that feeling could be recovered, that it was worth the pain. Within 3 weeks, the first teaching circle had grown from 50 participants to nearly 2,000. The suppression field began to register the disturbance. Pavilion operatives were sent to investigate, but the operation had been structured carefully. The teaching circles were separate from any obvious resistance movement, and the focus on emotional teaching was difficult to frame as direct threat. But things were beginning to shift in subtle ways. People in Void's Rest started smiling. Small gestures of care began appearing. One person helping another, community members checking on each other, the kind of social bonding that the suppression field had been designed to eliminate. The emotional energy that should have been draining away under the field's influence was being recycled back into the community through genuine connection. The Citadel, observing from a distance, finally took action. A Void delegation arrived from the Citadel itself, sent to arrest Xianxia and disperse the teaching circles. But the arrival had been anticipated. The Hollow General had warned that the Pavilion would send a team if the disturbance became obvious enough. What happened next demonstrated the difference between Void State isolation and resonance-based coordination. The Pavilion team, 5 Void State warriors under a single commander, arrived expecting to encounter untrained civilians and perhaps some minor cultivators. Instead, they found a city that had partially awakened from emotional suppression and was willing to defend the people who'd helped them awaken. The Void warriors were physically more powerful, but they were isolated in a way that the city's newly awakened residents were not. When Void State warrior met emotionally connected civilian, the Void cultivator had technique and power. The civilian had the desperate strength that comes from finally feeling something worth protecting. It wasn't a battle. It was a collision between two different approaches to existence. By the time Xianxia had arrived at the conflict point, moving through the suppression field with resonance clarity that Feng Zhilan's formation network was maintaining for him, 3 of the 5 Void warriors had submitted to partial restoration and were beginning to experience genuine feeling for the first time in years. The other 2 had fled back toward the Citadel. But more importantly, Void's Rest had crossed a threshold. The city was no longer entirely under the Citadel's suppression. The emotional energy that had been draining away was being recirculated through community bonds. The formation anchored in the Citadel was beginning to register that its fuel source was being disrupted. The chain reaction of emotional restoration had begun, and Xianxia understood what would happen next. The Pavilion's leadership would face a choice that was more significant than any military decision. They could attempt to restore the suppression by force, which would require committing resources they could barely spare. Or they could allow the suppression to fail gradually, which would mean acknowledging that their entire philosophy was built on a lie. Either way, the Heartless Pavilion's days of unquestioned power were ending. Chapter 84. The Void Seeds. But the Pavilion was not a passive organization waiting for the Coalition to tear down their infrastructure. Intelligence arrived through the harmonic network, Void Seeds, newly developed talismans that could systematically drain emotional energy from communities, had been discovered in 3 separate coalition sects simultaneously. The seeds had been planted over weeks of infiltration, and they'd been designed with enough subtlety that basic formation inspections wouldn't detect them. The symptoms were already manifesting. Cultivators in those sects experiencing sudden apathy, discord spreading between previously bonded individuals, the spontaneous generation of distrust without obvious cause. Xianxia felt the reports arrive through the network connection, felt the weight of responsibility that came with being the nodal point, that coordinated coalition response. He was still in Void's Rest, the suppression field dampening his personal perception, but his connection to the harmonic network transcended the suppression. Through that network, he could feel the disruption spreading through the coalition like poison through a bloodstream. This is coordinated strategy, Feng Zhilan said when Xianxia contacted her through the network link. The Pavilion is attacking the coalition at scale, trying to destabilize the harmonic bonds while you're operating at a distance. They're trying to prove that your resonance network makes you vulnerable in ways Void State isolation doesn't. They're not wrong, Xianxia replied. The network is an advantage and a vulnerability. If they can disrupt it at multiple points simultaneously, it could collapse. But they only have a limited number of Void Seeds, Bai Suyin added. She was monitoring from Azure Cloud, analyzing alchemical traces of the seed components. We can detect them now that we know what to look for. We can even develop countermeasures. It's an attack, yes, but not a killing blow. Xianxia made the decision, return to Azure Cloud immediately and coordinate the response personally. The work in Void's Rest was important, but not more important than preserving the coalition itself. The journey back was difficult. The suppression field pulled at him the entire way, attempting to dampen his resonance perception, isolate him from the network. But the harmonic bonds held. With each mile traveled away from the Citadel, his connection to his partners and the broader coalition strengthened. By the time Xianxia reached Azure Cloud, the first 3 Void Seeds had been located and neutralized, but more were being discovered daily in other sections. The pavilion had planted at least 30 seeds across 5 sects, some sophisticated enough that they'd been dormant for weeks before activating simultaneously. The response had to be multifaceted. First, Xianxia worked with formation masters from each sect to create detection arrays specifically designed to reveal void seeds' emotional drain signatures. This was straightforward technical work, pattern recognition that Feng Zhilan's distributed network made relatively efficient. Second, he developed a purification procedure. Void seeds couldn't simply be destroyed. Their activation would release the emotional energy they'd harvested as pure void corruption, which would spread and cause additional damage. Instead, they had to be carefully extracted, their accumulated emotional drain carefully released into the harmonic network where it could be processed and restored to the communities that had been drained. This is extraordinarily delicate work, Xianxia said to the Resonance Council as he outlined the procedure. Each seed is a knot of void energy containing years of accumulated emotional suppression. If we mishandle even one, the released corruption could seriously damage multiple cultivators. But if we do this correctly, we don't just remove a threat. We return emotional capacity to the people who've been harvested. The council authorized the operation. Teams from each of the 5 sects were trained in the extraction procedure. Over the course of 2 weeks, every discovered void seed was carefully extracted and its content processed back into the harmonic network. The effect was remarkable. Communities that had been slowly suffering emotional apathy suddenly regained their emotional clarity. Bonds that had been fraying under void corruption became strong again. It was as though the coalition sect's collective consciousness was returning from a kind of dream state. But the psychological message was clear. The pavilion had attempted to weaken the coalition by exploiting what they saw as its central vulnerability, the emotional interdependence that made the resonance network function. They had been partially successful. Several cultivators had suffered significant emotional damage before the seeds were discovered. But ultimately, the pavilion's attack had been contained and reversed. And more importantly, it had been reversed through cooperation. The 5 sects, the broader coalition, the harmonic network, all of it had worked together to solve a crisis that no single sect could have handled alone. The pavilion's strategy had backfired. Instead of proving that emotional bonds were weakness, the Void Seed operation had demonstrated that emotional connection was resilience. Threats that would isolate a void state cultivator could be distributed across a network of bonded partners and handled collectively. The pavilion has lost initiative, Lu Haochen observed during a post-operation analysis session. They're reacting to what we're doing instead of driving their own strategy. That means their next major move will be either desperate or transformative. What do you mean by transformative? Xianxia asked. I mean they're going to try to convert the fundamental terms of the conflict, Lu Haochen replied. The Void Seed operation was an attempt to prove void state cultivation is superior. When that failed, they'll likely escalate to something more direct. They'll attack not as if trying to win militarily, but as if trying to provoke us into a response that would damage the coalition's unity. It was insightful analysis, and it meant that Xianxia's next challenge wouldn't be a void state warrior or pavilion commander. It would be the difficult choice of what to do when the pavilion stopped fighting to win and started fighting to drag the coalition down with them. Chapter 85. The city's gratitude. The coalition's next major operation was designed as much for emotional restoration as for strategic advantage. Crimson Peak City, one of the sects that had suffered most severely from void seed corruption, had allowed nearly 300 of its outer disciples and support staff to drift into profound apathy under the seed's influence. The emotional damage was deep enough that technical purification wasn't sufficient. The community needed to experience genuine emotional recovery through direct interaction and connection. Xianxia volunteered to lead the restoration operation himself. The city had been slowly dying. Shops that sold unnecessary luxury items had closed because no one desired luxuries anymore. Community festivals and celebrations had stopped because no one had the emotional energy to organize them. Marriages were no longer being arranged. Children were no longer being born at normal rates. The city's fundamental mechanism for continuing existence was shutting down. When Xianxia arrived with a small team, including the restored Hollow General, Bai Suyin, and volunteers from each coalition sect, the city's leadership was simultaneously relieved and suspicious. What exactly are you proposing? Wei Shan asked, her warrior culture making her wary of anything that seemed too comprehensive. I'm proposing we spend a week in Crimson Peak City doing nothing but helping your people feel again, Xianxia replied. Not technique, not cultivation, just genuine human connection. Community members talking to each other about what they've lost. Shared meals. Work done together with presence instead of mechanism. The kind of emotional recovery that only happens when people are genuinely present with each other. Wei Shan considered this. That's going to hurt. Yes, Shenwei agreed. Feeling again after months of numbness hurts. But the pain is better than the alternative. The week in Crimson Peak became the template for what emotional restoration looked like at scale. Shenwei spent hours simply sitting with people in their homes, asking them about their lives before the apathy, listening as they remembered who they'd been. The Hollow General, with his own experience of restoration, was particularly effective. He could speak with authority about what it felt like to return to feeling after prolonged absence. Bai Suin's emotional stabilization compounds were used more carefully here, not to unlock emotion suddenly, but to gently open pathways so that genuine feeling could re-emerge naturally. She worked with each person individually, customizing the treatment to their specific emotional state. And gradually, Crimson Peak City began to remember how to feel. The first breakthrough came when a woman named Li Shan, who had been under the Void Seed's influence for nearly 4 months, finally wept. She had a daughter whom she'd raised, but hadn't emotionally connected to for months. The apathy had made her a caretaker rather than a mother. When the emotional connection finally returned, the guilt of those lost months hit her with overwhelming force. Shenwei sat with her as she grieved, and the simple act of being present, of acknowledging that her grief was valid and important, seemed to do more than any technique could have. Within days, similar breakthroughs were happening throughout the city. People began talking to each other about what they'd experienced, supporting each other through the emotional recovery. Community bonds that had atrophied began to strengthen. And critically, the city began to feel less like a dying organism and more like a place where people actually lived. By the end of the week, Shenwei could feel the shift in Crimson Peak's collective resonance signature. The city wasn't healed. Emotional damage didn't heal in a week, but it was awake again. The people had reconnected with their capacity to feel, and they were choosing to invest that capacity into their community. It was on the final day of the restoration operation that something unexpected happened. The city's population gathered in the central plaza, nearly 30,000 people. They weren't organized through command structure or formal leadership. They simply came because word had spread that something significant was happening. They gathered around Shenwei, and they opened their emotional cores. Not bonded in the formal sense, not creating any kind of structured connection. Just opened. 30,000 people simultaneously expressing their authentic emotional state. Gratitude, relief, hope, connection, community. The 7th meridian. Community, the threshold where Shenwei had stood before achieving full opening, suddenly, vividly opened at a deeper level. It wasn't about the meridian opening for the first time. Shenwei already had the 7th meridian open, already had the capability of experiencing community. But this was a deepening, an expansion of what community could mean. Not just the 10,000 people connected through his primary bonds and the harmonic network. This, 30,000 strangers choosing in unison to feel genuine gratitude and connection. The experience of that collective emotional presence flowing into Shenwei's consciousness was almost overwhelming. His perception expanded to encompass the entire city as a unified emotional entity, not controlled, not dominated, but genuinely connected through shared feeling. Shenwei found himself on his knees, tears streaming down his face, experiencing something that transcended gratitude and approached awe. This was what the sage had tried to possess through forced bonding. This was what the 9th meridian's deepest capacity could facilitate. Not control, but genuine connection at scale. And unlike the sage's attempt, which had broken on the desire to possess, this was real. It was fragile, it was temporary, it was built on nothing more permanent than individual choice, which made it infinitely stronger than anything based on possession could ever be. Thank you, Shenwei said, when he could finally speak. Thank you for showing me what resonance cultivation can become. As his team prepared to return to Azure Cloud that evening, Li Shan approached him one final time. I want to ask you something, she said. The pavilion says that emotional bonds make you vulnerable, that everyone you connect with becomes someone who can hurt you. Is that true? Yes, Shenwei replied honestly. Everyone I bond with can hurt me. Everyone I genuinely care about is someone who could be taken from me. That's the price of emotional authenticity. The pavilion uses that as an argument for void state cultivation. I use it as proof that connection is real. Li Shan nodded slowly. I want to be part of the Resonance Coalition. I want my daughter to grow up knowing that feeling is strength. How do I help? You already are, Shenwei said. By choosing to feel despite the risk. By connecting with your daughter despite the possibility of loss. That choice is what the entire resonance philosophy is built on. The return to Azure Cloud was filled with the weight of what Shenwei had experienced in Crimson Peak. The 9 meridians were open. The 4 primary bonds were at their deepest level. The harmonic network connected thousands of cultivators. But the The connection with 30,000 strangers, the opening of community at a scale Xianxia had never experienced before. This was the real power of resonance cultivation. And the pavilion still didn't understand what they were fighting against. Chapter 86. The challenge. Lady Void returned not as a spy, not as an infiltrator, but as a direct challenge. She appeared at Azure Cloud's northern gates with a single request, a one-on-one duel with Xianxia, witnessed by representatives from both the coalition and what remained of the pavilion's leadership. The message she delivered was personal. I want to understand what you see in emotional bonds that could be stronger than the freedom Void provides. Xianxia accepted immediately. Lu Haochen cautioned against it. Wei Shan recommended conditions and safeguards, but Xianxia understood that this duel wasn't about military advantage. It was about philosophical confrontation. The battleground was established in the neutral space between Azure Cloud and the pavilion's remaining operational base. Coalition representatives gathered on one side, pavilion operatives on the other. The sage, partially restored but still recovering, attended from the coalition's side. Lady Void entered the arena alone. I've been thinking about what you said, Lady Void began, her void state nature making her words carry hollow weight. About void being numbness, chosen deliberately, while emotional bonds are vulnerability accepted. I want to test if emotional bonds are as fragile as they appear. They are fragile, Xianxia replied. That's the entire point. Fragility is what makes genuine feeling real. They began to fight. Lady Void's approach was different from the other void state cultivators Xianxia had faced. Rather than trying to damage him through raw power, she was attempting to prove something through combat. Her void energy was precise, almost artistic in how it created pressure on Xianxia's bonds. She would isolate Lian Yu from the connection briefly, then attack that isolation. When Xianxia extended purification resonance to defend, she'd shift her approach to target the technique instead. She was testing, not trying to win, but exploring the boundaries of what resonance cultivation could actually defend against. And critically, she was using emotional mimicry in a new way. Rather than trying to fake her way into the coalition's trust, she was using her mimicry to demonstrate its flaws. Every time Xianxia tried to read her emotional intent through heartstring pulse, she would show him something different: false emotions, hollow intentions, the complete absence of authentic feeling. You're vulnerable to not knowing what I truly feel, Lady Void said during a brief pause in the combat. You can extend all the perception you want, but Void doesn't read as false, it reads as absence. And absence is very difficult to defend against. It was a fair point, and it forced Xianxia to fundamentally change his fighting approach. He stopped trying to read Lady Void's emotional intent through heartstring pulse. Instead, he focused on fighting without that perception. He relied on his four primary partners' presence in his bonds, on their collective clarity about the situation, on physical instinct rather than emotional reading. Paradoxically, his combat effectiveness improved. By removing the attempt to understand Lady Void's emotional state, Xianxia was no longer trying to integrate new information into his decision-making process. He was simply responding to her actions without trying to interpret her intentions, and Lady Void's mimicry became irrelevant. Interesting, she said, after a particularly effective strike sequence. You stopped trying to understand me. You just accepted that I'm void and fought appropriately. Yes, Xianxia replied, pressing the advantage. Void is legitimate emptiness. It's not deceptive. It's the absence of something that should be there. Fighting someone void state means accepting you can't understand their emotional motivation because there isn't one. The motivation has to come from your own bonds, not from trying to read theirs. They continued fighting, but something had shifted in the nature of the confrontation. This was no longer about proving void state cultivation was superior or demonstrating resonance bonds vulnerability. This was about testing limits. And as the battle continued through the afternoon and into evening, Xianxia began to see something he hadn't expected: cracks in Lady Void's void state nature. Not large cracks, not obvious ones, but small moments where her emotional mimicry would flicker slightly, revealing something underneath the void. Moments of what might have been rage, or grief, or buried longing. By the time the sun was setting and the battle had been going for nearly 8 hours, Xianxia could feel that crack clearly. It was the void state's weakness made manifest. Void pretended to be neutral emptiness, but it was always an active suppression of something that wanted to emerge. Xianxia stopped fighting offensively. Instead, he simply stood and extended an offer. Let me show you what restoration looks like, he said. I know what happened to you. I know your family was destroyed by a resonance cultivator who lost control. I know your grief is legitimate. Let that grief be the beginning of opening to feeling again. Lady Void's void expression didn't change, but Xianxia could feel her hesitation. For one moment, just one, The void state's armor cracked completely. Then she resealed it, and the cracks disappeared. "No," she said, and there was something almost like warmth in her void state voice, which was its own kind of tragedy. "The sage sent me to understand you. And I do. But I'm not ready to let go of the void yet. It hurts less." She walked away from the arena without attacking again, and the coalition forces allowed her to leave. Later, as Xianxia was recovering from the extended combat, the sage approached him. The restoration process had progressed enough that the ancient cultivator could move without assistance, though his emotional core was still fractured and incomplete. "She'll come back eventually," the sage said quietly. "Her rage will consume the void state eventually. The buried emotion is too strong. When she's ready to feel what she's been suppressing, she'll return and ask for restoration." "How do you know?" Xianxia asked. "Because I was her once," the sage replied, convinced that void was freedom, not realizing it was prison. "The only difference is she hasn't had her breaking point yet. When it comes, she'll understand what I'm understanding now. That numbness is just pain sleeping, and when it wakes, it will bury you if you don't have someone to help you bear it." Xianxia accepted this. Lady Void was not his enemy anymore, though she remained void state. She was someone waiting for the moment when her buried emotion could no longer stay buried. And when that moment came, the coalition would be there to offer restoration. Chapter 87. The Continental Purge. The Pavilion's response to their failed operations was a continental assault of unprecedented scope. Pavilion operatives that had been carefully scattered across multiple sects were activated simultaneously. Void state attacks were launched in 40 different locations across the continent. The strategy wasn't to win through sustained military advantage. It was to cause enough chaos and death to make emotional cultivation appear unstable and dangerous. "The goal is philosophical victory," Feng Zhilan explained to the Resonance Council as intelligence reports arrived. "They're not trying to destroy the coalition militarily. They're trying to make the population question whether bonds actually make people stronger or whether they just make them targets." The casualties were significant. 3 coalition sects suffered major attacks. Several non-affiliated sects that had been considering joining the coalition were hit hard, with Pavilion operatives specifically targeting bonded cultivators to demonstrate the vulnerability of emotional connection. But something unexpected happened in response. Instead of fracturing from fear, the continental cultivation community began organizing spontaneously to protect each other. Sects that hadn't been contacted by the coalition sent formal requests to join. Independent cultivators who had practiced various forms of emotional cultivation came forward asking to be part of the harmonic network. The pavilion's attempt to prove that emotional bonds were weakness became proof that emotional connection was genuinely valuable to people. The fact that the pavilion was willing to commit extensive resources to attacking emotional cultivators suggested that emotional cultivation was powerful enough to threaten void state philosophy's dominance. And for every void state attack that succeeded, the coalition's restoration teams documented it, helped the affected communities heal, and shared the stories of successful recovery across the network. Each story of someone returning from emotional suppression to genuine feeling became propaganda for the resonance philosophy. By the end of the Continental Purge's first week, more sects had joined the coalition than had been destroyed in the attacks. Xianxia found himself in the unexpected position of managing rapid growth rather than struggling for survival. The harmonic network was expanding faster than Feng Zhilan's current design could accommodate. New teaching circles were forming in sects that had never practiced resonance cultivation. Demand for Bai Suin's emotional stabilization compounds had exceeded production capacity. "This is unsustainable growth," Lu Haochen observed, reviewing the reports. "We're expanding faster than we can consolidate. The coalition could fragment if we're not careful." Or, Xianxia said, "We use this moment to establish what resonance cultivation looks like at scale. The pavilion is attacking, but they're not destroying enough to stop the momentum. If we can institutionalize what we've built, transform it from wartime alliance to permanent philosophical framework, we might actually win." The Resonance Council expanded from 5 representative sects to 17. Formal training institutions were established in each coalition member to teach resonance principles to new practitioners. The harmonic network's design was distributed so that multiple sects could maintain copies of it, ensuring no single point of failure. And critically, Xianxia began writing. The philosophical treatise he'd started on resonance cultivation expanded into something comprehensive, a framework for understanding why emotional bonds created actual power, how 9 meridians represented 9 stages of emotional development, what the difference was between void state isolation and resonance-based connection at the most fundamental level. The pavilion's error, Xianxia wrote, was assuming that emotion and power were inversely related. In void state cultivation, this assumption is actually correct. By eliminating emotion, void cultivators can achieve singular focus and perfect coordination internally. But this comes at the cost of being unable to coordinate effectively with others. Resonance cultivation inverts the relationship. Emotional authenticity becomes the foundation for coordination with other cultivators. A resonance cultivator alone is no stronger than a void state cultivator. But a resonance cultivator bonded with others becomes exponentially more powerful because the bonds themselves are a source of power. This reframing was subtle but revolutionary. The pavilion had always argued that the coalition's strength came from numbers, not from resonance philosophy itself. Xianxia's writing challenged that directly. The philosophy itself was the source of strength. By the end of the Continental Purge's second week, the pavilion understood that they had lost the philosophical war. They could continue attacking militarily, but the continental cultivation world had already decided that emotional bonds were worth the risk. The question became, what would they do next? Chapter 88. The Community Meridian. The deepening of the 7th meridian came during a continental convention that the coalition had organized to formally establish the Resonance Council's charter. Cultivators from 73 different sects gathered in Azure Cloud to witness the signing of the agreement and receive teaching on resonance principles from Xianxia and the other bonded partners. The convention lasted 3 days, during which cultivators from vastly different backgrounds shared their experiences with emotional cultivation. An ice cultivator from the Northern Territories spoke about how bonding with another ice cultivator had doubled their capacity. A sword master from the Eastern sects described how emotional understanding with his sparring partner had transformed their combat training. An alchemist from Southern settlements explained how genuine trust between team members had improved her productivity. Story after story demonstrated what Xianxia had written in his treatise. Resonance cultivation wasn't just about individual power development. It was about the geometric amplification that came when people chose to genuinely connect with each other. On the final evening of the convention, as the assembled cultivators gathered in Azure Cloud's central plaza, Xianxia stood before them. "You've heard many stories over these 3 days," he said. "Each one demonstrates what happens when people choose emotional connection over void emptiness. But there's something deeper I want to teach you. The 7th meridian, the community meridian, opens not through bonding with individuals, but through genuine commitment to something larger than yourself." He paused, allowing his perception to extend through the harmonic network. "Every single one of you has made a choice to be here, to spend 3 days with people from sects you might have competed with previously, to commit to a philosophy that requires vulnerability. That choice, made 73 times over in 73 different sects, made by hundreds of thousands of you across the continent. That collective choice is what opens the deepest level of the community meridian." Xianxia opened his emotional core completely. He didn't open it to individuals as he had in the primary bonds, but to the entire assembled community. 73 sects, hundreds of thousands of people represented by those present. The entire resonance cultivation philosophy crystallized into a single moment of genuine emotional presence. The 7 meridian deepening happened not as a sudden opening, but as a gradual expansion. Xianxia could feel community at a scale that transcended individual bonding. Not control, not direction, but genuine presence. He was connected to hundreds of thousands of people through something that wasn't the harmonic network, that wasn't formal alliance. It was simply the fact that they all, simultaneously, chose to feel genuine connection to something larger than themselves. The technical effects of the 7th meridian deepening manifested immediately. The resonance network technique that Xianxia had already mastered expanded in range and capacity. Where before he could maintain awareness of thousands of allied cultivators, now he could maintain awareness of hundreds of thousands. And more critically, the communal resonance amplification technique transformed. Where before it could channel the emotional energy of a small group into a unified effect, now it could aggregate emotional resonance from continental scale and focus it toward specific purposes. "What you're feeling right now," Xianxia said as the amplification rippled through the assembled cultivators, "is what the pavilion fears most. Not our military power, though that matters. They fear the knowledge that emotional connection at scale creates power that void state isolation can't replicate. They fear that you'll continue choosing this, even though it's vulnerable, even though it's risky." He released the opening and stood among the cultivators as equals rather than as the node of their connection. "The resonance philosophy is now established across the continent," Xianxia continued. "That doesn't mean the pavilion's threat has ended. It means that the threat is no longer existential. We won the philosophical war. What remains is the practical matter of handling the pavilion as they exist in their damaged state." By the time the convention ended and the cultivators departed to their home sects, something fundamental had shifted. The Resonance Coalition was no longer a wartime alliance in response to void state threat. It was a continental institution, a philosophy that had been chosen by hundreds of thousands of people freely. And with that choice came genuine power. Chapter 89. The Hot wore the pavilion. Understanding that they had lost the philosophical and continental wars, stopped attempting subtlety. They ceased all covert operations. They pulled back their infiltrators. They consolidated their remaining forces around the heartless citadel and declared open war against the entire Resonance Coalition. The declaration was deliberate and absolute. Void state cultivation was incompatible with resonance-based civilization. The two could not coexist. The pavilion was choosing to fight to establish void state philosophy as the dominant continental cultivation approach. It was a declaration made from a position of obvious weakness. The pavilion controlled one major fortress and scattered operating bases. The coalition controlled 73 major sects and hundreds of smaller settlements. In straight military terms, the pavilion had no reasonable path to victory. But wars were not always won through obvious military advantage. The pavilion's strategy became attrition and psychological pressure. They would launch attacks on coalition sects not expecting to hold territory, but expecting to inflict casualties. They would target bonded cultivators specifically, trying to prove that emotional connection made people vulnerable to targeted assassination. They would announce their attacks loudly, making each strike a political statement that resonance cultivation made people weak. And initially, it worked. The casualties mounted. 7 coalition sects reported significant losses among bonded cultivators. 2 sects lost entire teaching circles to coordinated void state attacks. The psychological impact was measurable. Cultivators who had begun emotional bonding began questioning whether the bonds were worth the danger. Xianxia convened the Resonance Council in emergency session. "We're being pressed," Wei Shan said flatly. "I don't know how much longer my people will choose bonds over personal survival if the attacks continue at this scale." "The pavilion is gambling on fatigue and moral failure," Feng Zhilan observed. "They can't win militarily, so they're trying to win by outlasting our commitment to the philosophy." "Then we changed the nature of the war," Lu Haochen said, and his expression was hard. "We stop defending and start pushing. The pavilion has chosen overt conflict. Let's conduct a proper war. Use the coalition's superior numbers and resources to press them toward absolute defeat." "That means going to the citadel," Xianxia said. "That means confronting the continental suppression formation directly. That means asking our people to march toward void state territory and engage in sustained combat." "Yes," Lu Haochen confirmed. "It means that. And the alternative is slow bleeding until the coalition loses faith in its own philosophy." The Resonance Council voted. The decision was unanimous, but not comfortable. They would prepare for a major offensive against the heartless citadel. They would attempt to dismantle the continental suppression formation. They would push the pavilion toward absolute defeat rather than continuing indefinite conflict. It was a decision that meant committing thousands of cultivators to sustained warfare. It was a decision that would result in deaths. It was a decision made not out of revenge, but out of the understanding that the pavilion could not be contained indefinitely while maintaining void state philosophy and continental suppression. Preparations began immediately. The coalition's 5 primary sects mobilized their full military capacity. Strike teams were trained specifically to operate within suppressed zones where resonance amplification didn't function. Bisuine's alchemical compounds were produced at maximum capacity to help sustain emotional stability for warriors operating under emotional drain. Feng Zhilan designed new formations specifically intended to function within void suppression fields. And Xianxia, with his 9 meridians all open and community connection established at continental scale, prepared to lead the assault personally. The night before the army marched toward the citadel, he spent time with his 4 primary partners. With Lianyu, he walked through the ice gardens one final time, speaking about the possibility of not returning from what was coming. With Bisuine, he worked beside her in the alchemical laboratories, understanding her final preparations for what might be her last contribution to the war. With Su Mingzhu, he sparred at full intensity, their blades meeting with the knowledge that one of them might not leave the combat arena. With Feng Zhilan, he reviewed the formation designs that would need to function perfectly if the offensive was to succeed, understanding that her calculations might determine whether victory or disaster resulted from what was coming. And with each conversation, each moment of genuine presence, Xianxia felt the bonds deepen further. Not opening new meridians. All 9 were already open, but deepening in the way that comes when people stand together in certainty of possible loss. By morning, The coalition army was assembled. 30,000 warriors from 73 sects, all chosen specifically for their emotional stability and willingness to operate under void state suppression. They carried by Suin's stabilization compounds. They wore formations designed by Feng Zhilan. They marched under Shun Wei's direct command, connected through the harmonic network that allowed continental coordination. Behind them, the pavilion's remaining forces gathered in preparation for what would either be their final stand or their extinction. The hot war, the real war, was about to begin. Chapter 90. The suppression barrier. The continental suppression formation was more terrible than any description could capture. As Shun Wei's army approached within range of the heartless citadel, the void energy became physically visible, a barrier of darkness that seemed to absorb light, a pressure that descended on the army like the weight of an ocean. Every cultivator in the army felt their resonance perception dim. The emotional clarity that had sustained them was suddenly muffled, as though they were trying to think through a fog. And beneath the suppression, spreading like infection, came the creeping sensation of apathy. Maintain focus, Shun Wei broadcasted through the harmonic network. His connection to hundreds of thousands of coalition members across the continent allowed him to coordinate the army's response. The suppression is real, but it's not stronger than we are. Use by Suin's compounds. Use Feng Zhilan's formation arrays. Trust your bonds. Advance. The army pushed forward into the suppression field. It was slow going. Every step felt like fighting through increasing density. Warriors who were usually connected to each other through emotional resonance found those connections muffled, forcing them to rely on standard tactical coordination. The void state energy didn't attack. It simply drained, creating a constant weight of emotional suppression that required ongoing effort to resist. Pavilion forces emerged from the citadel in coordinated waves. Unlike in the previous battles where void state warriors had fought with perfect isolation, now they were fighting within their own suppression field, which meant their isolation became an advantage. They felt nothing, experienced no fatigue, responded to threat with perfect mechanical coordination. The first coalition casualties came within minutes of contact. Warriors fell not because they were outmatched in strength, but because operating under emotional suppression while trying to maintain emotional bonds required constant effort. The effort accumulated. Fatigue set in. Mistakes happened. We need to collapse the suppression formation, Feng Zhilan said through the network. Her perception was reaching the limit of its range, trying to maintain harmonic coordination across the suppressed zone. If we can dismantle the structural anchors, we can reduce the suppression enough to restore normal resonance coordination. How many anchor points? Shun Wei asked. 3 major nexus points, Feng Zhilan replied. But they're positioned deep within the citadel's fortifications. To reach even one would require a dedicated strike team operating under constant suppression. Most of your army can't function well enough under that level of void energy to assault fortifications. Then we do what we've been doing, Shun Wei said. We identify who's capable of operating under deep suppression, and we commit them specifically to the structural assault. Shun Wei selected his strike teams personally, cultivators who had demonstrated the strongest emotional stability under void state pressure. The teams were small, only 200 cultivators across 3 separate assaults aimed at the 3 anchor points. Each team was led by someone with resonance cultivation advanced enough that their bonds could maintain some level of function despite the suppression. Lian Yu led the first team, her ice cultivation providing zones of emotional clarity within the suppressed zone. Bai Suin coordinated the second team, using high-dose emotional stabilization compounds that pushed cultivators to their absolute psychological limits. Su Mingzhu led the third team, her blade techniques cutting through void suppression as effectively as through physical matter. Shun Wei held the main force in position, continuing to press the pavilion's outer defenses while his strike teams infiltrated toward the suppression formation's anchor points. What happened next was brutal in a way that was less about combat and more about endurance. The 3 teams had to move through territory where the suppression was strongest. Void State warriors intercepted them. But more than the Void warriors, the environment itself became the enemy. The constant emotional drain, the pressure that made thinking difficult, the apathy that wanted to seduce every warrior into simply sitting down and accepting the void. Lian Yu's team reached the first anchor point after 8 hours of sustained fighting. The anchor was a formation nexus embedded deep within the citadel's western tower, a complex structure of void energy crystals arranged in geometric patterns designed to suppress emotion across the entire continental region. Dismantle it, Shun Wei instructed. Lian Yu's ice cultivation, operating under temporary clarity through sheer force of will and emotional bond connection, began to attack the void crystal structure. Ice and void energy met. creating zones of deactivation where the crystals lost coherence. The suppression field flickered. For just a moment, less than a second, the entire continental suppression weakened. Xianxia felt it like a breath of fresh air after drowning. The harmonic network blazed to sudden clarity, revealing the positions of pavilion forces with perfect precision. Then Bai Suin's team reached the second anchor point, and Su Mingzhu's team reached the third. All three strikes happened in coordinated simultaneity. All three suppression anchors deactivated at the same moment. The effect was cataclysmic. The continental suppression formation, which had been maintained for 160 years, suddenly lost its three-point anchor system. Without the geometric structure, the void energy couldn't maintain coherence. It began to collapse inward, not violently, but like a dying thing slowly releasing its grip. The suppression field over Xianxia's army diminished by half, then three-quarters, then nearly complete dissipation. And with the suppression gone, the coalition's resonance amplification came roaring back. 30,000 warriors suddenly found their emotional cores accessible again. The harmonic network blazed to full function. Bai Suin's resonance-enhanced healing became available to wounded warriors across the battlefield. Feng Zhilan's formation arrays regained their full power. The pavilion's coordinated void state assault shattered under the sudden reversal. What had been well-coordinated void state warriors operating in their element became isolated individuals fighting in terrain where resonance-bonded cultivators had absolute advantage. The pavilion's mechanical coordination was no match for the genuine emotional understanding that came from bonded partnership. The battle turned decisively in the coalition's favor within hours. By nightfall, the citadel's outer defenses had been breached. The pavilion's organized resistance was fragmenting. And somewhere deep within the fortress, the heartless pavilion's leadership was making their final decisions about whether to fight to absolute destruction or acknowledge defeat. Xianxia, battered and exhausted but still standing, walked forward into the citadel as night fell. What awaited him inside would determine not just the outcome of this war, but the future of void state cultivation on the continent. Chapter 91. The Heart of Darkness. The Heartless Citadel's central chamber was vast, a cathedral-like space where the continental suppression formation's core resonator was housed. It was a construct of void energy more subtle and profound than any Xianxia had encountered. Rather than aggressive and predatory like the Void Warriors or structured and mathematical like the suppression anchors, the core resonator was almost artful in its terrible grace. Xianxia understood immediately. This was the sage's masterpiece. This was the physical manifestation of his philosophy made manifest. This was void state cultivation at its purest and most elegant. The pavilion's remaining leadership stood before it. 3 council elders who had not been engaged in the outer battle. The hollow general who had been sent as a commander, and at the center, Lady Void. "We've lost," one of the council elders said simply. "The suppression is down. Our outer forces are fragmenting. The coalition controls the citadel's approaches. We could fight on, but the outcome is mathematically impossible." "Then we should yield," another elder said. "Face restoration on whatever terms the coalition will offer." "No." Lady Void's void state voice carried absolute finality. "If we're going to fall, we fall as void. We activate the core resonator's failsafe. We release all the emotional energy that's been suppressed and stored here for 160 years. We create a void wave that destroys everything for 50 miles in every direction." "That's suicide," the hollow general said, and his voice was now fully human, fully emotional. His restoration had progressed to the point where he could speak with genuine concern for the people around him. "That would kill everyone here, including you. Including the coalition forces outside the citadel walls." "Yes," Lady Void confirmed. "Which makes it a statement. We prove that void is stronger than connection by showing that we can destroy connection absolutely." Her hand moved toward the void core. And Xianxia did something he had never done before. He opened his 9th meridian completely. Not just emotional expression, but the full opening of love. The emotion that underlies all connection, that makes vulnerability valuable, that transforms isolated individuals into genuine community. The 9th meridian's opening created a resonance pulse that traversed the citadel's walls and reached every coalition member outside. But more importantly, it reached Lady Void. In that moment of complete emotional openness, Xianxia let her feel exactly what he felt. His love for his 4 primary partners. His compassion for her suffering. His understanding of the grief that had driven her toward void state cultivation. His willingness to help her restore what had been broken. Lady Void's hand froze. For one moment, her void state nature faltered. The cracked places in her void conditioning became visible, the buried emotion threatening to surface. the rage and grief underneath the emptiness becoming tangible. I don't want this, she said, and her voice carried something almost like humanity. I don't want to feel. I know. Xianxia replied gently, walking toward her. Feeling is harder, but numbness is just pain sleeping. And when it wakes, it will destroy you if you're alone. He extended purification resonance toward her, not forcing, not demanding, just offering. Lady Void's void state form collapsed. It wasn't violent. She didn't scream or resist. She simply stopped maintaining the void conditioning that had been her shield for so long. And beneath the void, what emerged was a woman so broken by grief that her survival had required the complete elimination of feeling. The woman who had been known as Lady Void sank to the ground, and Xianxia knelt beside her, pouring purification resonance into the restoration process. The other council elders watched this happen with something like shock. One of them moved toward the void core, apparently intending to activate the failsafe anyway. The Hollow General stopped them. No, he said, and his voice was absolute authority. We've lost. We acknowledge defeat. We face restoration. The elder looked like he wanted to argue, but the Hollow General's presence, his embodiment of what restoration meant, his proof that void state humanity could be recovered, seemed to make refusal impossible. By the time Xianxia's main forces reached the central chamber, the crisis had passed. The void core remained inactive. The council elders were submitting to restraint, and Lady Void, partially restored but still trembling from the overwhelming sensation of feeling returning after years of deliberate suppression, was accepting water and gentle care from Baisuin. Is it over? One of the coalition commanders asked. The war is over, Xianxia replied. The pavilion is defeated. But the restoration, that's going to take years, possibly decades. For some of them, it will never be complete. He looked at Lady Void, who had a name now, recovered from her restoration process. Ling Mei, younger sister of the person who had been killed by a resonance cultivator decades ago, the event that had started her journey toward void state cultivation. But they get the chance now, Xianxia continued. That's all the resonance philosophy ever promised. The chance to feel again. The chance to bond with others despite the vulnerability. The chance to be human instead of empty. By dawn, the coalition army had secured the entire citadel. The Continental Suppression Formation was completely dismantled. The Heartless Pavilion, as an organized military force, ceased to exist. What remained was the far more difficult task of handling the people who had chosen void state cultivation and would now have to either accept restoration or continue choosing void despite the knowledge that alternatives existed. That was a question that would take far longer than any battle to answer. Chapter 92. The deeper history as the coalition began the process of restoring surrendered pavilion members and consolidating their control over the continental cultivation world. Xianxia finally had time to ask the question that had been waiting since the moment of the sage's capture. He visited the sage in the restoration chamber, where the ancient cultivator was still slowly processing the restoration process. The sage had been void-conditioned for 160 years. His emotional recovery would be measured in months and years, not weeks. Tell me about Ling Xian, Xianxia said. The real story, not the version Song told me based on historical records. The sage was quiet for a long moment. His physical form had begun to show signs of his actual age now that the void energy was no longer maintaining a false appearance of youth. He looked ancient, not physically weak, but emotionally fragile in the way that comes from centuries of emptiness finally giving way to genuine feeling. She was everything, the sage said finally. That's the only way to describe it. I had been a powerful resonance cultivator. 6 meridians opened before you were even born. I was successful, admired, respected. But I was lonely in the way that powerful people often are. And then I met her, and suddenly I had a reason to exist beyond cultivation. He paused, and Xianxia could feel the pain in the pause. She wanted to bond with me through the 9th meridian, the sage continued. Through love, true love, not the possession I had been practicing. And I couldn't accept that. I was terrified of vulnerability. I had constructed an entire identity around being powerful and controlled, and genuine love would have required surrendering that identity. So I tried to force a bond that would give me the connection without requiring the vulnerability. And the backlash destroyed her, Xianxia said quietly. Completely, the sage confirmed. The 9th meridian rejected the false love. And the recoil wasn't clean. She didn't die. She was unmade, erased from existence at the fundamental level. It was as though she had never been, except she had been, and I had done it intentionally. The sage's hands trembled as he spoke. The pain of that, he continued, was so complete that I couldn't bear to feel it. So I created the void. I developed the techniques systematically, learning to suppress each emotion one by one until I was completely empty. And once I was empty, I built a philosophy around it. I proved that void was better. I convinced myself that the people I conditioned to void state cultivation were happier because they didn't have to feel the kind of agony that I felt. But they were just experiencing your trauma, Xianxia said. You created a prison and convinced yourself it was freedom. Yes, the sage said. That realization, that I had spent 160 years hurting people to avoid processing my own grief, that's what will take the longest to restore. More than my emotional capacity, more than my ability to feel. Learning to accept what I did and find forgiveness for it. I don't know if that's possible. Xianxia sat with the sage as the old man wept. Genuine tears, genuine grief, the authentic human response to understanding the magnitude of harm he had caused. The pavilion philosophy was beautiful, Xianxia said after a long silence. Which is probably why so many people accepted it. Void offered a kind of elegant purity. The idea that you could eliminate suffering by eliminating the capacity to suffer. That's a seductive philosophy, especially to people who are already suffering and see no way out. You didn't create a lie. You created a truth that was incomplete. Is that supposed to comfort me? The sage asked bitterly. No, Xianxia replied. It's not. What happened was tragic and harmful and irreversible for many people. But understanding why it happened might be the first step toward genuine restoration. Not forgetting what was done, not accepting it without accountability, but understanding the pain that drove it and beginning to process that pain authentically. Xianxia spent several hours with the sage, listening as centuries of suppressed emotion began to surface. The restoration process, unlike the instant openings of bonded meridians, was slow and uncertain. But it was happening. By the time Xianxia left the chamber, he understood something critical. The sage had never been the real enemy. He had been a cautionary tale, a resonance cultivator who broke on his own vulnerability and created an entire philosophy to justify never risking vulnerability again. The real enemy had been the philosophy itself, void state cultivation's seductive argument that pain could be eliminated through numbness. And that enemy was now defeated, not through military victory, but through the simple act of showing that vulnerability was stronger than emptiness. The continent would need time to heal. The people who had been void-conditioned would struggle with restoration. The coalition would need to manage the transition from wartime coordination to peaceful governance. But the fundamental war, the war for the soul of the continent, was won. Chapter 93. The Restoration Network. The next phase of work was less dramatic than battle, but far more important. The infrastructure of restoration. Hundreds of pavilion members had surrendered during the Citadel's fall. Thousands more had been void-conditioned across the continent under suppression fields. And tens of thousands of ordinary people, living under the continental suppression without even understanding what was being done to them, were now experiencing the sudden return of emotional capacity. The coalition established restoration centers in every major city. Bisuine's alchemical compounds were distributed widely. Training circles specifically designed to help people reintegrate genuine emotion into their consciousness were established by the tens of thousands. And Xianxia found himself becoming the face of restoration. The living proof that someone could go from being useless to being powerful, that bonds could transform weakness into strength, that vulnerability was the foundation of genuine power. Requests for his personal guidance and teaching came constantly. Communities that had been under suppression asked him to visit and help them process emotional restoration. Void state cultivators who were submitting to purification resonance wanted him to oversee their healing. Coalition sects requested his teaching on advanced resonance principles. It was overwhelming in a way that military conflict had never been. You can't possibly address all of this personally, Lu Haochen said during one of their regular strategic discussions. You need to train others to do the restoration work on your behalf. I know, Xianxia replied. But each person's restoration is different. Each one requires individualized understanding of what drove them toward void state cultivation in the first place. Then train others to do that understanding, Lu Haochen suggested. You're teaching people how to perceive emotional authenticity through heartstring pulse. You're teaching them how to apply purification resonance correctly. But what you're not doing is creating a systematic infrastructure that can function without you. It was fair criticism, and it forced Xianxia to think about legacy. What would happen to the resonance philosophy if something happened to him? How could the wisdom he'd accumulated be systematized and taught at scale? He approached Feng Zhilan with the challenge. Create formations, he said. Not military formations, not coordination formations. Emotional healing formations. Structures that can facilitate emotional understanding and restoration the way my purification resonance does, but that other cultivators can operate within. Create a technology for emotional healing. Feng Zhilan accepted the challenge immediately. And over the following months, she designed something revolutionary. Formations that, when properly activated by trained cultivators, could facilitate emotional clarity and restoration in large groups simultaneously. It's not as effective as your direct application of purification resonance, Feng Zhilan explained as they tested the first full-scale healing formation. But it works. A trained healer within the formation can help 100 people process emotional restoration simultaneously instead of one at a time. With these formations in place, restoration centers could scale. Instead of waiting for Shun Wei to visit personally, communities could establish their own healing formations and train local cultivators to operate them. The restoration network expanded exponentially. By the end of the first year after the Citadel's fall, more than 50,000 people had undergone formal emotional restoration through the healing formations. Coalition sects had trained more than 5,000 restoration specialists. The Heartless Pavilion's continental suppression network was completely dismantled and repurposed into resonance amplification infrastructure. And Shun Wei, finally able to step back from constant active intervention, found time to work on the deepest and most difficult restoration of all, the sage's reintegration into full emotional humanity. The old cultivator had spent 160 years as void, 160 years without genuine feeling, without connection, without the daily experience of being alive. Restoration from that depth was not a matter of months or years. It was a matter of learning how to be human when your entire adult existence had been built on rejecting humanity. But the sage was trying. Every day, he worked with Shun Wei to process more emotion, to understand more deeply why he had chosen void, to accept more fully what he had done and the harm he had caused. And slowly, painfully, something like a person began to re-emerge. It would never be the resonance cultivator he had been before Ling Xian's death. It would never be the powerful sage the continent knew. But it would be human. And for the sage, that was becoming enough. Chapter 94. The final restoration, the Hollow General's complete emotional restoration, was accomplished over 3 days of intensive work. Unlike the sage, whose conditioning had taken 160 years to develop, the Hollow General's void state conditioning had been applied over decades. It was deeper than the sage's early layers, but far less sophisticated than 160 years of deliberate development. It could be fully reversed with commitment and time. Shun Wei worked alongside Mu Qianren, the son providing emotional context that only family bonds could offer, while Shun Wei provided the technical application of purification resonance and emotional healing. The first day focused on reassessing the deepest layers of void conditioning, the removal of fear and basic survival instinct that had been the foundation of making the Hollow General an effective tool. As fear began to return, the General experienced something like terror, not of external threat, but of the possibility of loss. The second day focused on reaccessing love, the fundamental capacity for attachment and care that had been stripped away to prevent the General from feeling protective of his son. This was where the most intense emotional breakthrough happened. Decades of separated love, decades of being incapable of feeling affection for his own child, suddenly became accessible all at once. Mu Qianren held his father as the General wept the tears of someone who had finally been allowed to grieve his own absence from his son's life. The third day was integration, helping the now restored General understand how to function as a complete person rather than a void-conditioned tool, how to balance the emotions now flooding back with the practical understanding of who he was and what he'd been forced to do under void conditioning. By the end of the third day, the Hollow General was human again. He stood, and his body language was different. Not the mechanical coordination of void state cultivation, but the organic movement of someone inhabiting their own body with genuine presence. "I'm sorry," he said to Mu Qianren, "for everything, for being absent, for allowing them to condition me, for all the years you grew up without a father." "I know," Mu Qianren replied, and he held his father, fully restored, fully present, fully capable of receiving the embrace and reciprocating genuine feeling. After the General's restoration was complete, Shun Wei found himself facing a question he had been avoiding. What happened now? The Continental War was won. The restoration infrastructure was established. The coalition was managing the transition from wartime governance to permanent peace. The sage was slowly becoming human again through restoration. Void state philosophy had been defeated. But Shun Wei himself was at the threshold of the 8th and 9th meridians, courage and love, both of which were already open. The next step wasn't opening new meridians, but deepening them. But deepening what? He stood at the gates of Azure Cloud Sect one evening, looking out toward the mountain ranges where his journey toward resonance cultivation had begun. He thought about the useless son that he had been. He thought about the 4 partners who had accepted his bonds despite knowing nothing about resonance cultivation except that their connection to him was genuine. And he understood what came next. The Continental War was over. The Restoration was advancing. But the resonance philosophy's deepest work, the work of teaching entire generations how to live with vulnerability, how to accept connection despite risk, how to be genuinely human in a world that often punished genuine emotion, that work was just beginning. The ninth meridian, love, was fully open and deepening, not as a revolutionary opening, but as a gradual deepening of understanding about what love truly meant. Love not as ideals or poetry or fantasy, but as the daily choice to remain vulnerable with the people you had bonded with, even when that vulnerability hurt. Xianxia had stepped into his role as continent-spanning leader, and he was only beginning to understand what that responsibility meant. Chapter 95. The advancement to Empyrean Bond. The formal recognition of Xianxia's advancement to Empyrean Bond rank came not from any single event, but from the gradual accumulation of understanding. As he worked continuously with each of his 4 primary partners, as his bonds deepened through restoration work across the continent, as his leadership of the coalition required him to make decisions that affected hundreds of thousands of lives, something shifted fundamentally in his cultivation. He was no longer advancing through dramatic openings. He was advancing through integration, the 9 meridians that were already open becoming more seamlessly unified into a single foundation of power. His perception extended further. His ability to coordinate through the harmonic network became more intuitive. His purification resonance became more efficient, requiring less energy to accomplish more complete restoration. The formal Resonance Council meeting where his advancement was announced was ceremonial more than revelatory. Everyone present already understood what had happened. Xianxia's power had transcended resonance ascendant and reached the stage equivalent to Tao-seeking cultivation. To achieve Empyrean Bond at your age is unprecedented, one of the elder representatives said during the formal recognition. The closest historical parallel is the sage, who reached that level after centuries. You've done it in a little more than a year. Because I haven't been alone, Xianxia replied simply. Every step of the way, my bonds have been amplifying me. My 4 primary partners have been advancing alongside me. The harmonic network has been supporting my cultivation. Empyrean Bond rank isn't just my achievement. It's the achievement of everyone connected to me through resonance. This perspective, that individual achievement was actually collective achievement, became the foundation for how Xianxia began to teach advanced cultivators. Most cultivation traditions treated rank advancement as an individual milestone. Resonance cultivation, as Xianxia was developing it, treated rank advancement as a moment when the individual reached the threshold of integrating more deeply with their bonded partners. The difference between void state cultivation and resonance cultivation becomes most visible at the Empyrean Bond level. Xianxia wrote in his developing treatise on advanced resonance theory. A void state cultivator at Tao-seeking equivalent is a being of absolute power in isolation. They are stronger than any single bonded resonance cultivator at the same rank. But a resonance cultivator at Empyrean Bond surrounded by their bonded partners is infinitely more powerful than any void state cultivator. Because the resonance cultivator's power is multiplied by connection, while the void state cultivator's power is restricted by isolation. With his advancement to Empyrean Bond rank, Xianxia became the most powerful cultivator on the continent by formal ranking. But more importantly, he became the most powerful cultivator on the continent because he was most thoroughly connected. And that became the lesson he taught to every cultivator who came seeking knowledge about advanced resonance cultivation. Power, at the deepest levels, was not about individual capacity. It was about the depth and authenticity of your connections with other beings. By the end of the year after the Citadel's fall, the resonance philosophy was firmly established across the continent, and Xianxia, at the rank of Empyrean Bond, was prepared for the final phase of what had been set in motion. Chapter 96. The Convergence of Threads. The Resonance Council's final strategic meeting convened not in Azure Cloud, but in a neutral location, a meditation center that had been established specifically for inter-sect coordination. Representatives from every major resonance sect were present. But also present were delegations from dozens of minor sects, settlement leaders, cultivator guilds, and even a few independent void state practitioners who had submitted to restoration and wanted representation in the new continental order. We've achieved military victory, Wei Shan said at the opening session. The Heartless Pavilion is defeated. The Continental Suppression Formation is dismantled. The void state cultivators who haven't accepted restoration have scattered into isolated communities with no organizational infrastructure. By any military metric, we've won completely. But war and philosophy aren't the same thing, Xianxia replied. We won the war. But winning the philosophy means establishing that resonance cultivation is superior not just in theory, but in practice. Not just for elite cultivators, but for entire populations. What are you proposing? A formation master from one of the allied sects asked. The establishment of resonance cultivation as the standard continental approach, Xianxia said. Not enforced. Freedom to practice void state cultivation will remain, with proper restrictions and safety measures. But resonance-based cultivation should become the default teaching in every sect. Every young cultivator should learn both emotional and technical aspects of cultivation. Every settlement should have access to restoration and emotional healing services. The discussion that followed lasted hours. Some representatives worried about cultural homogenization. Others asked about preserving local traditions. Others questioned whether establishing resonance cultivation as standard amounted to ideological imposition. It would be imposition if we were enforcing it, Xianxia said. But we're not. We're offering it. Every community, every sect, every individual will have the choice. But the choice will be informed choice, made with full knowledge of what both resonance and void state cultivation actually mean. The pavilion's great error was preventing people from even knowing alternatives existed. We're doing the opposite, making sure every cultivator knows exactly what's available to them. By the end of the meeting, the consensus was clear. The resonance philosophy would be promoted as the standard continental approach, with void state cultivation permitted as a minority practice. It wasn't a perfect solution, but it was the result of genuine deliberation rather than forced ideology. As the representatives dispersed to implement the council's decisions, Xianxia found himself reflecting on how much the landscape had changed. 12 months ago, the Heartless Pavilion was a seemingly permanent continental institution. Resonance cultivation was a fringe philosophy practiced by a handful of sections. The sage was an all-powerful dictator. Now, void state cultivation was the minority practice. Resonance cultivation was spreading rapidly, and the sage was a recovering patient in a restoration center, learning to feel again after 160 years of emptiness. The change hadn't come through revelation or sudden conversion. It had come through showing, repeatedly and consistently, that emotional bonds created power that void state isolation could not match. It had come through restoration, proving that even people deeply conditioned to void could recover their emotional capacity. It had come through genuine connection being visibly stronger than manufactured isolation. And most importantly, it had come because people chose it. Because enough individuals, seeing what resonance cultivation was, chose to open themselves to vulnerability. That cumulative choice of billions of people had transformed the continent. The ninth meridian, love, continued to deepen. And with it, Xianxia's understanding of what love truly meant. Not possession, not control, not the attempt to make people permanent through false bonds, but the daily choice to remain open and vulnerable with the people you had bonded with, regardless of risk. The next challenge was integration. How to help an entire continent learn what it meant to practice resonance cultivation. How to establish institutions that would teach emotional cultivation as effectively as technical cultivation was taught. And how to ensure that the resonance philosophy's strength, its basis in genuine connection, would be preserved even as it became mainstream practice rather than revolutionary movement. That was the work of the next phase. Chapter 97. The personal convergence. Before the next phase began, Xianxia made a decision that surprised some of his council members. He would take time away from continental leadership. 1 month, he announced. Away from coordination meetings, away from strategic planning, away from restoration oversight. He would spend that month visiting his primary partners individually, acknowledging what they had sacrificed in the pursuit of continental resonance philosophy establishment. His first week was with Lianyu in the ice gardens of Azure Cloud. They walked through the formations she had created, structures of beauty and mathematical precision that somehow also held warmth within their frozen architecture. They trained together, Lianyu's ice cultivation and Xianxia's resonance amplification, creating patterns that would have been impossible for either to achieve alone. And in the quiet moments, they talked about what the bond had meant. About the moment when Lianyu had crossed through rain to heal a stranger. About the growth from that initial compassion into a connection that had sustained both of them through war and restoration and the weight of continental leadership. I've been thinking, Lianyu said one evening as they watched the sunset color the ice formations, about what comes after this phase. After the continental establishment of resonance. What are we working toward? Xianxia considered the question carefully. A world where people aren't forced to choose between power and vulnerability, he said. Where bonds can exist without requiring conquest. Where feeling is valued as much as technique. I don't know what that world looks like exactly, but I know it's worth building. The second week was with by Suyin in the alchemical laboratories where she had spent countless hours developing emotional stabilization compounds. They worked side by side, combining ingredients with the care that marked all of by Suyin's work. And as they worked, she spoke about the future of emotional alchemy. Compounds that could be used not just for healing void conditioning, but for enhancing emotional clarity, deepening meditation, facilitating genuine presence. Alchemy is usually about transformation, by Suyin said, turning base materials into valuable substances. What I want to do is help people transform their relationship with their own emotions through carefully crafted compounds. Make emotional work more accessible. That's exactly what the resonance philosophy needs, Xianxia replied. Infrastructure that democratizes emotional cultivation the way alchemy has democratized access to powerful effects. The third week was with Su Mingzhu on the training grounds where they had first sparred as bonded partners. They fought together, not seriously, not with intention to damage, but with the full engagement and presence that comes from complete trust. Su Mingzhu had grown into her resonance bond smoothly, her competitive nature channeling into increasingly sophisticated blade techniques that integrated emotional understanding directly into combat. I used to think strength meant being unstoppable, Su Mingzhu said as they rested between training sessions. Now I understand that strength means being flexible enough to bond with others without losing myself. And that's harder than being unstoppable. But it's real. The fourth week was with Feng Zhelan in the Formation Design Studios where she was developing the next generation of resonance-based structures. They reviewed hundreds of formation designs, some complete, some still in development, some completely theoretical. Feng Zhelan was working on formations that could facilitate emotional connection across geographic distances. Formations that could heal emotional trauma through geometric patterns. Formations that could allow entire communities to experience resonance coordination. This is the future of resonance cultivation, Feng Zhelan said, pointing to a particularly complex design. Not individual bonding circles, but formation-facilitated connection at scale. If we can get these working, any community will be able to experience the kind of coordination that required direct bonding before. As Xianxia listened to each partner speak about their vision for the future, he realized something fundamental. The resonance philosophy's strength wasn't in his individual power or his role as coordinator. It was in the fact that he had bonded with 4 extraordinary people, and that bond had created the conditions for all 4 of them to develop their unique strengths. The compassion that Lian Yu brought deepened the emotional perception. The care that Bai Suyin brought created healing infrastructure. The integrity that Su Mingzhu brought established direct connection. The intelligence that Feng Zhelan brought created technical systems. Together, they were more powerful than any one of them could be alone. And that, fundamentally, was the entire philosophy in a single relationship. On the final evening of his month away from continental leadership, Xianxia gathered all 4 partners together in the central meditation chamber. I needed to acknowledge, he said, what this bond has meant. Not strategically, not in terms of how it's advanced resonance cultivation on the continent, but personally, what you've given me, what you've taught me, what you've sacrificed. We didn't sacrifice, Lian Yu said quietly. We chose. Yes, Xianxia replied. And that choice is everything. He opened the 9th meridian fully, not in the strategic way he used it for restoration work or continental coordination, but in the intimate way of simply expressing genuine love to the 4 people who had made his transformation possible. The 8 meridians that were already open sang, in unison. The bonds deepened simultaneously. And for a moment, the 4 partners and the one who bonded them became a unified whole. Separate individuals maintaining individual consciousness, but so thoroughly connected that the boundaries between self and other became more like suggestions than walls. In that moment, Xianxia understood finally what the sage had been trying to achieve and failed, not the possession of another being, but the genuine surrender of individual isolation in favor of authentic connection. The moment passed, the boundaries re-established, but something had shifted, not in the bonds, which had been as deep as they could become, but in Xianxia's understanding of what the 9th meridian actually meant. Love wasn't an achievement. It wasn't something you opened and then mastered. It was a continuous practice of choosing vulnerability despite the risk, over and over, every day. And it was the foundation upon which everything else was built. Chapter 98. The Truth Revealed. The Continental Strategy Council reconvened 3 weeks after Xianxia's month of personal focus, and it quickly became apparent that a significant challenge had emerged. Several sects that had initially committed to resonance cultivation had reversed their positions, returning to more traditional void state compatible approaches. Their stated reasoning was philosophical. They argued that while resonance cultivation was powerful, It required a level of vulnerability that many people simply couldn't sustain. We're experiencing a secondary wave of void philosophy resurgence, Liu Haochen reported grimly. They're not arguing for the pavilion's return. They're arguing for something more nuanced. That resonance cultivation is one option among many, but shouldn't be positioned as the standard approach. They want genuine philosophical pluralism. And they have a point, Xianxia said, which surprised several council members who expected him to resist any deviation from resonance philosophy establishment. The push toward resonance as standard was always going to create resistance. People who value stability over growth. People who genuinely believe that some level of void state suppression is appropriate. People whose cultures and traditions are built on different emotional frameworks than the resonance philosophy. So we're just going to accept philosophical regression? Wei Shan asked. We're going to have an honest conversation, Xianxia replied. With the sects that are expressing doubt. With the cultivators who are returning to void state approaches. Not to convince them they're wrong, but to understand why they're making these choices. Xianxia spent the next weeks traveling between sects, meeting with leaders and practitioners who had shifted away from resonance cultivation. And he discovered something he hadn't fully anticipated. Many of the resistors weren't rejecting resonance because they thought it was weak. They were rejecting it because they thought it was dangerous. One elder from a traditionally conservative sect articulated it clearly. Resonance cultivation requires people to be emotionally present and vulnerable. But not everyone has the emotional stability for that. Some people are traumatized. Some people have been conditioned toward void through family or cultural practice. Forcing them to engage in resonance cultivation without proper preparation and support is potentially harmful. The elder was right. Xianxia convened the Resonance Council again, this time with representatives from the resistant sects present. I've been teaching resonance cultivation as universal, Xianxia acknowledged, as the superior approach that everyone should embrace. But the reality is more complex. Resonance cultivation requires emotional stability that not everyone currently has. It requires trust that takes time to develop. It requires access to support structures that not all communities possess. So what are you proposing? A council member asked. Three-tier cultivation approach, Xianxia said. Foundation level, teaching basic emotional awareness and connection to anyone interested, regardless of their current emotional state. Intermediate level, for people ready to commit to bonding and resonance coordination. Advanced level, for people ready to open meridians and enter the depths of emotional cultivation. That's a regression from the continental standard position, another council member objected. It's not regression, Xianxia replied. It's honesty. The resonance philosophy is powerful, but power without accessibility is just elite cultivation by another name. If we're going to offer this philosophy to an entire continent, we need to offer it in forms that people can actually engage with based on their current capacity. The new framework was implemented over the following months. Every coalition sect established multiple tracks of resonance training, foundational practices that anyone could benefit from, intermediate bonding circles for people ready for more depth, and advanced training for potential meridian cultivation. The result was surprising. Instead of causing fragmentation, the three-tier approach actually accelerated adoption. More people engaged with foundational resonance practices because they didn't require complete emotional transparency. More people progressed to intermediate bonding because they had time to develop trust first. And the people who reached advanced meridian cultivation were far more stable and committed because they'd chosen the path carefully rather than being pushed into it. This is what the pavilion never understood, Xianxia observed to Feng Zhilan as they reviewed the results. They tried to impose void state cultivation universally, treating everyone as if they had the same capacity for emotional suppression. The resonance philosophy is stronger because it acknowledges that people have different starting points and different paces of development. The 8th meridian, courage, took on new meaning in this context. Courage wasn't the absence of fear about opening meridians. Courage was continuing to develop emotionally at whatever pace was genuine and appropriate for your circumstances, without judgment or coercion. And the 9th meridian, love, became understood as the capacity to accept people's emotional development path without trying to force them into faster integration. By the end of the year, the three-tier framework was solidifying as the new continental standard. The sects that had resisted resonance as universal were becoming some of the strongest promoters of the three-tier approach because they recognized that it was more honest about human emotional capacity. And the sage, watching this development from his restoration center, finally spoke a thought that had been forming in him for months. She would have liked this. Ling Xian. She would have liked that you're creating space for different people to move at different paces. That was the core of her philosophy. That genuine connection can't be forced or possessed. It has to be chosen freely, over and over. Xianxia realized in that moment that the sage's restoration was finally reaching a new stage. He was no longer just processing old grief. He was beginning to imagine a future that honored both his loss and his commitment to preventing that same loss from happening to others. The ninth meridian deepened further, and with it came the understanding that love was not about making pain disappear. It was about creating space for pain to exist alongside joy, vulnerability alongside strength, loss alongside hope. That was the mature form of love that the resonance philosophy was finally becoming. Chapter 99. The new foundation. As the second year after the Citadel's fall progressed, the continental cultivation world had fundamentally transformed. The resonance philosophy was established. The three-tier framework was allowing people from different backgrounds and with different emotional capacities to engage at their own pace. The restoration infrastructure was helping hundreds of thousands of people recover from void conditioning. And most importantly, the culture around what power meant had shifted. Power was no longer singular achievement. It was collective capacity. Strength was no longer isolation. It was authentic connection. Cultivation rank advancement was no longer individual milestone. It was synchronization with bonded partners. The sage had officially been released from restoration supervision, declared emotionally stable enough to move about freely within Azure Cloud. His restoration was ongoing. Restoration from 160 years of void conditioning would continue indefinitely, but he was no longer in acute crisis. And he had requested one final task. He wanted to establish a memorial to the people harmed by the Heartless Pavilion. Not as accusation against myself, the sage said when he presented the idea to Xianxia, but as acknowledgement of what was done. A place where people who were void-conditioned could come and understand that their suffering was real and their recovery is valuable. The memorial took form as a physical structure at the site of the old Heartless Citadel. Not a fortress anymore, but a place of learning. The Continental Suppression Formation's infrastructure was repurposed into resonance amplification systems. The Citadel became a restoration center that could simultaneously help tens of thousands of void-conditioned individuals process their recovery. And critically, the memorial included a space for the sage to teach directly, not about resonance cultivation, but about the error of void philosophy. His personal testimony about why he had created it, what harm it had caused, and why he had ultimately chose restoration became a core part of the continental education about emotional cultivation. People need to understand, the sage said during the dedication ceremony, that void state cultivation isn't wrong because it's technically inferior. It's wrong because it's built on a lie. The lie that suffering can be eliminated rather than transformed. I spent 160 years proving that lie could be implemented completely. I helped train thousands of people in perfect emptiness. And I'm here to tell you, perfect emptiness is hell. His words carried weight because he had lived them, because his suffering was visible in the effort it took him to remain emotionally present, because his restoration was ongoing and imperfect and human. It was more powerful than any theory could be. By the end of the second year, the continental structure had stabilized around a new foundation. First, the philosophical acceptance that emotional bonds were valuable and legitimate sources of power. Second, the three-tier framework allowing people to engage with resonance cultivation at their own pace. Third, the restoration infrastructure helping people recover from void conditioning. Fourth, the distributed harmonic network maintaining coordination across all coalition sects and thousands of independent communities. Fifth, the cultural shift that treating vulnerability as weakness was outdated. Vulnerability was the foundation of authentic power. The Heartless Pavilion no longer existed as an organization. Void state cultivation continued as a minority practice, with proper safeguards against the kind of continental suppression that had nearly destroyed the continent. And most critically, every cultivator, whether practicing resonance cultivation, void state approach, or some hybrid framework, had genuine choice about their path. Xianxia stood in the meditation chamber of Azure Cloud where his journey had truly begun, where Tsang had first taught him about resonance cultivation, where his 9 meridians had opened in sequence, where his bonds with his 4 partners had deepened into genuine love. The 9 meridians were all open. The 8th and 9th, courage and love, had deepened into mature understanding. His cultivation base was Empyrean bond rank, equivalent to Tao-seeking mastery. And more importantly, he was genuinely integrated with his bonds, his partners, and the continental community he had helped transform. The 8th meridian, courage, had taught him that the strength to continue forward despite fear and doubt came not from eliminating those emotions, but from accepting them and moving forward anyway. The 9th meridian, love, had taught him that genuine love meant accepting the vulnerability of potentially losing the people you bonded with and choosing connection anyway. But there was one final step still waiting. The Hollow General approached him in the meditation chamber, accompanied by Mu Qianren and one other person, a woman whose emotional signature Xianxia recognized, but whose form he had only seen in restoration transformation. "There's someone who wants to attempt a final restoration," the Hollow General said. "Someone who has been waiting for the right moment." Xianxia looked at the woman who had been known as Lady Void. Ling Mei, the person whose grief had driven her toward void state cultivation decades ago. Over the past 2 years, she had engaged with foundational resonance practices, had slowly opened to feeling, had gradually begun the process of reclaiming her humanity. "I'm ready," Ling Mei said. Her voice was no longer void empty. It carried the tentative fragility of someone rebuilding emotional capacity. "I want to complete the restoration. I want to fully feel what I've been avoiding. I want to understand why my family's death drove me toward void instead of toward connection. And I want to choose differently." Xianxia extended the invitation he had been offering since the moment of her first partial restoration. Genuine healing, complete restoration, the opportunity to become fully human again. Ling Mei accepted. The restoration took place over 5 days of intensive work. Unlike the standard purification resonance applications, this was a complete rebuilding of emotional capacity from a person who had chosen void deliberately and maintained it consciously for years. By the final day, as the last void conditioning layers dissolved and genuine feeling emerged, Ling Mei found herself weeping, not from the pain of feeling, but from the joy of finally being able to feel again. And in that moment, Xianxia understood that the real war, the war for the soul of the continent, wasn't over. It was just transitioning into a new phase. The battle between void and resonance cultivation had been decided. But the work of teaching an entire continental civilization to practice genuine emotional cultivation, that was work that would continue for generations. And Xianxia was just beginning. Chapter 100. The 9 Hearts. The final chapter of this phase was not a conclusion, but a turning point. 100 days after Ling Mei's complete restoration, the Resonance Council convened at Azure Cloud Sect for what was being called the Festival of 9 Hearts, a celebration of the 9 meridians that formed the foundation of resonance cultivation and a formal dedication of the next century of development. Representatives from hundreds of sects gathered. Restored void state practitioners sat beside lifelong resonance cultivators. The sage spoke about his journey from void to humanity. Ling Mei shared her testimony about the choice to return from emotional suppression. The Hollow General introduced his son, Mu Qianren, who had been named formally as the representative of the void to resonance transition in continental governance. But the culmination of the festival was something unique, a moment where Xianxia would, for the first time, open all 9 meridians simultaneously in public ceremony. It was not a display of power. It was a teaching moment, a demonstration of what complete resonance cultivation looked like when all 9 meridians harmonized together. Xianxia stood in the center of a vast formation that Feng Zhilan had designed specifically for this ceremony. Around him, in carefully arranged positions, stood his 4 primary partners. Around them stood representatives of the broader coalition, thousands of cultivators who had committed to resonance philosophy, positioned to feel the reverberations of what was about to happen. "The 9 meridians," Xianxia said, his voice carrying across the formation through harmonic amplification, represent the 9 dimensions of human emotional experience: compassion, sacrifice, trust, understanding, harmony, forgiveness, community, courage, love. He paused, letting the weight of those words settle. "When all 9 are open simultaneously," he continued, "when they harmonize together as a unified foundation, a resonance cultivator achieves something that transcends rank advancement. They achieve alignment with the deepest truth of human connection, that we are fundamentally interdependent, that our strength comes from bonds, that vulnerability is the price and the foundation of genuine power." Xianxia opened all 9 meridians simultaneously. The effect was extraordinary. It was not violent or destructive. It was profound in the way that truth is profound. The 9 meridians sang in perfect harmony, each one supporting and strengthening the others. The compassion of the first meridian was magnified by the courage of the 8th. The sacrifice of the 2nd was given meaning by the love of the 9th. All 9 together created a resonance that transcended individual power and entered the realm of absolute authenticity. The harmonic frequency that resulted extended outward through Feng Zhilan's formation, touching thousands of cultivators assembled for the ceremony. And in that moment, every person present felt something true, the deep knowledge that human connection was not weakness. That emotional authenticity created power that technique alone could never match. That the choice to bond with others was the most powerful choice any cultivator could make. The 9 meridians resonated for several minutes, then gradually subsided as Xianxia released the full opening and allowed them to return to their normal state. The silence that followed was profound. "This is what we are building," Xianxia said when he could speak again. "Not a system of perfect strength or unbreakable power, but a foundation of genuine human connection that makes us resilient in ways isolated cultivation can never achieve." The Heartless Pavilion is defeated. Void state cultivation has become a minority practice. The 3-tier framework allows people from all backgrounds to engage with resonance cultivation at their own pace. Restoration infrastructure is helping hundreds of thousands of people recover from emotional suppression. And most importantly, the entire continental culture is beginning to shift toward understanding that emotional bonds are the foundation of real power. What comes next is not battle. What comes next is integration. Teaching an entire civilization how to live with genuine emotional connection. Building institutions that support bonds without requiring perfection. Developing techniques that can scale to continental size. Deepening the philosophy until it becomes not revolution, but simply the way people naturally understand power. That work will take generations. It will require people who are braver and more committed than I am. It will require continuous refinement and willingness to admit error. And it will require that we never forget the core truth that makes all of it possible. That love, genuine, vulnerable, imperfect love, is stronger than void. As the celebration continued through the night, as cultivators from hundreds of sects gathered to discuss and celebrate the transformation that had taken place, Xianxia walked back to the central meditation chamber where his journey had truly begun. He sat in the same spot where Tsang had first taught him about resonance cultivation. And though the old man's physical form had long since faded completely, Xianxia could still feel his presence woven into the very stones of azure cloud, into the ancient formation that had called out in need of resonance activation. The journey that had begun with a useless son and 4 women who chose to bond with him had transformed into a continental philosophy. The war between void and resonance had been decided. The restoration work was ongoing but advancing, and the foundation of genuine human connection was finally being recognized as the source of real power. "What comes next?" Xianxia asked aloud, addressing both Tsang's presence and the 9 meridians that had become his truest home. The answer came not as revelation but as quiet understanding. The deepest work was just beginning. The work of teaching civilization itself how to value what Xianxia and his bonds had learned. That vulnerability is strength, that connection is power, that love, in all its forms, is the foundation of everything worth building. The sun rose on the day after the Festival of 9 Hearts, and the continent continued its slow transformation toward understanding emotional cultivation not as revolutionary philosophy, but as the simple truth of human nature. And Xianxia, 8th meridian open with courage and 9th meridian burning with love, stood ready to continue the work that would define the next century and beyond. The story of the sect master's useless son had become the story of resonance cultivation's global transformation. And the most important chapters were still being written. Chapter 101. The boundary of the suppression field loomed before them like a membrane of scar tissue, visible only to those trained to sense spiritual energies. Xianxia could feel it pressing against his consciousness, not as a wall, but as a suffocation, a gradual drowning in a shallow pool of gray emptiness. He raised his hand, and his strike team halted 10 paces from the threshold. "It's not what I expected," Mu Qianren said, his voice hollow. The former Heartless Pavilion disciple stood with arms wrapped around his chest, his restored emotions still finding their footing in the landscape of his recovering mind. "When I was inside it, I thought the suppression was merely absence. But now, feeling emotions again, I can sense what it truly is. It consumes. It feeds." Xianxia nodded slowly. The girl who had guided him here, driven by Lian Yu's ice cultivation, had reported the same thing. The suppression field wasn't passive emptiness. It was a predatory force, drawing emotional energy from everyone within its bounds like a parasite drawing blood. That energy flowed somewhere, and Xianxia suspected he knew where. To feed the sage's cultivation, to strengthen the anti-emotional void that kept him ageless and eternal. "Listen," Xianxia said, turning to address the assembled strike team. Lian Yu stood at his right side, her blue eyes fixed on the boundary with the intensity of someone calculating an insurmountable problem. Beside her was Bai Suyin, the alchemist whose sacrifice principle had deepened their connection until it nearly broke her. Su Mingzhu paced restlessly, her sword cultivation itching for combat, while Feng Zhilan consulted a hand-drawn formation diagram. And then there was Lu Haochen, Shunwei's oldest friend and the only one among them without a formal resonance bond. We enter the field together, Shunwei continued, and we stay together. The suppression will attempt to isolate us, to make our bonds feel thin and distant. When that happens, don't trust the feeling. Trust the bond itself. Trust the connection, not the sensation. Lu Haochen stepped forward. What about those of us who don't have bonds? His question was casual, but Shunwei heard the undercurrent of fear beneath it. Lu Haochen had always been loyal, not through resonance cultivation, but through something deeper and more fundamental, choice. And choice, in the face of suppression, was the most vulnerable thing of all. Your loyalty, Shunwei said, meeting his friend's eyes directly, is the bond. Don't doubt it. They crossed the threshold together. The transition was not gradual, it was immediate and absolute. One moment, the world felt sharp and vivid, colors bright, emotions clear. The next moment, everything muted. Sound became distant. Color drained to shades of gray. And the emotional connections that Shunwei maintained with each of his bonded partners felt like attempting to feel through a thick glove, like trying to sense pressure through cloth. Shunwei's first instinct was to push against the suppression, to assert the strength of his 8 open meridians. But he forced himself to remain calm. The suppression field had been built by a master of 140 years of cultivation. Raw force would only drain him faster. Instead, he reached inward, activating resonance network, the technique that bound his partners together and amplified their collective power. The resonance bonds flared slightly, struggling against the field's pressure like roots pushing through frozen soil. For a moment, Shunwei could feel his partners again. Lian Yu's steady ice-cold presence, Bai Suin's warm vitality, Su Mingzhu's sharp-edged focus, Feng Zhilan's geometric precision. But the connection was strained, attenuated, as though they were speaking through water. Stay close, he said, and the group pressed forward, moving deeper into the field. It was like walking through increasingly thick water. Each step required effort. Shunwei could feel the suppression working at him constantly, a patient hunger drawing emotional energy from every cell of his body. More disturbing was how it affected his companions. Lian Yu's expression had gone distant, her usual sharpness dulled. Bai Suin moved mechanically, her usual vibrant warmth extinguished. Su Mingzhu's competitive fire had diminished to an ember, but it was Lu Haochen who deteriorated fastest. His oldest friend had always been the most fundamentally emotional person Shunwei knew, not volatile, but genuine. His loyalty was the kind that drove action, that made him run toward danger to protect his friends. But loyalty without emotional resonance was like a sword without a wielder. As they pushed deeper into the suppression field, Shunwei watched his friend's shoulders sag. Lu Haochen's eyes lost focus. He began to fall behind without even noticing he was doing so. Lu Haochen, Shunwei called, but his friend didn't respond. The suppression was consuming him more thoroughly than the others because he had no meridian to anchor him, no resonance cultivation to hold his emotional identity intact. His loyalty was being drained directly from his spiritual core. We stop, Shunwei announced, halting the advance. We can't, Feng Zhilan said, consulting the diagram. The anchor point is still 3 miles ahead. If we don't maintain pace, I know, Shunwei interrupted. He turned back to Lu Haochen, who had stopped moving entirely, his body trembling with exhaustion that had nothing to do with physical exertion. Help me with him. Mu Qianren and Su Mingzhu caught Lu Haochen as he stumbled. The non-bonded cultivator's eyes had gone glassy, his breathing shallow. In just a few hundred meters into the field, the suppression had already begun to hollow him out. Shunwei placed his hands on his friend's chest and reached inward, activating vitality resonance. The 4th meridian flared, pouring warmth into Lu Haochen's spiritual core, flooding it with the resonance energy that his body could no longer produce on its own. It was like trying to fill a bucket with a hole in the bottom. No matter how much energy Shunwei poured in, the suppression continued to drain it away. But slowly, gradually, his friend's eyes began to focus. His breathing deepened. Color returned to his face. I'm sorry, Lu Haochen whispered. I can feel it. It's like forgetting who I am. Like everyone I care about is disappearing, and I don't remember why I should care that they're disappearing. I know, Shunwei said. He kept his hands in place, maintaining the flow of vitality resonance. But you're still here. You're still yourself. The delay cost them precious time. Shunwei could feel it in the way his partners shifted, in the increased tension through the resonance bonds. The other strike teams were pushing ahead on schedule, reaching their anchor points, beginning their assaults. If Shunwei's team fell too far behind, the timing would collapse, and the entire coordinated assault would fail. But he had not come this far by abandoning the people who mattered. We move slower, Shenwei said, helping Lu Haochen to his feet. We maintain support for Lu Haochen continuously, and we adapt to the pace. The other teams know we're coming. It wasn't entirely a lie. The other teams did know. But what they didn't know was that one of their strike leaders was now half depleted of energy, struggling to maintain coherent formation even as the suppression field pressed down on them like the weight of a drowning ocean. They resumed their advance, moving more slowly now. Shenwei kept one hand on Lu Haochen's shoulder, maintaining a steady stream of vitality resonance. The suppression field grew denser with each mile, the emotional void more complete. And in the distance, growing clearer with each step, was the silhouette of the citadel, massive, forbidding, a structure carved from black stone that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. The outer guards would be there, the sage's servants and the void-conditioned soldiers. And Shenwei would arrive at the confrontation with his energy already half spent. But Lu Haochen would arrive alive. His oldest friend would arrive with his sense of self intact, his loyalty still burning like a candle against the dark. And that, Shenwei had learned, was always worth the cost. Chapter 102. They had made it 3 miles into the suppression field when Lu Haochen's legs gave out entirely. Not gradually. Not with the kind of weakness that could be counteracted with continued reinforcement. It was sudden and complete, as if the thread holding his body together had simply been cut. One moment he was walking, supported by Shenwei's arm and Mu Qianren's steady presence. The next moment his knees buckled, and he collapsed into the gray nothing of the field. No, Shenwei said, dropping to his side immediately. He threw his hands over his friend's chest, flooding every meridian with vitality resonance. But even as he did it, he could feel the energy being sucked away faster than he could produce it. The suppression field wasn't just draining Lu Haochen anymore. It was actively consuming him, feeding on the emotional foundation that made him human. Lianyu knelt beside them. His resonance core is fragmenting, she said, her voice sharp with the precision of a diagnosis. As an ice cultivation elder, her ability to sense spiritual anatomy was second only to her combat prowess. The suppression is separating his emotional identity from his physical form. If it completes the separation, she didn't need to finish. They both knew what happened when the emotional core separated completely. The body would continue to function, but the person would be gone, leaving nothing but an empty shell, which was, Shenwei realized with horror, exactly what the Heartless Pavilion did. It separated the emotional core and discarded it, leaving bodies that moved but minds that felt nothing. Help me stabilize him, Shenwei said to Lianyu. I need to anchor his core. Together, they worked. Lianyu's ice cultivation wove patterns around Lu Haochen's spiritual essence, freezing it in place, preventing further fragmentation. Shenwei poured vitality resonance directly into the core, trying to reinforce it, to remind his friend's spirit why it should hold together. The process was agonizing, fighting against a tide of suppression that wanted only to consume, to empty, to void. Every ounce of energy Shenwei gave away was an ounce he didn't have for the battles ahead. Minutes passed. The suppression pressed harder. Shenwei could feel the awareness of the other strike teams through the bonds, sense their movements as they pushed toward their respective anchor points. He could feel the clock ticking. Every second they spent here was a second the sage had to prepare, to strengthen defenses, to anticipate their approach. And then, finally, something shifted. Lu Haochen's form stabilized. The fragmentation halted. His resonance core, anchored by Lianyu's ice and reinforced by Shenwei's vitality, held together like a stone at the bottom of a river, fixed against the current. His eyes fluttered open. What happened? Lu Haochen whispered. His voice was barely audible. The suppression nearly took you, Shenwei said. He remained kneeling beside his friend, hands still glowing with resonance energy. But you're stable now. You need to stay very still. Don't think about anything except existing. Can you do that? Lu Haochen nodded weakly. Shenwei stood, his energy reserves now dangerously depleted. He had used his 7th meridian to maintain resonance network, his 4th for vitality resonance, and his 2nd for emotional stabilization. That left him with 5 meridians at full power and 2 at reduced capacity. It wasn't enough. It shouldn't be enough. And yet, he had to make it work. Mu Qianren, he said, turning to the recovered void cultivator. Can you maintain a protective field around Lu Haochen? Something to slow the suppression's drain. The former Heartless Pavilion disciple nodded immediately. I was born in the void. I can push back against it, at least enough to slow the consumption. He moved to Lu Haochen's side, his hands shaping the air, creating a barrier of structured emptiness that actually pushed back against the field's natural pressure. It wasn't perfect, The suppression was still draining his friend, but it was slower now. Much slower. We move, Shenwei said to Su Mingzhu and Feng Zhilan. The anchor is 2.5 miles ahead. We don't slow down. Mu Qianren, keep that barrier up for as long as you can. When you feel it failing, send a resonance pulse and wheel. I know, Mu Qianren said quietly. I've been void conditioned. I know what these fields do. Go. I can hold this for 6 hours if I need to. Shenwei wanted to argue. Wanted to say that he wouldn't leave Lu Haochen behind. Not in the middle of enemy territory, not surrounded by suppression. But he knew what Mu Qianren meant. 6 hours was long enough. Long enough for the other strike teams to reach their anchor points and begin their assaults. Long enough for the coordinated timing to work. Long enough for everything to matter. They moved forward, leaving Mu Qianren and Lu Haochen behind. The weight of the decision pressed on Shenwei with the force of the suppression field itself. His oldest friend, his constant companion, left in the middle of the enemy's domain while Shenwei continued toward battle. It violated every instinct he had. But instinct wasn't the compass anymore. Strategy was. The Heartless Pavilion operated on emotional suppression. If they succeeded in collapsing the suppression field, if they broke the continental void cultivation that kept the sage's domain strong, then Lu Haochen would be healed automatically. And if they failed, if they didn't reach the anchor points in time, then all of them would fall to suppression regardless of whether they stopped or continued. The outer guard is ahead, Su Mingzhu said, her sword cultivation sharp enough to sense spiritual presences at a distance. Maybe 100 meters. They've deployed a battalion, void-conditioned soldiers in formation. How many? Feng Zhilan asked. 200. Maybe more. Shenwei's energy reserves were already depleted by nearly 30%. The ideal move would be to bypass the guard, use Feng Zhilan's formation knowledge to slip through the gaps. But they all knew the sage had probably anticipated that. He would have positioned his forces specifically to force them into a direct confrontation. And Shenwei had never been good at dodging fights. We go through them, he said. But carefully. These aren't willing soldiers. They're victims. We disable, not kill. And where we can, we purify. Su Mingzhu's expression hardened. That will slow us down. Yes, Shenwei acknowledged. But we don't abandon people just because we're in a hurry. That's not who we are. They emerged from the gray haze of the suppression field into the visible presence of the Citadel's outer guard. The soldiers before them were a nightmare in human form. Still physical, still capable of movement and combat, but utterly hollow in the spiritual sense. Their eyes were blank. Their movements were mechanical, driven by compulsion rather than will. And as they began their assault, Shenwei felt the familiar weight of fighting people who couldn't fight back because they were no longer truly people. But in their faces, he recognized something that chilled him more than any suppression field could. These weren't new conscripts. These weren't soldiers recruited in the past decade. These faces, scarred, weathered, bearing the marks of specialized cultivation, belonged to fighters from sects that had been reported missing for years. The sage had been collecting them, building an army, slowly, patiently, grinding through anyone in the continental sects who might have developed emotional resonance bonds, converting them into void soldiers, into mindless extensions of his own anti-emotional will. The Heartless Pavilion hadn't been an aberration. It had been a preparation, a century-long project of ensuring that no one in the world could ever feel the way the sage had felt, could ever love deeply enough to be destroyed by loss. Shenwei began to fight, resonance formation flaring in precise patterns designed to stun rather than kill, and he understood for the first time exactly what he was truly fighting against. Not just a man, not even just a philosophy. He was fighting the legacy of a grief so vast it had decided to consume an entire continent rather than let anyone else experience the same pain. Chapter 103. The battle with the outer guard lasted 40 minutes. 40 minutes of precise, exhausting combat where every strike had to be calculated perfectly, hard enough to disable the void-conditioned soldiers, but gentle enough to avoid permanent damage. Shenwei's resonance formation wove between the battalion's ranks, using the soldiers' own momentum against them, tripping limbs and shocking spiritual cores without severing them. But the real agony came when he deployed purification resonance. Each time he chose to purify one of the fallen soldiers, he was burning massive amounts of energy. The suppression field actively resisted the purification process, fighting back against his attempt to restore emotional capacity. He managed to purify perhaps 30 of the soldiers before his energy reserves dropped to dangerous levels. The others remained hollow, lying unconscious on the gray ground, waiting for either restoration they might never receive or the slow reconditioning that would remake them into servants of the void. Lianyu fought with her ice cultivation, each movement economical and devastating. Where Shenwei tried to preserve, Lian Yu simply disabled, freezing limbs, shattering formations, creating barriers of ice that the void-conditioned soldiers could not penetrate. It was more efficient, more practical, and it cost nothing but the ice chi that her cultivation naturally produced. Su Mingzhu was somewhere in the middle, her sword cultivation striking with controlled precision, disabling without excessive force, but not wasting energy on restoration like Shenwei was. She moved like a dancer, her blade reflecting the gray light of the suppression field, each strike a point of light in the darkness. Feng Zhilan remained at the rear, directing the assault through formation geometry, reading the soldiers' movements and suggesting optimal positioning for the team. Without her, they would have been overwhelmed in the first minutes. With her, they were merely exhausted instead of dead. By the time the last void-conditioned soldier fell, Shenwei was operating on fumes. "We need to keep moving," Feng Zhilan said, even though her usually precise voice was now shaky with exhaustion. "The support structures are failing. The ones you purified are regaining consciousness. When they wake completely, they'll either run or try to stop us. And we can't afford either delay." Shenwei nodded, not trusting himself to speak. The emotional weight of what they'd just done was pressing down on him almost as heavily as the suppression field itself. 30 people restored, 170 left hollow, and he'd had no choice. Every moment spent purifying was a moment the sage had to prepare, was a moment the other strike teams struggled to reach their anchor points on schedule. This was what warfare truly was: impossible choices, where every decision cost someone something, where the right option was simply the one that produced slightly fewer casualties than the alternative. They pressed forward into the citadel's outer structures. The architecture of the place was deliberately disorienting. Corridors twisted in patterns that seemed to defy normal geometry. Chambers opened into empty space. Stairwells led to walls. It took Feng Zhilan 20 minutes and careful study of the formation patterns beneath the structure to find the actual path forward. And even then, it was only because the formation had been designed to confuse but ultimately allow passage. Someone was meant to reach the citadel's heart. The sage was counting on it. As they moved deeper, Shenwei maintained his resonance network connection to the other strike teams. And through that connection, he began to receive reports. Strike Team 1 had reached its anchor point. The first anchor was being engaged. Shenwei could feel the moment of detonation through the bonds, a violent flare of energy as the anchor's defensive formation shattered. One anchor down. Then, seconds later, the suppression field flickered. Just barely. Just for an instant. But in that instant, the weight pressing down on Shenwei felt marginally lighter. The field was feeding on itself through the anchors, drawing power from them to maintain its spread. When an anchor fell, that connection broke, and the field had to redistribute. One anchor down meant four remaining. The coordinated strike had been timed perfectly for this. All 5 teams attacking within a narrow window, so that the sage couldn't shift resources between points, couldn't reinforce one anchor at the cost of another. The mathematical precision of Feng Zhilan's planning was beautiful and terrifying. "Strike Team 3 reports they've reached their anchor," Lian Yu said, relaying information through her bond. "But they're encountering heavy resistance. They're requesting support." Shenwei felt the moment of decision crystallize in his chest. Strike Team 3 was being led by Feng Zhilan's own mathematical allies, cultivators who understood formation geometry almost as well as she did. They were miles away from the citadel's heart. Supporting them directly would require Shenwei to project a resonance formation across that distance while simultaneously maintaining his local presence. It was theoretically possible. He had done it before, though never at this range, never while under this much pressure. "Can you do it?" Su Mingzhu asked, reading his hesitation. "If I do," Shenwei said slowly, "I'll be nearly defenseless here while the sage's next defensive layer activates." Feng Zhilan consulted her formation diagram, the mathematical structure of the space around them visible only to her trained senses. "The next layer is a formation lock. Humanoid. It will require resonance energy to break. If you've already spent most of your energy elsewhere, then we might not be able to proceed," Shenwei finished for her. It was a trap, he realized. A beautiful, perfectly constructed trap. The anchors were being defended by forces that looked overwhelming but were actually manageable. The real defense was the formation lock in the citadel's heart, a lock that only resonance energy could open, which meant the sage knew someone would develop resonance cultivation, would reach his domain, would try to defeat him using emotional bonds. And when they got to the lock, they would discover they had no energy left to open it, unless the attacker was willing to choose which crisis to sacrifice. "Do it," Shenwei said. "Support Strike Team 3. I'll manage the formation lock when we reach it." He knelt in the hallway, hands raised, and reached outward with his consciousness across 30 miles of suppression field and hostile territory. His awareness split in two, dividing his attention between the here and now and a distant location where his allies were struggling against overwhelming odds. The resonance formation he projected was his most ambitious work yet. He wove it using the bonds he maintained with Feng Zhilan's team, using the connections themselves as the conduit for the formation's power. The geometric patterns of a formation specifically designed to shatter suppression field locks unfolded in his mind, and he pushed that pattern outward like a merchant unfolding cloth across a counter. 30 miles away, the formation materialized in the space around Strike Team 3's anchor point. The lock that had been holding the anchor in place shattered in the same instant. The backlash hit Xianxia like a physical blow. The energy required for such a long-distance projection didn't simply dissipate. It all came back to him in a rush of exhaustion and pain. His head screamed, his meridians burned, and his energy reserves, already depleted from the battle with the outer guard and the sustained resonance network, dropped to critical levels. He had enough power left for maybe 4 significant techniques. After that, he would be running on resonance alone, on the pure connection to his bonded partners without the amplification of his own meridian strength. How long until the formation lock? He gasped to Feng Zhilan. 800 meters, she said quietly. Maybe 40 minutes of walking at this pace. But Xianxia, your spiritual core is destabilized. You need to rest. No rest, Xianxia said, pulling himself to his feet. The other strike teams won't rest. Lu Haochen won't rest in the suppression field waiting for us to save him. The sage won't rest. He began walking forward again, Lianyu steadying him with a hand on his shoulder. We move until we can't move anymore. Then we move some more. They walked deeper into the citadel, and with each step, Xianxia felt the presence of the sage growing stronger, not as a proximity, but as a pressure. The anti-emotional void that surrounded him was starting to reach out into the corridors, to touch them even before they arrived at his throne room. And Xianxia, running on barely a quarter of his full power, began to wonder if he had made a terrible mistake in dividing his strength. But there was no turning back. There never had been. Chapter 104. The second strike team reported its success 30 minutes after the first, right as Xianxia and his group were approaching the formation lock that sealed the citadel's inner chambers. 2 anchors destroyed. The suppression field weakened further. He could feel it in the way the emotional void pressed less heavily, in the fractional increase in the intensity of his bonds with his partners. But the third strike team's report, when it came through Feng Zhilan's connection, brought urgent news. They've hit a problem at the third anchor, Feng Zhilan said, her mathematical precision fragmenting under stress. The anchor is protected by a secondary lock, a formation within the formation. They say it requires direct resonance projection to break. They're asking if you can. Xianxia's energy reserves dropped at the mere thought of it. He had just spent an enormous amount of power supporting the second anchor's assault. To project another formation across 30 miles, while simultaneously maintaining resonance network and preparing for the formation lock ahead, would push him beyond depletion into actual spiritual collapse. But the third anchor was critical. If all 5 anchors weren't destroyed within the coordinated time window, the sage could begin shifting his power, could reinforce the remaining positions, could turn the strike from a precision assault into a grinding war of attrition that the coalition couldn't win. Tell them I'm coming, Xianxia said. He didn't slow his pace toward the formation lock. Instead, he reached out again, splitting his awareness a second time. The projections became easier with practice, or perhaps he was just becoming better at ignoring the pain. His consciousness stretched across the suppression field, carrying the template of a resonance formation specifically designed to shatter secondary locks. He had designed it weeks ago, back when they were still in the planning phases. He had imagined having full energy. He had imagined having backup. He had imagined a lot of things. Reality was more brutal. The formation materialized around the third anchor point. Xianxia felt the lock shatter. He felt the strike team's moment of triumph through the bonds. And then the backlash hit him again, even worse than before, because this time his spiritual core wasn't fully recovered from the first projection. He staggered. Lianyu caught him before he fell. You're killing yourself, his bonded partner said flatly. Her voice carried no judgment, only simple fact. Probably, Xianxia acknowledged. His vision was starting to swim. The suppression field seemed to be pressing in from all directions now, no longer content to simply drain emotions, but actively squeezing his spiritual core. But if I don't, they die? If I don't break these locks, if we don't destroy all 5 anchors, then everything we've done so far means nothing. Su Mingzhu stopped walking and turned to face him directly. There's a formation lock directly ahead. We can feel it through the wall. It's massive, Xianxia. It's not like the secondary locks. It's something older. Something designed specifically to keep people out of the throne room itself. Xianxia nodded. He had expected this, and it requires resonance energy to break. A lot of it, Feng Zhilan said quietly. She was consulting her formation diagram with the intensity of someone trying to solve an unsolvable problem. More than you have left. More than you should have to spend even if you were at full power. The trap was complete. The sage had predicted exactly what would happen. He had understood that an attacker with resonance cultivation would arrive at this lock with depleted reserves. The secondary locks at the anchors were designed to pull resonance power at exactly the moment when the attacker could least afford to spend it. It was brilliant. It was cruel. It was absolutely effective. Unless, get a message to the other strike teams, Xianxia said. Tell them to hold position. Anchor 4 and 5. Do not assault until they receive direct orders from me. What are you thinking? Lian Yu asked, though by the way her blue eyes widened slightly. Xianxia suspected she already knew. The formation lock ahead. Can you feel it well enough to describe its weak points? Xianxia asked Feng Zhilan. The formation specialist closed her eyes, her mind's eye reading the spiritual geometry of the lock, like a scholar reading text. It's a standard multi-layer configuration. The outer shell is reinforced, but the core is actually simpler than I would have expected. As if whoever designed it was in a hurry, or didn't think anyone would actually reach this point alive. Can you break it? Xianxia asked. Not alone, Feng Zhilan said. But if Su Mingzhu's blade cultivation and Lian Yu's ice formation could provide simultaneous pressure from different angles, while I calculate the fracture points and guide your resonance attacks into the exact spots where they matter most, then we don't need to spend massive amounts of energy, Xianxia finished. We just need to spend it very precisely. It was a gamble. A refined, calculated gamble, but a gamble nonetheless. The formation lock would still require resonance energy to break. But if Feng Zhilan was right about the design's weak points, it might require far less than the sage had anticipated. Xianxia took a deep breath, steadied his spinning vision, and approached the formation lock with his team. The lock manifested as a wall of pure pressure, not visible to normal sight, but absolutely tangible to spiritual senses. It was smooth, featureless, utterly impenetrable, and inscribed across its surface, barely perceptible, were mathematical patterns that Feng Zhilan began to trace with hands that moved with absolute precision. Here, she said, pointing to a spot that looked identical to every other spot on the lock's surface. And here, there are 3 critical junctures. If you strike them simultaneously with resonance energy while Lian Yu and Su Mingzhu apply pressure from the sides, the entire lock should cascade into collapse. Xianxia positioned himself. Lian Yu moved to the left, ice cultivation beginning to swirl around her hands. Su Mingzhu took the right, her sword singing with anticipation. And Feng Zhilan stood in the center, her mind's eye seeing the mathematics of destruction that would unfold in the next 5 seconds. On my mark, Feng Zhilan said. 3, 2, 1 now. Xianxia drove 3 focused spikes of resonance energy into the weak points. Lian Yu's ice crystallized against the lock's left surface. Su Mingzhu's blade carved downward, leaving trails of sword intent. And the mathematical precision of a perfectly coordinated assault from 4 different angles hit the lock simultaneously. The effect was instantaneous. The lock didn't crack gradually. It shattered in a cascade of spiritual detonation that knocked all 4 of them backward. The way forward opened, revealing the throne room beyond. Xianxia pulled himself to his feet slowly. His energy reserves were now down to almost nothing, but the throne room doors were before them. The citadel's heart was within reach. And through the walls, he could feel the presence of the sage, the anti-emotional void that had cultivated for 140 years, waiting for this moment. The other strike teams? He asked. Strike Team 4 is approaching the 4th anchor, Lian Yu reported. Strike Team 5 is in position for the final assault. Xianxia nodded. The coordinated timing was still working. They had made it this far. Now he just had to reach the throne room, find the sage, and figure out how to defeat a 140-year-old void cultivator while running on the last fragments of his power. It had seemed like a good plan when they were developing the strategy. Chapter 105. Projecting the formation across 30 miles had been theoretically possible. Doing it a second time had been spiritually reckless. But as Xianxia approached the throne room doors, the reality of what the strike teams needed crystallized into unavoidable demand. Strike Team 3 sent an urgent resonance pulse. The 4th anchor was proving more resistant than anticipated. The defenders were not void-conditioned soldiers, but actual cultivators. Members of the Severed Council, the Sage's inner circle. They were fighting to the last, and without additional support, Strike Team 3 would be overwhelmed before the anchor could be destroyed. Xianxia felt the moment stretch. He felt the decision collapse into impossible necessity. There was no good choice. There was only the choice that kept moving the needle toward victory. He knelt in the corridor outside the throne room doors, placed both hands against the floor, and reached outward across 40 miles of hostile territory with consciousness that was already fragmenting from the strain. The formation he projected this time was simpler than the others, a pure geometric assault designed to crack the fourth anchor's defensive perimeter. It didn't need to be elegant. It needed to be effective. He poured energy that he didn't have into the projection, burning through reserves that were already critical, setting up formations and patterns and mathematical trajectories that would let his strike team exploit structural weaknesses in the enemy's position. 40 miles away, the formation manifested. The backlash returned immediately. This time, Xianxia's nose began to bleed. The spiritual backlash was so violent that it crashed through his defenses like a wall of stone. His meridians burned as energy moved through them faster than they were designed to handle. His resonance bond screamed with sympathetic pain as the shock echoed through every connection he maintained. He remained on his knees for several minutes after the backlash subsided, simply breathing, trying to stabilize a spiritual core that felt like it had been shattered and reassembled incorrectly. The strike teams, Lianyu said urgently. She was kneeling beside him, ice cultivation wrapped around them both in a protective cage. Xianxia, how much energy do you have left? He didn't answer immediately. He was trying to take inventory of his meridians, trying to understand what was still functional. The first meridian, compassion, was operational but dim. The second, grief, was barely glowing. The third through seventh were similarly depleted. The eighth, transcendence, was almost completely dark. He had enough power left for maybe 2 significant techniques. After that, he would be relying entirely on the resonance bonds, on the connection to his partners, on whatever collective strength they could feed him through the connection. Enough, he said finally. The lie was transparent, but it was the only thing he could offer. Su Mingzhu moved to the throne room doors. The fourth anchor is falling, she reported. I can feel it through the bonds. Strike Team 4 is pulling back. The assault was successful. 4 anchors down. 1 remaining. The suppression field was weakening visibly now. Xianxia could feel it in the way the emotional void pressed less heavily, in the fractional increase in the strength of his bonds. The entire field was becoming unstable, feeding on itself, drawing power from the remaining anchor point to maintain the overall suppression. The strike teams were asking for final orders. Should they assault the 5th anchor? Should they wait? Xianxia pulled himself to his feet, using Lianyu as leverage. Tell them to hold, he said. Wait for my signal. I want all 4 teams moving on the 5th anchor simultaneously. If we can coordinate the final strike precisely enough, if all 5 anchors collapse within seconds of each other, the entire suppression field will cascade. Feng Zhilan finished, understanding the mathematics. The remaining energy will dissipate all at once instead of redistributing. The backlash will be massive, but the field's collapse will be total and irreversible. It was theoretically beautiful. It was also theoretically suicidal if the cascade hit them while they were still this close to the Citadel center. The emotional energy released from a continental suppression field collapsing all at once would be enough to kill most cultivators outright. But there was only one person here who could possibly survive it. Xianxia placed his hands on the throne room doors. The doors were massive, carved from black jade, inscribed with formations that screamed anti-emotion like a blade screams when it cuts through air. They should have required massive force to open. But as Xianxia touched them, they swung inward smoothly, as if they had been waiting for him. Ready? He asked his team. None of them answered. What was there to say? They were about to walk into the presence of the sage, the severed heart, the thing that had cultivated the void for 140 years. They were running on fumes and desperation and the fragile hope that emotional bonds were stronger than the anti-emotional cultivation of a century. Xianxia walked into the throne room. The space was vast, carved from black stone that seemed to absorb light. At the far end of the chamber, on a throne constructed from what looked like crystallized void, sat the sage. His appearance was shocking in its ordinariness. A man who looked perhaps 35, with beautiful features that had been frozen in time by 140 years of anti-emotional cultivation. He had Xianxia's eyes, the same dark irises, the same shape. Somewhere in his distant past, this man was family. The sage smiled, and in that smile was the void, complete absence of emotion. Not as a feeling, but as a force that actively negated feeling. Welcome, nephew, the sage said, his voice like dry leaves. I've been waiting for you. Shall we discuss why my master plan is failing? Chapter 106. The battle in the Citadel's throne room was unlike anything Xianxia had experienced before. It wasn't conventional combat. It was something stranger and more terrible. When Shunwei had fought void-conditioned soldiers, he could disable them without killing them. When he had fought members of the Severed Council, they had been cultivators with their own agendas, their own desires, which made them ultimately comprehensible. But fighting the sage was like fighting against absence itself. The anti-emotional void that surrounded him was absolute. Every technique Shunwei tried to deploy failed the moment it came close enough to matter. Resonance formation scattered. Vitality resonance refused to establish connection. Even heartstring pulse, which read emotional intent, found nothing to read. Just an empty darkness that was simultaneously the void of not feeling and an active negation of all feeling. The sage didn't dodge Shunwei's attacks. He simply stood there, and the attacks dissolved against him like water hitting stone. You see the problem, the sage said conversationally, is that you're trying to fight using the very tools I've spent 140 years learning to overcome. Emotion, connection, resonance. All of these are beautiful in their way. All of them are also exactly what I've built my cultivation to oppose. Shunwei pressed forward, drawing his only blade, not a weapon but a manifestation of his spiritual power shaped into a cutting edge. Blade resonance, the sixth meridian's expression. He thrust it toward the sage, and the blade contacted the void and stopped entirely, as if it had hit an immovable object. Lian Yu moved to flank, her ice cultivation creating spears of crystallized power. They advanced on the sage from two angles simultaneously. The sage rose from his throne and moved with a grace that suggested 140 years of constant practice. He didn't block the attacks. He simply was in places where they weren't, his movements following a logic that had nothing to do with dodging and everything to do with existing in a space that attacks couldn't reach. Let me tell you something, the sage said, and there was something in his voice that made Shunwei pause. Something that sounded like it might have once been human. I wasn't always this. I wasn't always void. I was once like you. Young, hopeful, capable of feeling things. The moment of hesitation nearly killed him. The sage moved faster than should have been possible, his hand passing directly through Shunwei's guard and pressing against his chest. The anti-emotional void touched his spiritual core directly, and for one crystalline instant, Shunwei felt what the sage felt, or rather, what he didn't feel. It was agony. Lian Yu pulled Shunwei away, creating a barrier of ice between him and the sage. The void cultivator stepped back, returning to his place with an unhurried movement. 3 meridians opened, the sage said. I was naturally gifted. I understood resonance cultivation from the very beginning. And I loved someone, truly loved her, with a purity that I thought would last forever. Her name was Mei Linghua. She laughed like wind chimes. The way he said her name was the only indication that his anti-emotional void wasn't complete. There was something beneath it, not emotion, but the shadow of emotion, like a ghost moving through water. She was murdered, the sage continued. Killed by enemies of the Shun bloodline specifically because they knew she was my bond. The backlash from her death collapsed my remaining meridians. The grief was so enormous, so overwhelming, that it destroyed my ability to feel anything at all. And I realized, nephew, that I had been asking myself the wrong question. Su Mingzhu launched a sword strike, and the sage's void swallowed it. But he continued speaking even as he moved, even as he fought, his words carrying a weight that combat couldn't interrupt. I had been asking why love was worth the risk. I should have been asking why the world would allow such suffering to happen. And once I started asking that question, well, the answer was quite clear. Love itself was the problem. Emotional bonds were the problem. They made you vulnerable. They made you capable of being destroyed by grief. And so I decided to save the world from that vulnerability. I built the Heartless Pavilion to ensure that no one would ever have to experience what I experienced. By preventing emotional bonds entirely, I would prevent the grief that destroyed them. Shunwei felt Feng Zhilan activating her formation support, reading the mathematical patterns of the battle and suggesting optimal positioning. But the sage was faster than mathematical prediction. He was moving with 140 years of experience, with a body that had been frozen in time by anti-emotional cultivation, with strength that came from actively negating the very thing that Shunwei's power was built on. The throne room was massive, but they were being forced backward, slowly but inevitably. The sage's void was expanding, filling the space, making it harder to breathe. And then, through the bonds, Shunwei felt Strike Team 5 send their readiness signal. The final anchor was in position. All 4 remaining teams were prepared. The coordinated assault on the 5th and final anchor was about to begin. Now, Shunwei gasped to his team. The signal went out. Across the continent, the 4 strike teams attacked simultaneously. The 5th anchor's defenses crumbled under the coordinated pressure. And in the instant before the anchor shattered completely, Shunwei felt something shift. The suppression field, suddenly losing its final anchor point, began to cascade. The emotional energy held in suspension across an entire continent, suppressed feelings from millions of people, grief and joy and rage and hope and fear all compressed into void for years, began to release all at once. The wave started at the anchor points and rolled outward like a tsunami. The backlash would be catastrophic when it reached them. Xianxia didn't have time to protect his team, didn't have time to establish proper defenses. Instead, he reached out with his consciousness toward the approaching emotional wave and made a decision. He opened himself to it. All 8 of his open meridians flared simultaneously. Compassion, grief, courage, joy, wrath, devotion, community, transcendence, all at once, all at their maximum capacity. He became a conduit for the emotional energy of a continent, a living channel through which the released feelings could flow. It was like trying to contain an ocean in a single cup. The power was overwhelming, shattering, impossible. His body should have been torn apart by the sheer volume of energy passing through it. But something shifted as the energy flooded through his meridians. A pressure that had been building for weeks, ever since the first strike at the Heartless Pavilion, reached its absolute peak. The 8th meridian wasn't just glowing, it was transforming, evolving, pushing toward something greater than it had been. And Xianxia advanced. His cultivation rank jumped, suddenly and completely, past anything he had previously achieved. Not just opening another meridian, ascending entirely to a new level of power. Resonance Ascendant, a rank that transcended Tao seeking, that surpassed the normal progression of cultivation entirely. The energy flooding through his body was no longer overwhelming. It was controlled, focused, transformed by the resonance of his meridians into power that he could direct, could use, could express. He looked at the sage, and for the first time, the void cultivator took a step backward. "What have you become?" the sage whispered. "Someone strong enough to do what I should have done from the beginning," Xianxia said. Behind them, the throne room doors were opening. Beyond lay the domain of the sage, and beyond that, the citadel's heart. In the distance, across the continent, millions of people were feeling emotions for the first time in years, flooding the world with released feeling. And Xianxia, newly ascended to Resonance Ascendant, finally had the power to do what needed to be done. "Come on," he said to his team. "The real fight is about to begin." Chapter 107. The inner sanctum of the citadel was worse than Xianxia had imagined. Beyond the throne room lay a vast chamber that seemed to stretch forever in all directions, and suspended throughout it, held in formation by crystalline structures of pure void, were thousands of human consciousnesses. They hung in the emptiness like insects suspended in amber, their emotions completely drained, their spiritual cores reduced to empty husks. They were alive. They were breathing. But they were not people anymore. They were batteries, repositories of drained emotional energy that fed the sage's cultivation and powered the continental suppression field. The sage had not been content with merely building the Heartless Pavilion. He had been harvesting. "This is my collection," the sage said, and there was something almost proud in his voice. 200 years of gathering. Cultivators from across the continent, chosen for their strong emotional attachments, brought here, stripped, and preserved. Each one is a monument to the danger of feeling. Xianxia felt his anger spike. It was pure, clean, clarifying. The 5th meridian's wrath responding to something that even void cultivation couldn't deny was wrong. But the sage's presence was still strong, still negating, still creating a bubble of absence around himself that attacked the very nature of Xianxia's power. "You can't free them," the sage said. "Releasing their emotional energy all at once would destroy their minds completely. Better they remain here, in gentle emptiness, than suffer the trauma of restoration." "That's not your choice to make," Xianxia said. He reached out with his conscious will and activated purification resonance at a scale he had never attempted before. He had used it on individual patients, on Mu Qianren and the Hollow General. But he had never tried to use it on hundreds of people simultaneously. The effect was immediate and devastating. The emotional energy that had been drained from each suspended consciousness tried to flow back toward them all at once. The psychic backlash was violent enough to crack the crystalline void structures holding them in place. The 2,000 dormant consciousnesses began to wake, and they screamed, not in unison, but in a chorus of voices returning to awareness, sensation, feeling, all at once, without preparation, without the gradual process of restoration that would have made it survivable. 2,000 years of accumulated emotional trauma, released suddenly, threatened to shatter 2,000 minds. Bai Suyin stepped forward before Xianxia could even think to ask. The alchemist's hands were already moving, drawing vials and pills from the pouches at her waist. Pills that glowed with a soft amber light, the result of weeks of work, the product of her sacrifice principle stretched to its absolute maximum. Field alchemy stabilizer, she gasped, working at a pace that was burning her spiritual core visibly. I made enough for 200. I didn't anticipate 3 times that number, but it will slow the damage. It might prevent total fracture. Give them time to adjust. She released the pills in a massive aerosol cloud, and they dispersed through the chamber like a golden mist. Each person touched by the pills gasped, staggered, stabilized. The screaming didn't stop, but it shifted, from the sound of minds breaking to the sound of people waking from nightmares. Mu Qianren and the Hollow General, who had been waiting outside the throne room, rushed into the chamber. The Hollow General began moving through the crowd of awakening consciousnesses, using his restored emotions and his deep understanding of void conditioning to provide comfort, grounding, the kind of presence that could prevent psychological collapse. Mu Qianren wove formations of protective energy around the most unstable of the newly freed people, creating barriers that would slow their emotional recovery to a manageable pace. But the effort was still unsustainable. Bai Sui's field alchemy pills had created a temporary stabilization, but they weren't a permanent solution. The freed consciousnesses would need weeks of careful psychological restoration. Some of them, those who had been drained too completely, might never fully recover. And the sage was watching all of it happen, his anti-emotional void expanding throughout the chamber, fighting against every attempt at restoration. You're going to fail, the sage said. He was no longer in the throne room. He had moved directly into the chamber of suspended consciousnesses, his void pressing against the restoration efforts like a stone pressing against water. This is what I've been trying to prevent. This chaos. This suffering. They were better off empty. They were alive, Shen Wei said, and his voice cut through the chamber with the weight of resonance ascendant power. Even empty, even suffering, they were alive. That matters. The sage's void surged forward, and the accumulated power of 140 years of anti-emotional cultivation clashed directly with the combined strength of Shen Wei's team, their resonance bonds, and the resonance ascendant power that now flowed through the youngest of the Shen bloodline. The battle was no longer about technique or combat skill. It was about fundamental force. The void against the resonance, absence against connection. And in the middle of it all, 2,000 recovering consciousnesses fought to remember how to feel. Lian Yu's ice cultivation created protective formations. Feng Zhilan's mathematics guided the distribution of protective energy. Su Mingzhu's blade carved through the void's boundaries. And Shen Wei, at the center of it all, maintained the resonance network that connected them all, amplified their strength, turned individual power into collective force. The chamber itself was beginning to crack under the pressure. The citadel was failing. The sage's domain was collapsing because its foundation, the void at its heart, was under direct assault. And the sage was losing. Chapter 108. The battle for the chamber lasted hours, though Shen Wei's perception of time became fragmented under the constant pressure of maintaining resonance network while simultaneously fighting, protecting, and overseeing the restoration of 2,000 traumatized consciousnesses. But finally, gradually, the tide shifted. Shen Wei could feel the other strike teams reporting through the resonance bonds. Strike Team 4, led by Su Mingzhu's secondary force, had successfully engaged the severed council members defending the anchors. One by one, the council members were being defeated, disabled, some of them even being restored by the shattered fragments of the suppression field that was now collapsing rather than strengthening. And in a distant part of the continent, far from the citadel, a final anchor point reported critical status. The last of the council members was falling. The final anchor would collapse within minutes. The suppression field would be completely, irrevocably destroyed. The sage felt it. Shen Wei could see it in the way his void faltered, the way his anti-emotional presence flickered. The continental suppression field had been the foundation of his power for 140 years. It fed him constantly, drawing in emotional energy from millions of people, reinforcing his cultivation, ensuring that he could maintain the absolute void around his own spiritual core. Without it, he would be vulnerable for the first time in a century. The moment of vulnerability lasted only seconds. The sage gathered himself, and his anti-emotional void surged again, more desperate now, more violent. He wasn't trying to defeat Shen Wei anymore. He was trying to prevent the inevitable collapse of his own cultivation. But it was too late. The final anchor fell. Through the bonds, Shen Wei felt the moment of detonation. And simultaneously, the suppression field, no longer maintained by distributed anchors, began to collapse catastrophically. The energy that had been held in suspension for so long found itself suddenly released with no anchor points to channel it through. It flowed toward the citadel like an ocean wave. toward its heart, toward the sage. The emotional tsunami of a continent striking the anti-emotional void was like lightning hitting water. The impact was apocalyptic. Xianxia threw every protection he had around his team. Resonance formation shaped the energy, attempted to guide it, attempted to control it. But there was simply too much. The raw power of millions of people's suppressed emotions, finally released, was overwhelming even his resonance ascendant strength. The citadel collapsed. The throne room fell away. The chamber of suspended consciousnesses shattered. The entire structure that had stood for 200 years came apart in a cascade of black stone and crystallized void that dissolved into spiritual dust. Xianxia grabbed Lianyu and pulled her close. He reached out through the resonance bonds and gathered every member of his team, pulling them into the center of his formation. And then he channeled the emotional tsunami directly into himself. Compassion, grief, courage, joy, wrath, devotion, community, transcendence. All 8 meridians burned at maximum capacity as the emotional wave flooded through them, as the released feelings of a continent poured into a single cultivator. And for one instant, one crystalline, impossible instant, Xianxia felt something shift inside him. The 7th meridian, community resonance, drew on the collective strength of every person within its range. The 8th meridian, transcendence, evolved beyond the normal limitations of resonance cultivation. And somewhere in the aftermath of channeling a continental tsunami of emotional energy, something new began to stir. Not another meridian, not yet, but a presence, an awareness, a potential waiting in the spaces between the 8 open meridians, waiting for something that didn't yet exist. The 9th meridian stirred, but Xianxia had no time to investigate the sensation. The citadel was falling around them. His team was in danger. And most importantly, the 2,000 freed consciousnesses were scattered in the chaos, struggling to maintain the stabilization that Bai Suin's pills had provided. He pulled his attention back to the present, back to the survival of the moment, and pushed outward with resonance formation at maximum capacity. The formation expanded like a dome, catching falling stone, catching panicked people, creating a shelter in the middle of apocalypse. Around them, the citadel crumbled. But inside the formation, protected by collective resonance and the will of 8 open meridians, the survivors held. When the dust finally settled, Xianxia was still standing. His team was intact. 2,000 freed consciousnesses were alive and slowly stabilizing. And through the dissipating smoke and magical dust, a figure emerged. The sage, still alive, still moving, but changed. His anti-emotional void had been shattered by the continental emotional tsunami. The 140-year-old cultivation that had defined him was breaking apart from the inside, unable to withstand the power of so much released feeling pouring through it simultaneously. He had been immune to emotion for so long that the restoration was hitting him all at once. Chapter 109. The Hollow General and Lianyu found the sage collapsed in the ruins of his throne room, his body convulsing as 140 years of suppressed emotion crashed back into his consciousness all at once. They could have killed him. The moment of vulnerability was complete and absolute. His anti-emotional void was shattering. His cultivation was failing. A simple blade strike would have ended the threat forever. But neither of them moved to attack. Instead, it was Xianxia who knelt beside the broken cultivator, and the Hollow General who settled across from him, and Lianyu who created a protective barrier around all 3 of them from the continuing collapse of the citadel. "What is your name?" the Hollow General asked. His voice was gentle. He had learned gentleness only recently, in the weeks since his own restoration. "Your true name, not the title the void gave you." The sage's eyes opened, and they were not the eyes of a 140-year-old void cultivator anymore. They were the eyes of a man waking from a nightmare that had lasted more than a century. "Shen Wuhan," he whispered. "My name is Shen Wuhan." And he wept. The tears came like a breaking dam, like a storm breaking after months of drought. 140 years of suppressed grief, love, rage, joy. All of it came flooding back in an instant, overwhelming his restored emotional capacity completely. His body shook with the force of it. His voice broke on sounds that weren't quite human, sounds that belonged to something that had been empty for so long that it had forgotten how to contain feeling. Xianxia remained kneeling beside him, maintaining contact, refusing to withdraw. And through the connection, he felt the moment when Shen Wuhan's cultivated void, the absolute anti-emotional core that had defined him for 140 years, completely shattered. The power that had sustained his physical form began to fail. His appearance, which had been frozen at 35 by the void cultivation's anti-aging properties, began to change. The years started to catch up with him. His face aged. His hair shifted from black to white. The body of a 140-year-old man's consciousness began to match the passage of time it had experienced. But his mind became clearer. The fog of void that had surrounded his thoughts lifted. Memories returned. He remembered the woman he had loved, Mei Linghua, who laughed like wind chimes. He remembered her face, her voice, the way she had loved him before enemies of the Shun bloodline murdered her to break his bonds. He remembered the grief that followed, the backlash that destroyed his emotional capacity, the realization that he could never feel that kind of love again and couldn't bear to watch anyone else experience it. And he wept for all of it, for the loss, for the century he had spent trying to save the world from feeling by destroying feeling itself, for the people he had hurt, the consciousnesses he had drained, the lives he had emptied in pursuit of a philosophy that had been built on grief and fear and trauma. "I'm sorry," he whispered. "I'm so sorry." Xianxia didn't say anything. He just remained beside his great-uncle, witnessing the restoration, refusing to allow even this broken man to go through emotional recovery alone. The Hollow General told his own story, how he had been void-conditioned, how he had believed the emptiness was strength until Xianxia showed him it was prison, how the restoration had hurt, but the hurting had meant he was alive again, meant he was capable of choosing his own path. And Xianxia listened, and slowly, gradually, the violence of his emotional restoration began to shift from overwhelming chaos into something more manageable, grief that could be contained, understood, processed. The citadel continued to collapse around them, but inside Lin Yu's protective formation, the three men remained. Xianxia was struck by the similarity between this moment and the moment he had fought to restore the Hollow General. The method was different. The Hollow General had been restored through gradual healing, while Shun Wuhan's restoration had been catastrophic and complete. But the principle was the same. Broken people could be healed. People who had chosen emptiness could be reminded of what it meant to feel. And even the oldest wounds, even the deepest voids, even the most complete anti-emotional cultivations could be reached by compassion and genuine connection. Chapter 110. The aftermath of the Citadel's collapse was chaos on a continental scale. With the suppression field completely destroyed, emotional energy flooded back into the consciousness of millions of people who had been living in void for years. The sudden restoration of feeling created a cascade of psychological crises across the continent. People who had been trained to suppress their emotions through the heartless pavilion systems suddenly found themselves drowning in restored feelings they had no framework to understand. But it also created something unexpected: hope. Xianxia emerged from the ruins of the citadel 3 days after its collapse, carrying Xin Wuhan in his arms. The ancient cultivator, his form now aged to match his actual years, was too weak to walk. The rapid aging process combined with the emotional restoration had pushed his body to critical limits. He was alive, but barely. The first thing they did was bring him to Bai Suyin. The alchemist took one look at the aged cultivator and immediately began work on a complex formula, a pill that combined vitality restoration, emotional stabilization, and the kind of deep physical healing that only advanced alchemy could provide. She worked for 14 hours straight, pushing past the point of physical exhaustion into a state of pure focus where technique transcended fatigue. The resulting pill was green, the size of a fist, and when Xin Wuhan swallowed it, the aging process halted. His body stabilized at a physical age of around 60, older than it had appeared under void cultivation's temporal stasis, but healthier, more genuine. "He'll need weeks of recovery," Bai Suyin said, collapsing into a chair next to Xianxia. Their bond flared as she drew on his strength to replenish her depleted spiritual core. "His emotional center is still traumatized. The restoration was too violent. But he'll survive. He'll rebuild." The other strike teams reported back. Casualties were minimal among the coalition forces, only 7 cultivators dead and several dozen wounded. But the severed council had been decimated. Of the 12 council members who had led the Heartless Pavilion's expansion, only 3 had survived the strike operations and the collapse of the suppression field. The others had been killed in combat or had simply ceased to exist as the void cultivation that sustained them failed. The 2,000 consciousnesses freed from the citadel began the long process of restoration. Mu Qianren and the Hollow General took on the task of helping them through the worst of the emotional backlash, having both been through the process themselves. Their understanding of what it meant to wake from void conditioning, what it felt like to suddenly remember how to feel, made them the most effective guides for restoration. And slowly, the world began to change. Reports came in from across the continent. The suppression field's collapse had been felt everywhere, a moment of sudden clarity where emotions that had been muted for years suddenly came roaring back. People wept. People laughed. People raged at the injustice of what had been done to them. But mostly, people felt alive for the first time in years. The heartless pavilion, without the continental suppression field to sustain it, and without the sage's void cultivation to power its operations, began to crumble from within. Regional chapters attempted to maintain their independence, but without the philosophical justification of preventing emotional suffering, they had nothing but emptiness to offer. Disciples began to flee. Sect leadership fractured. Within weeks, the organization that had seemed continent-spanning and permanent was dissolving into scattered, disconnected fragments. Xianxia found himself recognized as a hero. The young man who had developed a new form of cultivation, who had gathered allies through genuine emotional connection, who had struck at the heart of the largest threat to emotional freedom on the continent. Sect after sect offered him positions. The Azure Cloud sect offered to make him a senior elder. The Thousand Sword Palace offered him command of their highest cultivation peak. Even the formation sects of the Western Territories sent emissaries. He refused them all. Instead, he worked. There was still restoration to oversee. There were still victims of void conditioning who needed healing. There were still gaps in his own understanding of resonance cultivation that required investigation. And most importantly, there was still something stirring in his spiritual core, a presence that wasn't quite a meridian, but was definitely present, definitely growing stronger, definitely demanding attention. Liu Haochen, his oldest friend, recovered slowly from his exposure to the suppression field. The process of restoring him to full health took weeks, and even then, his emotional baseline was permanently altered. He would never be quite as openly emotional as he had been before, never quite as vulnerable. But he was alive. He was himself, and his loyalty remained as strong as ever. "You opened a ninth meridian," Mu Qianren said one evening, about a week after the Citadel's collapse. The two of them were sitting on a cultivation platform overlooking the ruins of the Citadel, which the coalition was slowly clearing and stabilizing. "I can feel it sometimes. There's something there. Something that isn't like the other 8. Xianxia nodded. He had been trying to understand it himself. "It's there," he confirmed. "I can feel it too. But it's not quite a meridian yet. It's like a possibility. Something waiting to fully manifest." "What emotion would it be?" Mu Qianren asked. "If the 9 meridians represent 9 emotions, compassion, grief, courage, joy, wrath, devotion, community, and transcendence, what's left for the 9th?" Xianxia considered the question carefully. The other 8 meridians had each opened in response to a specific emotional connection. The first meridian opened through compassion for a friend. The second through grief over loss. The third through the courage to face fear. The fourth through the joy of reunion. The fifth through righteous wrath. The sixth through devotion to a partner. The seventh through the unity of community. And the 8th, transcendence, had opened when he touched something beyond individual emotion, when he became a conduit for the collective feelings of a continent. So what remained? What emotion was left that could drive the 9th meridian open? "I don't know yet," Xianxia admitted. "But I think I'll find out soon." And in his spiritual core, the unstirred potential of the 9th meridian continued to wait, continued to grow, continued to call towards something that would eventually demand its full opening and expression. Chapter 111. The reconstruction of the continental sects took months. But during those months, something unexpected happened. Xin Wuhan began to have conversations. He spent his recovery period in a chamber within the Azure Cloud sect, a space of perfect calm where Lianyu oversaw his gradual stabilization. Bai Suyin visited daily, monitoring his physical recovery. Su Mingzhu stopped by occasionally to practice blade forms where he could watch and remember how to feel joy in martial movement again. Feng Zhilan brought formation diagrams, and together they discussed the mathematics of void cultivation and how it differed from resonance geometry. But most often, Xianxia sat with his great-uncle, and they talked. Xin Wuhan told his story slowly, painfully, in pieces. He had not been born to the void. He had been a cultivator of the same stock as Xianxia, someone born with the capacity for emotional resonance, someone whose meridians opened naturally as he learned to feel deeply and genuinely. "I wasn't trained like you were," Xin Wuhan said one afternoon, his aged eyes fixed on something that only he could see. "Emotional resonance cultivation isn't a methodology in my time. It was an accident, something that happened because I felt things completely, without restraint. I met Mei Linghua at a cultivation conference. She was a formation expert, centuries old despite her young appearance. She understood mathematics the way you understand emotion, Xianxia. She could see the patterns in everything." He paused, his voice becoming quieter. "We connected. It wasn't romantic love at first. It was the connection between two people who understood something fundamental about the world that other people didn't grasp. And then, gradually, It became something more. The kind of love that reaches into your core and changes you fundamentally. How many meridians did you open? Shenwei asked. 3, Shen Wuhan said. Compassion, courage, and devotion. I was capable of opening more, but I had no framework to understand it at the time. No knowledge that emotional resonance cultivation was even possible. I simply thought I was becoming stronger naturally, that my bond with Mei Linghua was deepening my cultivation without my doing anything special. He closed his eyes. Then she was murdered. Enemies of the Shun bloodline tracked her down, found where we were staying, and killed her specifically because they knew she was my bond. They knew that her death would destroy me emotionally. They were right. Shenwei felt his second meridian, grief, stir in sympathy. The backlash was catastrophic, Shen Wuhan continued. The 3 meridians I had opened broke in a cascade. But instead of recovering, instead of learning to process the grief and eventually open more meridians like you have, I made a choice. I decided that the problem wasn't the loss. The problem was the feeling itself. I decided that if I could just eliminate the capacity to feel, I could eliminate the capacity to be hurt. But that's not possible, Shenwei said. The emotions don't disappear. They just get suppressed, stored, buried deeper and deeper until they become a void. I know, Shen Wuhan said. I spent 140 years learning that lesson. I built the Heartless Pavilion because I believed I was preventing others from experiencing my kind of pain. But all I was really doing was creating more voids, more emptiness, more suffering. I was exporting my trauma across an entire continent. Shenwei reached out and placed his hand on his great uncle's shoulder. You didn't know? You were making the best decision you could with the information you had and the pain you were experiencing. That doesn't undo what I did, Shen Wuhan said. 2,000 people drained. Thousands more void conditioned. An entire continent suppressed emotionally for decades. Even if I spend the rest of my life trying to make amends, I can never undo that. No, Shenwei agreed. You can't undo it. But you can build something better going forward. You can help those people restore themselves. You can help the continent heal. You can be part of creating a world where emotional connection is valued instead of feared. For the first time since his restoration, Shen Wuhan smiled. It was a sad smile, haunted by a century of void and the weight of terrible decisions. But it was a genuine smile, filled with something that approximated hope. You're a better person than I was, Shen Wuhan said. Better than I am now, honestly. Your great uncle is a cautionary tale, and you're the embodiment of what he should have become. You're not dead yet, Shenwei replied. You can still choose who you want to be. That's the whole point of emotional restoration, isn't it? The ability to choose again. Chapter 112. 2 months after the Citadel's collapse, Shenwei faced the 9th meridian. It wasn't a conscious decision. He was meditating in the cultivation chamber where he had spent most of his recovery time, attempting to understand the stirring presence in his spiritual core. His 8 open meridians were cycling in perfect harmony, each emotion flowing into the next in a beautiful pattern that Feng Zhelan would probably describe in mathematical terms, and he could simply appreciate as existing. And then something changed. The presence that had been waiting, the potential that had been growing, suddenly demanded attention. It wasn't an external attack. It was an internal call, a recognition that something was ready to unfold. Shenwei reached inward to examine it more carefully, and immediately, a question confronted him. What was the emotion of the 9th meridian? He considered compassion, but that was already the first. Grief, courage, joy, wrath, devotion, community, all already assigned. Transcendence was the 8th, existing above the others, creating harmony between them. So what remained? And as he sat in meditation, examples began to surface in his mind. The moment when he had offered Shen Wuhan compassion instead of vengeance. The instant when he had pulled the hollow general from void conditioning through genuine acceptance rather than judgment. The time when he had refused to abandon Lu Haochen in the suppression field despite the strategic cost of stopping to help him. In each moment, he had chosen connection over efficiency, chosen the person over the plan, chosen to care about someone unconditionally, regardless of whether they deserved it, regardless of whether it made strategic sense. That was a kind of love, not romantic love. That would come later, perhaps, in different forms with different people. But something deeper and more fundamental. A love that saw broken people and chose to see their humanity rather than their harm. A love that extended compassion even to the person who had hurt the most people. The 9th meridian was love in its purest form. Unconditional, non-judgmental, utterly committed to connection regardless of circumstance. But opening it required something. It required Shenwei to extend that love specifically to himself, to the parts of himself that he had judged, condemned, or suppressed. It required him to accept his own imperfections, his own limitations, his own capacity for harm alongside his capacity for good. And most terrifyingly, it required him to extend that love actively towards someone who had not earned it, who did not deserve it by conventional standards. It required him to reach toward Shen Wuhan not as a victim reaching toward a reformed perpetrator, but as family reaching toward family, with genuine care and unconditional acceptance. Shen Wei opened his eyes. He rose from his meditation position and walked through the azure cloud sect's corridors until he reached the chamber where Shen Wuhan was resting. His great-uncle was awake, sitting by a window, looking out at the cultivation grounds where disciples were practicing their forms. He turned as Shen Wei entered, and something in his aged eyes sharpened. "You're different," Shen Wuhan said immediately. "Your spiritual presence. It's changed. The ninth meridian is about to open," Shen Wei said simply. "And I need something from you before it does." "Anything," Shen Wuhan said. "Within my power, anything. I need you to tell me about Mei Linghua," Shen Wei said. "Not the grief. Not the loss. I want to hear about the joy. About what it felt like to love her. About what she meant to you when you were still capable of feeling it completely." Shen Wuhan's entire body stiffened. Tears began to form at the corners of his eyes. "That's going to be harder than explaining the void," he said quietly. "I know," Shen Wei replied. "Do it anyway." So Shen Wuhan told him about the woman he had loved. About her laugh, which really did sound like wind chimes, clear and pure and utterly joyful. About the way she approached mathematics not as an abstract concept, but as a kind of poetry, seeing the universe as a song where every number was a note. About her kindness toward people she encountered, her fierce protection of those weaker than herself, her absolute refusal to compromise when she believed something was right. He told Shen Wei how it felt to realize he was in love, the specific moment when he understood that she mattered more to him than his own cultivation, than his own advancement, than his own safety. He described the way her presence made him feel, the joy of simply existing in the same space with her, the warmth of her voice, the brightness of her attention when she focused on him. And as he spoke, Shen Wei felt something shift inside his own spiritual core. The ninth meridian began to open not through shock or tragedy or desperation, but through genuine love. Love for the woman Shen Wuhan was describing, love extended backward through time to a person Shen Wei would never meet. Love that existed precisely because it was unconditional, because it asked nothing of the recipient, because it asked only to exist and to connect. The ninth meridian blazed open like a star being born. Chapter 113. The moment the ninth meridian fully opened, Shen Wei felt something unprecedented occur. All 9 meridians activated simultaneously. It wasn't the gradual, sequential activation he had experienced during the continental tsunami at the Citadel's collapse. This was instantaneous and complete. All 9 emotions flowing through him at exactly the same moment, creating harmonic resonance that transcended anything he had experienced previously. The sensation was overwhelming. Compassion for every suffering being, grief for every loss, courage facing every fear, joy in every moment, wrath at every injustice, devotion to every bond, community with every person, transcendence beyond individual self, and love for everything, for existence itself, for the possibility of connection. The power was staggering. His spiritual core blazed with energy so intense that Shen Wei had to suppress it to keep from literally burning through the chamber's stone walls. "What is happening?" Shen Wuhan gasped, struggling to his feet. "I don't know," Shen Wei whispered. "Something new. Something that has a name." The knowledge came from somewhere deep in his cultivation, from the accumulated wisdom of the Shun bloodline flowing through his meridians. It had a name, a rank, a category of power that transcended resonance ascendant. It was called Nine Hearts Absolute. It was called Transcendence. And it represented the simultaneous activation of all 9 emotional meridians in perfect harmonic alignment. Not many cultivators ever achieved it. The records suggested that in all of the Shun bloodline's history, perhaps 5 individuals had ever opened all 9 meridians simultaneously, and the power they had gained had been sufficient to change the course of continental history. But something was different about Shen Wei's activation. He could feel it in the way the 9th meridian sang in harmony with the others. He could feel it in the way the love that powered it extended not just to those he was bonded with, but to everyone within its range. He could feel it in the way the 9 Hearts Absolute was creating a resonance field that didn't just connect him to his bonded partners, but touched everyone around him with the possibility of emotional healing. "What are you becoming?" Shen Wuhan asked, and there was wonder in his voice. "I don't know yet," Shen Wei said, "but I think I'm about to find out." He stood, and as he did, the 9 Hearts Absolute cultivation manifested visibly. His form began to glow with 9 different colors, each representing one of his meridians, creating an aura of pure emotional resonance that filled the chamber, the sect, and radiated outward across the entire continent like light pushing back darkness. Every person touched by that light felt something, even for just an instant, even for just a moment. They felt the possibility of genuine connection. They felt the reality of unconditional love. They felt what it meant to exist in a state where all emotions were equally valid, equally real, and all were in perfect harmony. And in that instant, millions of people across the continent felt what Xianxia felt, a confirmation that emotional connection was not weakness. It was the strongest force in the world. The reaction was instantaneous. Where the Heartless Pavilion had been spreading void and suppression, now there was a wave of emotional awakening. The fragments of the organization attempted to consolidate and resist, but they had no counter to something that operated purely through connection and genuine feeling. Their disciples began to awaken. Their structures began to crumble. Their philosophy, that emotions were the problem, became untenable in the face of someone who had achieved the highest cultivation rank through emotional resonance and was radiating proof of that achievement across the continent. But Xianxia's focus wasn't on the scattered remains of the Heartless Pavilion. His focus was on his great-uncle, on the aged cultivator who stood before him, and on the way Shenwuhen's entire being was responding to the 9 hearts' absolute resonance. The ancient man's eyes widened with shock, then widened further with something that looked like recognition. And for the first time since his restoration, Shenwuhen's face was touched by genuine happiness. "I can feel her," he whispered. "In your resonance. I can feel Mei Linghua. Not as grief, not as loss, as presence, as connection. She's still there. She never left. The void just prevented me from reaching her." Xianxia understood. In the harmonic perfection of the 9 hearts absolute, all emotional connections became visible and tangible, not just the bonds he had consciously cultivated, but the traces of all genuine connections that had ever existed. The love between Shenwuhen and Mei Linghua was written into the fabric of their bond, eternal and unbreakable even by 140 years of void cultivation and suppression. "Yes," Xianxia said gently. "She's still there. And now you can feel her again." Shenwuhen began to weep. Not the violent, broken weeping of the day of his restoration, but the gentle, healing tears of someone finally able to properly grieve and properly celebrate something beautiful that had been lost. And in that moment, the 9 hearts absolute continued to radiate outward, touching every person on the continent, reminding them all that emotional connection was not weakness but the greatest strength that existed. Chapter 114. The changes across the continent happened with remarkable speed. Within a week of the 9 hearts' absolute manifestation, the remaining fragments of the Heartless Pavilion essentially ceased to exist as an organized force. Disciples fled. Sect leadership renounced the void philosophy. The spaces where the pavilion had held power filled with new organizations built on the principle that emotional connection was valuable and worth cultivating. The 2,000 consciousnesses freed from the Citadel's suspension made accelerated progress in their restoration. Xianxia's 9 hearts absolute resonance became a tool for psychological healing, allowing him to extend purification resonance to multiple people simultaneously. With the help of Mu Qianren, the Hollow General, and a growing network of restored healers, he began the systematic restoration of everyone who had been void-conditioned by the pavilion. Lu Haochen recovered fully from his exposure to the suppression field, and his loyalty strengthened rather than diminished. He became Xianxia's primary advisor on all matters relating to the Continental Coalition, helping to coordinate the various sects and cultivators who had participated in the strike against the Heartless Pavilion. And Lian Yu, Bai Suyin, Su Mingzhu, and Feng Zhilan, his 4 bonded partners, all achieved significant breakthroughs in their own cultivation, accelerated by their connection to someone who had achieved the 9 hearts absolute rank. But for Xianxia, there was only one task that mattered. He devoted nearly all his time to helping Shenwuhen. The restoration of a 140-year-old void cultivator was not something that could be achieved in weeks or months. The emotional trauma was too deep. The void he had cultivated was too complete. Even with Bai Suyin's alchemy and Xianxia's 9 hearts absolute resonance, the process of turning Shenwuhen back into a whole person was agonizing and slow. But Xianxia was patient. He had learned patience from Lian Yu's ice cultivation philosophy. He had learned it from Feng Zhilan's mathematical precision. He had learned it most fundamentally from understanding that genuine healing could not be rushed. He spent hours in meditation with Shenwuhen, maintaining 9 hearts absolute resonance, allowing the ancient cultivator to slowly, gradually process the 140 years of suppressed emotion. Joy at small things, the taste of fruit, the warmth of sunlight, the sound of other people's laughter. Grief at the losses that had accumulated over so long. Wrath at the injustices he had both suffered and committed. Compassion for the versions of himself he had been at different points in time. And slowly, gradually, Shen Wuhan became human again. 3 months after the Citadel's collapse, when Shen Wuhan was finally stable enough to travel without immediate risk of complete emotional collapse, he made a request. I want to visit her tomb, he said. Mei Linghua's tomb. I want to see the place where she was laid to rest. It took some investigation to find it. Mei Linghua had been a formation expert of considerable renown, and when she was murdered, the cultivators who respected her had created a memorial site. It was a location of power in the continental formation network, a place where mathematical geometry and emotional resonance intersected in a way that created something beautiful. When Shen Wei and Shen Wuhan arrived at the site, accompanied only by Lian Yu, they found a monument of crystalline formation in the shape of wind chimes, a direct reference to the way Shen Wuhan had always described Mei Linghua's laugh. The ancient cultivator approached the monument slowly, his aged hands reaching out to touch its surface. The moment his fingers made contact, something shifted. Shen Wei felt it through the 9 hearts' absolute resonance. A presence that had been waiting, preserved in the memory of the space itself, finally acknowledged. The spirit of Mei Linghua, or the memory of her that had been recorded in the continental formation network, manifested briefly. Not as a ghost, not as a haunting, but as a presence. An acknowledgement that she had existed, that she had mattered, that her love had endured even beyond her physical death. Shen Wuhan wept, and through his weeping, he spoke to her. He told her that he was sorry, that he had let grief destroy him, and he had spent 140 years trying to destroy others to spare them from the same fate. That he had failed, that he had caused enormous suffering in her name, that he would spend whatever remained of his life trying to undo the harm he had done. And the presence, the memory of Mei Linghua, didn't respond with judgment or forgiveness, because she was not a being capable of such responses. But she was there. She was acknowledged. And that acknowledgement seemed to be enough. When the presence faded, Shen Wuhan remained standing before the monument, his hands still touching its surface. And for the first time, Shen Wei saw peace in his great uncle's expression. I can let her go now, Shen Wuhan said quietly. Not forget, never forget, but I can stop holding so tightly that I destroy everything around me trying to prevent others from experiencing what I experienced. Yes, Shen Wei said, you can. And standing before the wind chime monument of the woman who had changed everything, the youngest and the oldest of the Shun bloodline's emotional resonance cultivators understood, together, that the true triumph was not in defeating the void. The true triumph was in learning how to live with love in a world that had tried to teach them love was the most dangerous thing that existed. Chapter 115. The continental restructuring took another 3 months. By the time winter arrived, the worst of the chaos had settled into organization. New cultivator networks formed to replace the heartless pavilion's infrastructure. Regional councils were established to help with emotional restoration in areas that had been heavily suppressed. The 2,000 consciousnesses freed from the Citadel's suspension had been almost completely restored, with only a handful requiring ongoing support for severe psychological trauma. But there were still loose threads. Shen Wei was meditating in the Azure Cloud Sect's highest cultivation chamber when the message arrived, a resonance pulse from one of the strike teams exploring the ruins of the Citadel. They had found something. A chamber that hadn't been destroyed in the collapse. A chamber that had been sealed before the suppression field fell. And in that chamber, they had found records. You need to see this, Feng Zhilan said, materializing in the meditation chamber with documents spread across her arms. The Heartless Pavilion's archive. The sage kept comprehensive records of his research into void cultivation. And Shen Wei, there's something else. Something hidden deeper in the records. Shen Wei opened his eyes and accepted the documents. As his 9 hearts' absolute resonance analyzed the ink and the parchment and the mathematical structures woven into the text, he understood immediately what he was looking at. These were not just records of the sage's cultivation. These were blueprints, techniques, methods for cultivating void. And more importantly, they were instructions for teaching void cultivation to others. The pavilion was planning expansion, Feng Zhilan said, reading his reaction. Not just continent-wide, but intercontinental. They were preparing to send missionaries, disciples trained in void suppression, to neighboring regions. If the continental suppression field hadn't been destroyed, if the sage hadn't been stopped, we would have been facing the spread of emotional void to areas of the world that have no defenses against it. Shen Wei felt his 5th meridian, wrath, stir. The old anger at injustice, at harm prevented by the width of a margin, at what would have been if they had failed. But the wrath was balanced immediately by compassion from the first meridian. The sage had been broken by loss. The disciples he would have trained would have been people convinced by his philosophy, people who genuinely believed they were saving the world from emotional suffering. Understanding the cause didn't excuse the harm, but it did contextualize it. What about Shen Wuhan? Shen Wei asked. Does he need to know about this? Already told him, Feng Zhilan said quietly. He wants to help us understand the archives. He's volunteering to explain the techniques, to help develop counters, to essentially reverse engineer the void cultivation methods so we can understand them deeply enough to ensure they never spread again. Shen Wei nodded slowly. It made sense. Shen Wuhan had cultivated void for 140 years. He understood it more deeply than anyone alive except perhaps the 3 surviving members of the severed council, and those 3 had been captured and were currently being held in secure locations pending trial by the Continental Council of Sections. Tell him I'll support him in that work, Shen Wei said. And tell him that I'm proud of him for wanting to transform his knowledge into something constructive. Over the following weeks, Shen Wei found himself working alongside his great-uncle more and more, poring over the archived techniques of void cultivation, understanding the philosophical and practical foundations that had allowed the sage to build something so massive and powerful. It was during one of these sessions that Shen Wuhan made an unexpected revelation. I didn't create void cultivation, he said, his aged eyes fixed on a particular document. There was someone before me. Someone in the distant past who first figured out how to cultivate emotional suppression. The records mention them as the first hearts of Ur. I studied their techniques, refined them, optimized them. But the fundamental breakthrough, the realization that emotion could be not just suppressed but actively negated, that wasn't mine. Where are these older records? Shen Wei asked. Gone, Shen Wuhan said. Or hidden. I never found them, and I looked for centuries. The first hearts of Ur left behind only fragments of knowledge, passed through intermediaries, eventually reaching me. And I took what they had created and made it worse. Made it better, from the void's perspective. Made it a technique that could genuinely suppress feeling completely rather than just hiding it. Shen Wei felt the weight of that revelation. The void philosophy wasn't something born purely from Shen Wuhan's trauma. It was an inheritance of trauma, a technique that had been refined across centuries, possibly originating in some ancient pain that had been so profound it had driven the first hearts of Ur to believe that emotion itself needed to be eradicated from human experience. We need to find those older records, Shen Wei said. We need to understand where this all came from. Because if we don't understand the root of void cultivation philosophy, we might not be able to prevent it from emerging again in a different form. Agreed, Shen Wuhan said. But that's a longer project than any of us will live to complete. It's a task for the generations that come after us. Shen Wei understood. The work of fixing what had been broken extended beyond any one person's lifetime. But it was work that mattered. Work that would ensure that no one else would have to experience what Shen Wuhan had experienced. Work that would ensure that future cultivators would have the context to understand that emotional suppression wasn't the solution to emotional trauma. And in that understanding, Shen Wei felt something resolve in his own spiritual practice. The 9 Hearts Absolute wasn't just a cultivation rank. It was a responsibility, a commitment to maintain emotional connection as a value, as a strength, as something worth protecting. Chapter 116. Winter turned to spring, and with it came the first major test of the new continental order. A young cultivator from one of the eastern sects arrived at the Azure Cloud sect, requesting an audience with Shen Wei. She was small, perhaps 17 years old, with eyes that carried a haunted quality that Shen Wei recognized immediately. She had been void-conditioned. Recently, the Heartless Pavilion told us there was a hidden chapter, she said, her voice trembling. They said there were still anchors, still places where the suppression field could be reestablished. They said we could restore what had been destroyed. Shen Wei felt the instant spike of danger. The pavilion wasn't completely dead. Hidden cells had survived the collapse. And they were recruiting. And they were spreading misinformation about the possibility of restoring the suppression field. There are no hidden anchors, Shen Wei said gently. The continental suppression field was centered on 5 major anchor points. All 5 were destroyed simultaneously. The field cannot be rebuilt unless those 5 anchors are rebuilt first, in the exact same locations, with the exact same resonance signatures. But the pavilion said, the young woman began. The pavilion is lying, Shen Wei said. It was harsh, but it was also necessary. They are trying to recruit you into a cause that cannot succeed because they want you to help them cause harm. That's what remaining pavilion cells do. They search for people who have been void-conditioned, people who are recovering and confused, and they tell them that the void is still strong, that it can return, that there's still hope for emotional suppression to become universal again. The woman looked devastated. I thought I was part of something strong, something that was saving people. You were part of something broken, Xianxia said, and his 9 meridians shone with compassion and gentle clarity. Something that was trying to prevent suffering by creating more suffering. You didn't understand that at the time. That's not your fault. The pavilion's responsibility is to explain things clearly, and theirs was not. But you understand now. You're here because you suspected the truth. Over the following days, Xianxia, Xinwuhan, and the Restored Consciousness Network worked to identify and counteract the hidden pavilion cells that were attempting to recruit from the population of void-conditioned individuals. It became clear that several dozen disciples had escaped the continental collapse and were operating in isolated groups, trying to rebuild the organization. None of them were particularly successful. The continental suppression field had been the foundation of the pavilion's power. Without it, they were just scattered groups of people trying to convince others to embrace emotional emptiness in a world where emotional connection was becoming increasingly valued. The message had no traction. The philosophy had no legs. The movement was dying, but the attempts were still dangerous. Xianxia, using his 9 hearts absolute resonance, began to personally visit locations where pavilion cell activity was reported. In each location, he would reach out with his cultivation, make contact with the recruiting disciples, and offer them the same choice that Xinwuhan had been offered, restoration or continued void. Some accepted restoration. Some refused and scattered. But gradually, the organized resistance to emotional cultivation began to fade away into isolated individuals who held void philosophy, but lacked the infrastructure or power to spread it. By summer, the hidden pavilion cells had been effectively eliminated as a continental threat. They might continue to exist in scattered form, phantom organizations with a handful of disciples each. But they would never be a systemic problem again. During this period of active cleanup, Xianxia found himself relying more and more on Xinwuhan's knowledge. The ancient cultivator understood how void operatives thought, how they planned, what motivated them. His insights were invaluable, and more than that, his willingness to actively help dismantle the organization he had created was a profound statement about his own restoration. One evening, as they were reviewing reports of successfully converted pavilion disciples, Xinwuhan looked at Xianxia with an expression of deep gratitude. You could have let me be consumed by grief about what I had done, he said. You could have seen me as the enemy and destroyed me when I was weak from restoration. But you chose to see me as someone who could change. And because of that choice, I've been able to help undo some of the harm. You made the choice to change, Xianxia said. I just provided support. The rest was your work. No, Xinwuhan said firmly. The 9 meridians, love is the 9th, isn't it? Unconditional love that extends to people who don't deserve it. You created the possibility of my redemption through that meridian. You literally manifested it into the world through your cultivation. And because it exists now, others will be able to access it. Other cultivators will be able to open that meridian, and the world will be changed fundamentally because of that. Xianxia felt the weight of that statement. The 9 hearts absolute was a breakthrough in cultivation theory. But more than that, it was a statement about the nature of human connection. By opening the 9th meridian through unconditional love extended toward his great-uncle, by achieving 9 hearts absolute cultivation, Xianxia had fundamentally changed the equation for how emotional resonance cultivation could function. Others would follow. Other cultivators would eventually achieve what he had achieved. And they would do so in a world that had been transformed by his example, by his willingness to see humanity in everyone, by his refusal to accept that anyone was beyond redemption. That was the true power of the 9 hearts absolute. Not the ability to destroy enemies or defeat forces of darkness. The ability to change fundamental assumptions about what was possible when you approach the world from a place of genuine, unconditional love. Chapter 117. The last great challenge came in early autumn, when Xianxia received a message from one of the Continental Councils requesting his direct intervention in a situation that had become critical. A region that had been heavily suppressed by the continental void field, nearly 1 million people, was in psychological crisis. The sudden restoration of emotions had been so overwhelming that the normal healing processes weren't sufficient. Depression, trauma, and spiritual fragmentation were spreading through the population at a rate that threatened to destabilize the entire region. Xianxia assembled a team of the most skilled emotional restoration specialists on the continent. Mu Qianren, the Hollow General, Bai Suyin, Lian Yu, and others who had been trained in the techniques of helping void-conditioned individuals heal. And he took Xinwuhan, who understood the mechanics of void suppression more deeply than anyone. They arrived to find a region in crisis. People were wandering in states of emotional confusion. Some had become violent, unable to process the sudden onslaught of feeling. Others had withdrawn into catatonia, unable to handle the pace of restoration. Medical facilities were overwhelmed. The local cultivator networks were stretched to their absolute limit. Xianxia made a decision that was controversial and massive. He went to the center of the city, positioned himself in the highest cultivation tower in the region, and activated his 9 hearts absolute resonance at maximum power. The effect was instantaneous and profound. Every person within 50 miles of his position felt his resonance. Every person touched by the 9 hearts absolute cultivation experienced, for a crystalline instant, the sensation of unconditional love and emotional connection. Not specific to any one person or relationship, but universal and complete. For people who had been living in suppression, who had been drained of all feeling, who were now struggling with the overwhelming rush of restored emotion, the experience of 9 hearts absolute resonance was stabilizing. It provided a pattern for what emotional health looked like. It provided a framework for understanding that all emotions, even the painful ones, were valid and could be processed. The effect wasn't a cure. It wasn't instantaneous healing, but it was a foundation, a template, a demonstration of what emotional wholeness could look like. Xianxia remained in that state of maximum resonance for 6 hours. When he finally withdrew the cultivation, he found himself completely exhausted, more drained than he had ever been, even after the continental tsunami at the Citadel's collapse. But the crisis had stabilized. The suicide rate dropped. Emergency medical situations decreased. People began to stabilize into more manageable emotional states. It was Xianxia who first approached him after he withdrew the resonance. "You need to rest," the ancient cultivator said flatly. "Properly rest. Your spiritual core is dangerously depleted." "I know," Xianxia acknowledged. "But that's the 3rd region this month. And there are 5 more waiting." The void left such deep psychological damage that normal healing methods aren't sufficient. The 9 hearts absolute resonance is the only technique that seems to provide enough foundational stability for people to begin processing the trauma. "You'll kill yourself doing this," Xianxia said. "Spreading yourself this thin, maintaining that level of resonance across entire populations. You're not built for it. No individual cultivator is built for that level of continuous output." "Then we need to find another way," Xianxia said. "We need to train other cultivators to achieve 9 hearts absolute rank. We need to create a network of emotional restoration specialists who can share the burden." Xianxia was quiet for a long moment. Then he said, slowly, "I could teach them. I could teach cultivators how to achieve 9 hearts absolute rank." "You?" Xianxia said, surprised. "I understand void cultivation more deeply than anyone," Xianxia said. "And by extension, I understand emotional resonance cultivation more deeply than most. I know what emotional barriers look like, because I spent 140 years creating them. I know what it takes to break through them, because my barriers were broken. And most importantly, I understand what happens when you try to suppress everything. I can teach people to recognize those patterns in themselves and others. I can help them open all 9 meridians before the suppression becomes permanent." It was a brilliant idea, and Xianxia found himself wondering why he hadn't thought of it himself. Of course, Xianxia was the perfect teacher. He had lived through the full cycle, from natural emotional resonance cultivation, to traumatic void transformation, to restoration and 9 hearts absolute ascension. He knew every stage of the journey intimately. "Would you do that?" Xianxia asked. "Would you dedicate yourself to training the next generation of 9 hearts cultivators?" "Yes," Xianxia said simply. "It's what I should do with whatever time I have left. It's the best way I can spend my remaining years, ensuring that what happened to me, what I did to others, never happens again. If I can train cultivators to achieve 9 hearts absolute before they are broken by trauma, if I can help them understand emotional wholeness before they experience emotional destruction, then maybe some of the harm I caused will be balanced out." "It won't balance it out," Xianxia said gently. "Nothing can. But it will transform the harm into something constructive. It will ensure that people are stronger, more whole, more capable of genuine connection. That matters." "Yes," Xianxia agreed. "It does." And so a new academy was established, with Xianxia at its head, dedicated to training cultivators in 9 hearts absolute techniques. Xianxia remained its patron, its highest example, its constant source of guidance. And together, they began to fundamentally reshape how emotional resonance cultivation was understood and practiced across the continent. Chapter 118. A year after the Citadel's collapse, Xianxia stood at a threshold. He had accomplished what he had set out to do. The Heartless Pavilion was no longer a continental threat. The suppression field had been completely destroyed. The void-conditioned individuals had been restored, and Nine Hearts' absolute cultivation was spreading across the continent, with hundreds of cultivators now training in Shen Wuhan's academy and beginning their own journeys toward complete emotional resonance cultivation. But Shenwei found himself exhausted in a way that went beyond physical tiredness. He had been pushing at the absolute limits of his power for months, using Nine Hearts' absolute resonance to stabilize regions damaged by void suppression. His meridians were stable, but his spirit was fragmented from constant output. He needed time to simply exist, to process, to integrate everything that had happened. He found that time in meditation on a cultivation peak far from the academy, accompanied only by Lian Yu, who had insisted on joining him whether he wanted her to or not. "You're reaching a limit," she said one evening, as they sat watching the sunset paint the sky in shades of orange and purple. "The limit of what one person can do, even a Nine Hearts cultivator. You need to accept that you can't save everyone by yourself." "I'm not trying to save everyone," Shenwei said. "I'm trying to heal the damage that was done. There's a difference." "Yes," Lian Yu agreed. "And you're succeeding. But the healing is ongoing. It will take generations. You don't have to complete it yourself." Shenwei knew she was right. But there was something inside him that still pushed, still demanded action, still believed that if he just worked hard enough and gave enough of himself, he could fix everything that had been broken. "What if I'm making a mistake?" he asked suddenly. "What if Nine Hearts' absolute cultivation is something that shouldn't be spread widely? What if there's a reason it was so rare? What if I'm creating a weapon that will eventually be turned against the world?" Lian Yu turned to look at him directly. "Is that what you're afraid of? Or is that what you think you should be afraid of because you were raised by elders who teach cautious cultivation practices?" The question hit harder than any blade strike could. Shenwei realized that he had been carrying a suppressed fear about the Nine Hearts absolute. Not that it was dangerous in an absolute sense, but that his responsibility for spreading it might eventually lead to consequences he couldn't control. "Both," he admitted. "I'm afraid that I'm right to be afraid. And I'm afraid that I'm just being paranoid because of everything I've already been through." "Then let me tell you what I've observed," Lian Yu said. "The cultivators training at Shenwuhan's academy are becoming more compassionate, not less. They're becoming more capable of understanding different perspectives, not more dogmatic. They're becoming stronger, but their strength is being directed toward connection rather than domination. That's the opposite of creating a weapon." "But what about the ones who aren't strong enough?" Shenwei pressed. "What about the ones who achieve Nine Hearts absolute and then can't handle the weight of unconditional love? What if the meridian breaks them instead of healing them?" "Then they'll have support systems in place," Lian Yu said. "Because Shen Wuhan's training program is specifically designed to prevent that. You've built something good, Shenwei. You don't have to keep proving it by destroying yourself." Over the following weeks, Shenwei slowly allowed himself to stop. Not to stop working entirely. He still gave guidance to the academy, still worked on developing new applications of Nine Hearts' absolute resonance. But he stopped pushing at the absolute limits of his power. He allowed himself to simply exist. And in that space of existing without pushing, without demanding more of himself, something shifted. His spiritual core, which had been fragmented from months of continuous output, began to stabilize. The 9 meridians, which had been running constantly at maximum capacity, settled into a more sustainable rhythm. And most importantly, the weight of responsibility that he had been carrying, the belief that everything depended on his actions, began to lighten. He realized that he had been carrying his great uncle's trauma pattern without even noticing it. Just as Shen Wuhan had believed that preventing others from feeling by building the Heartless Pavilion would save them from experiencing his kind of pain, Shenwei had been believing that fixing everyone's emotional trauma by spreading Nine Hearts' absolute cultivation would somehow justify his own power. But power didn't require justification. It just required responsibility. The difference was subtle but profound. With justification seeking, there was never enough. With responsibility, there were boundaries. There were limits. There were moments when the right thing to do was to step back and let others make their own choices. "I think I understand something now," Shenwei said to Lian Yu one evening, about a month into his retreat. "The 9th meridian isn't just love for other people. It's love for myself. And that's not selfish. That's necessary. Because if I don't care about my own well-being, my own limits, my own capacity for healing, then eventually I become another person who needs saving. And I create that cycle where I need to be saved by someone who is also destroying themselves for me." "Now you're understanding the full depth of what you cultivated," Lian Yu said, and there was something like pride in her voice. "The 9 Hearts Absolute isn't a power that lets you fix the world. It's a state of being where you acknowledge that you are part of the world, that you matter, that your own emotional health is as important as anyone else's." Shen Wei felt that truth settle into his meridians, into his spiritual core, into the foundation of his cultivation. And for the first time since the Citadel's collapse, he felt something like peace. Not the absence of responsibility, not the avoidance of work that needed to be done, but the peace of understanding that there were limits and that respecting those limits wasn't weakness, it was wisdom. Chapter 119. Winter came again, and with it came something unexpected. Shen Wei was back at the academy, working with Xin Wuhan on developing more advanced training techniques for Nine Hearts Absolute Cultivation, when one of the academy's students came to him with an unusual problem. Master Shen, the young cultivator said, his face troubled, I think I'm approaching a breakthrough, but I don't understand the nature of it. All the emotions seem to be connecting, but in a way that's different from what the teaching materials describe. Shen Wei examined the student's meridians carefully, extending his Nine Hearts Absolute resonance to understand what was happening in the younger cultivator's spiritual core. What he found was extraordinary. The 8 meridians were balanced and open as expected, with all 9 channels of emotion flowing in harmonic resonance. But there was something additional, a kind of resonance feedback, where the emotions were beginning to reinforce each other in a self-sustaining pattern that went beyond simple harmonic alignment. You're approaching Nine Hearts Transcendence, Shen Wei realized. Not Nine Hearts Absolute. This is something different, something newer. He brought the student to Shen Wuhan, who examined the findings with academic intensity. This shouldn't be possible, the ancient cultivator said slowly. Nine Hearts Absolute is a fixed state of being. It shouldn't have evolution pathways beyond itself. Unless, Shen Wei said carefully, the presence of multiple Nine Hearts cultivators in close proximity is creating a cumulative effect. Unless the emotional resonance is spreading from one cultivator to another, stacking, building something that wasn't possible when Nine Hearts Absolute was rare. They worked with the student for 3 weeks, carefully monitoring and supporting the development of what appeared to be a new cultivation state. And gradually, it became clear that something unprecedented was happening. The student was developing the capacity to share Nine Hearts Absolute resonance directly with other people, not just as a radiating influence, but as an actual transfer of cultivated emotional energy. Multiple Nine Hearts cultivators working together could amplify each other's resonance to unprecedented levels. The continental emotional network was becoming so saturated with cultivators who understood unconditional love that the cultivation practice itself was evolving. This is what you built, Xin Wuhan said to Shen Wei one evening. You created the foundation for something that transcends Nine Hearts Absolute. You created the beginning of a world where emotional cultivation is so prevalent that it creates its own momentum. But even as they were celebrating this breakthrough, Shen Wei felt a stirring that had nothing to do with cultivation technique. He was sitting in the academy's highest library, reviewing ancient texts about emotional resonance cultivation, when he felt a presence that shouldn't have been there. Warm, familiar in a way that went beyond recognition, connected to him in a way that his existing bonds didn't explain. He turned and found Xin Wuhan standing in the library entrance, aged and worn but upright, his eyes carrying something that Shen Wei had rarely seen in them since restoration, peace. I've been waiting to tell you something, Xin Wuhan said. Something I've understood for months but didn't know how to express until now. What? Shen Wei asked. When you extended unconditional love toward me, when you opened the 9th meridian through that act of accepting me despite everything I had done, you didn't just save me, Shen Wuhan said. You saved yourself. You confirmed something that needed to be confirmed. That love and acceptance can reach anyone, can transform anyone, can heal anyone, even people who seem irredeemable. And by proving that through your connection with me, you made it possible for others to believe it too. Shen Wei felt something stir in his resonance network, not a new meridian, not a new state of power, but a deepening. A recognition that his relationship with his great uncle had itself become a form of cultivation, a constant practice of choosing connection over judgment. I've been trying to calculate what you've accomplished, Xin Wuhan continued. Using my mathematics background, trying to model the emotional impact of Nine Hearts Absolute cultivation spreading across the continent. And the numbers are extraordinary. Millions of people have directly experienced Nine Hearts Absolute resonance. Thousands are now training to achieve it themselves. The cumulative effect is that the fundamental frequency of emotional expression across an entire continent has shifted. The baseline for what people expect from their emotional connections has been elevated. Is that good? Shen Wei asked. It's unprecedented, Xin Wuhan said. Whether it's good or bad depends on what humanity does with the capability. But what I know is that the possibility exists now because of what you chose to do. And that matters. Shen Wei felt something release inside him. Not the peace he had discovered during his retreat, something deeper. An understanding that his work had been validated not by results or achievements, but by the simple fact that he had tried, genuinely and wholeheartedly, to create a world where emotional connection was valued. And in that understanding, something unexpected happened. The 10th moment stirred. Not a meridian. Xianxia understood now that the 9 meridians were complete, that they represented all the fundamental emotions that existed, but a state beyond them. A recognition that emotional cultivation could continue to evolve, could continue to deepen, could continue to transform itself in ways that couldn't be predicted or planned. The 9 hearts absolute wasn't the end of cultivation. It was just the beginning of something much larger. Chapter 120. In spring, 3 years after the continental suppression field collapsed, Xianxia sat with Shen Wuhan in a garden overlooking the Azure Mountains where the academy was built. The ancient cultivator was weaker now, not from trauma or from the void, but from the simple fact that age had caught up with him. Even with advanced cultivation and by Suin's best alchemy, a body that had lived 170 years was beginning to fail. Shen Wuhan had perhaps a year remaining, perhaps less. He was making peace with that fact in a way that only someone who had experienced 140 years of void could make peace with natural mortality. I was thinking about how this all started, Shen Wuhan said, his voice soft. With a woman and a loss. With a grief so profound that it convinced me grief was the enemy. And I spent 140 years trying to prevent others from feeling that kind of love, that kind of loss. I know, Xianxia said gently. But you've shown me something different, Shen Wuhan continued. You've shown me that loss and connection are not opposites. They're two sides of the same thing. You can't have genuine love without the risk of loss. You can't have genuine connection without the vulnerability of being hurt. And that vulnerability is actually where the strength comes from. Xianxia felt his 9 meridians resonate with the truth of that statement. Mei Linghua understood that, Shen Wuhan said. I realize that now. She was always telling me that connection was the source of strength, that emotions were what made life worth living. I dismissed her because I was afraid. But she was right. She was always right. And the 140 years I spent in the void were 140 years of running from the truth she was trying to teach me. You understand it now? Xianxia said. That matters. Yes, Shen Wuhan agreed. It does. And I want you to understand something as well. I want you to know that the 9 hearts absolute cultivation you developed, the unconditional love that powered the 9th meridian, that came from something I could only approach through my great uncle's wisdom. You learned it because you chose to see humanity in me, and that's the greatest gift I could ever receive. They sat in silence for a long time, watching the sun move across the Azure Mountains, feeling the resonance of their connection, not just the bond between 2 cultivators, but the bond between 2 people who had both learned, in different ways, that love and pain were inseparable. In that silence, Xianxia understood something final. The 9 meridians, compassion, grief, courage, joy, wrath, devotion, community, transcendence, and love, they weren't just emotional states. They were windows into understanding what it meant to be human, to feel completely, to connect genuinely, to accept that pain and joy were not opposites, but partners in the experience of being alive. And the 9 hearts absolute was not a pinnacle of power that he had to defend or perfect or worry about. It was simply a state of being where someone had learned to hold all 9 emotions equally, had learned to honor them all, had learned to let them work together to create something that transcended any single feeling. The world will change, Shen Wuhan said eventually. Now that 9 hearts absolute cultivation is spreading, conflict will still exist, because emotions are complex and sometimes contradictory. But the baseline for compassion, for understanding, for genuine connection, that has been elevated. You've created something permanent, Xianxia. Something that won't be undone even if you stopped cultivating tomorrow. I'm not going to stop cultivating, Xianxia said. But I'm also not going to spend the rest of my life trying to perfect something that's already working. Good, Shen Wuhan said. Because what comes next is more important. You need to live. You need to continue your bonds with Lian Yu and Bai Suyin and Su Mingzhu and Feng Zhilan. You need to deepen your connection with Lu Haochen. You need to find new bonds, potentially, with people you haven't met yet. You need to experience joy and loss and grief and happiness in the way that only someone actually living, not just cultivating, can experience them. Will you be here to see it? Xianxia asked quietly. For a while longer, Shen Wuhan said. Long enough to see the academy expand. Long enough to train more 9 hearts cultivators. Long enough to help ensure that the knowledge I gained through 140 years of void, and then restored through your compassion, doesn't disappear when I do. And when it's time for me to leave. He paused. I think I'll be ready. Because I'll be leaving a world where emotional connection is valued. where people are learning to love unconditionally, where Mei Linghua's belief that connection is the source of all strength is becoming the foundation of civilization itself. Xinwei felt tears forming, but they weren't from sadness. They were from the understanding that this journey was complete, not in the sense that there was nothing left to do. There was endless work ahead, endless learning, endless evolution of the cultivation techniques he had developed, but complete in the sense that the core mission was accomplished. The void had been healed. The suppression had been lifted. The world was learning to feel again. And in that learning, in that gradual transformation of continental consciousness, Xinwei understood what his life had been for. It wasn't to defeat an enemy or to claim a rank or to prove anything. It was simply to show that love, unconditional, genuine, fearless love, was strong enough to reach into the deepest void and bring someone back to humanity. Everything else had followed from that simple truth. As the sun set over the azure mountains, and Xunwei sat with his great-uncle in companionable silence, he felt the 9 meridians resonate in perfect harmony, not as an achievement to be displayed or a power to be wielded, but simply as evidence that he was alive, feeling, connected. The 9 hearts absolute had opened the door, but the life that followed, that was where the real cultivation would happen. And Xunwei, age 18, with his whole life ahead of him, was finally ready to begin. Chapter 121. The citadel crumbled like ancient bone, its black stone finally surrendering to the weight of its own existence. Xunwei stood at the center of the coalition formation, his hands pressed against the resonance anchor point, channeling power through all 9 meridians in perfect harmonic alignment. The void that the sage had carved into the continent for 140 years was collapsing, and with it came the most profound moment of healing that the world had ever witnessed. Around him, coalition forces secured the rubble-strewn grounds. Soldiers from a dozen sects moved with purpose and care, carrying the void-conditioned prisoners, thousands of them, out into the natural light. Some came willingly. Others were carried, their eyes glassy with the emptiness that had become their entire existence. The heartless pavilion had drained emotions from every one of them, and now, for the first time since that draining, they would have the chance to feel again. Xunwei could feel them through the resonance network. Every void-conditioned person was like a broken musical instrument, their emotional strings severed, their capacity to feel reduced to a hollow echo. But the 9 meridians working in harmony produced a resonance pulse so profound, so complete, that it reached across the entire continent. The formation that the sage had built to suppress emotions was being inverted, transformed, redirected toward restoration. The effort was staggering. Xunwei's meridians screamed with the effort of channeling such vast amounts of power. His heart thundered in his chest. His legs trembled. But the 9 hearts absolute was designed for exactly this. It could sustain infinite resonance energy through the balance of all 9 emotions working in concert. Compassion fueled his determination not to stop. Courage gave him the will to endure. Grief reminded him of the cost of failure. Joy kept him anchored to purpose. Wrath burned away doubt. Devotion bound him to the work. Unity connected him to every person he was healing. Transcendence held the vision steady above the pain. And love, pure, unconditional love, kept him moving even when his body wanted to collapse. The pulse rippled outward in waves of gentle, insistent warmth. In cities across the continent, void-conditioned soldiers suddenly gasped. In villages, former pavilion members collapsed to their knees as sensation returned to their emotional cores. It was like waking from a nightmare that had lasted decades. It was like tasting food for the first time. It was like hearing music after a lifetime of silence. Not everyone rejoiced. By the 3rd hour, the reports began reaching Xunwei. A woman in the eastern garrison had tried to end her life the moment her emotions returned. A soldier in the north had become so overwhelmed by the flood of feeling that he had attacked his own comrades. An elderly man who had spent 50 years in the void wept not tears of joy, but tears of anguish. The weight of 50 years of guilt, of things done in the emptiness, of the life he could have had came crashing down on him all at once. "We have to stop," Bai Suyin said, running toward him, her robes torn and stained. "Wait, they're not ready. The emotional restoration is outpacing their psychological capacity. We're healing the void, but we're traumatizing the mind." Xunwei wanted to stop. His body was screaming at him to stop. But he understood something that many did not, that some things had to break before they could be remade. The void was a wound that had been festering for a century. It could not be healed gently. "Tell them to focus on the newly restored," he managed to say, his voice hoarse. "Create safe spaces. Have the coalition members who are bonded establish connections. We can't heal the trauma with energy, Suyin, only with presence, with love." "There isn't enough of us," she whispered. "Then we find more." Send word. Anyone bonded, anyone who has felt genuine connection, is needed. This isn't a military victory. This is a healing. And healing requires community. By the end of the day, as the pulse finally completed its continental sweep and Shun Wei collapsed to his knees, the true magnitude of the task ahead became clear. The citadel had fallen. The void was reversing. But the real war, the war against trauma, against despair, against the very real possibility that many of the restored would wish they had remained in the numbness, was only beginning. Lianyu was there to catch him before he fell. Her ice-cold hands brought him back to consciousness. 9 hearts, she whispered. Working as one. Not enough, Shinwei gasped. There are so many. Suyin was right. The void didn't just steal their emotions. It stole their time, their memories, their connections. We're giving them back the capacity to feel, but they'll have to relearn how to be human. Some of them won't want to. Then we teach them, Lianyu said simply. The way you taught me. Above them, the citadel's black stones had turned gray in the fading light. The formation that had sustained the sage for so long was collapsing completely now, its power exhausted. But in the villages and towns and cities across the continent, people were opening their eyes to a world they had thought lost forever. Some would choose to build a new life. Others would struggle with the weight of what they had been forced to do. All of them, in the days and months ahead, would need what humanity had nearly lost, the courage to feel, and the community to feel it with. Chapter 122. The restoration crisis broke like a storm without warning. By the second day after the citadel fell, the coalition medical centers were overflowing with cases they had no framework to treat. Physicians trained in wound care and cultivation deviation found themselves utterly lost in the face of emotional collapse. A man who had been void-conditioned for 30 years suddenly remembered his wife. She had died decades ago, while he was in the void, incapable of feeling grief. Now, the full force of 30 years of ungrieved loss hit him all at once. He screamed until his voice gave out. Then he was silent. The physicians could find nothing medically wrong with him. A young woman, barely 20, had spent the last 5 years in the void conditioning process. The Heartless Pavilion had been slowly, deliberately teaching her to suppress emotion as part of their recruitment pipeline. When the continental pulse hit her, all 5 years of deliberately suppressed feeling came back in a torrent. She experienced 5 years of grief, rage, and despair in the span of an hour. Her mind couldn't process the acceleration. She spent the next day catatonic. A soldier woke up to the memory of executing civilians under the sage's orders. The void had made him numb to it. The restoration made him feel every single death as if he had committed murder consciously, deliberately, with full knowledge of what he was doing. Bai Suyin didn't leave the medical center for 36 hours. Shinwei came to spell her, and when he saw her sitting on a stool beside a woman who hadn't spoken in 2 days, he understood what was happening. The void healing required resonance energy, but the trauma healing required presence. What can we do? He asked her quietly. I don't know, she admitted. She looked hollow, not void-conditioned hollow, but genuinely, deeply exhausted. The pills help with sleep. The meditation exercises help with grounding. But wait, there are thousands of them, and we have maybe 200 bonded cultivators to help. The math doesn't work. Shinwei sat down beside the woman. He could feel through resonance that her emotional centers were intact, that the void had fully released its hold on her. But her mind was fragmented. The trauma of experiencing 5 years of delayed grief had fractured something in her that no amount of resonance healing could fix. What if the math doesn't have to work? He said slowly. What if we're thinking about this wrong? The sage tried to heal emotions through power, through control, through force. It created the void. We're trying to heal the void the same way, through massive pulses of energy. But that's not what heals trauma. What does? Bai Suyin asked. Time. Connection. Ordinary human moments. Someone sitting beside you in the darkness. Someone who doesn't try to fix you, just acknowledges that you're broken. He thought of Tsang in the herb garden, of the way the old man had taught him not by explaining, but by simply being present. We need to change how we frame this. Not medical crisis. Emotional recovery. And that means we need everyone, not just cultivators. Within hours, Shinwei had reorganized the entire restoration effort. Non-cultivators were brought in, priests, scholars, craftspeople, farmers, anyone who had formed genuine bonds in their own lives. They were paired with the newly restored. The pairing wasn't random. The resonance system helped Shun Wei guide the connections, matching people whose emotional frequencies aligned. A widow was paired with another widow. A young person struggling with grief was paired with someone who had known profound loss and survived it. The change was slow but undeniable. The screaming decreased. The catatonic cases began to respond, not to medications, but to the simple presence of another human being who had, in their own time, faced the abyss and chosen to live anyway. But there were failures too. On the fourth day, a man who had remembered his entire family's death while void conditions slit his wrists with a meditation blade. By the fifth day, 3 more had attempted the same. Xianxia stood in the morgue, a terrible necessity they had constructed, and felt the weight of having awakened something in people that they now wished would go back to sleep. This is still better than the void, Lianyu said behind him. She had come to help with the ice-based meditation techniques that helped settle overactive emotional responses. They chose this. Whatever they chose to do with their emotions, that's their right. Is it? Xianxia asked. I forced the void from them. I didn't ask. I didn't offer a choice. Would you have gotten one if you asked? She replied. Would you have allowed them to remain in the void, rather than choose? The question hung in the darkness. Xianxia didn't answer because they both knew the answer. No, he wouldn't have. Even knowing the cost, he wouldn't have chosen to leave thousands of people in that hollow emptiness. Then you live with both, Lianyu said, not unkindly. The relief of those you saved. The grief of those who couldn't bear to be saved. By the end of the first week, a pattern emerged. Out of the initial 5,000 void-conditioned people who had been rescued from the Citadel and its subsidiary facilities, approximately 4,200 had successfully reintegrated into emotional consciousness. 300 had chosen to return to a meditative state, not void conditioning, but a controlled, voluntary suppression that allowed them to process trauma at their own pace. And for the remaining 500, the restoration had been too much, and they had opted for death. It was not a victory, but in a war against the void itself, it was survival. It was the stubborn insistence that feeling, even painful, chaotic, overwhelming feeling, was worth the cost. It was the principle that Xianxia had discovered in opening each meridian. That connection mattered more than ease, and that a life fully felt was preferable to a life made numb. The medical centers gradually stabilized. The emergency became routine. The crisis transformed into a long, slow work of healing that would occupy the coalition for months and the continent for years. Xianxia and Baisuyin worked side by side, and slowly, painfully, the world learned to feel again. Chapter 123. The Hollow General stood in the courtyard where he had once executed prisoners without a flicker of conscience. Now, with his emotions fully restored, he stood in that same place and wept. His name was General Xue, and he had served the Heartless Pavilion for 72 years. The void had made it possible. The restoration had made it unbearable. Mu Qianren found him there at dawn, knowing exactly where his father would go. He had chosen the same location, days earlier, and had gone through a similar reckoning. But while the general's void conditioning had lasted nearly 7 decades, Mu Qianren's had been only 7 years. The difference in the magnitude of trauma was immeasurable. Father, Mu Qianren said softly. The general turned. His face was a map of aging, of weariness, of a man who had lived too long in the dark. Qianren, I shouldn't. I don't deserve to look at you. The orders I gave. The people I know what you did, Mu Qianren said. He had known for weeks, since his own void conditioning had reversed and the memories came back in a flood. He had seen the orders. He had executed them alongside his father. So did I. This silenced the general more effectively than any assurance could. The truth was that both of them had blood on their hands. Both of them had killed people they would never have harmed in emotional consciousness. Both of them had been hollow instruments of the sage's will, and no amount of restoration would change what they had done. How do you bear it? The general asked. I don't, Mu Qianren said. But I have help. There's a woman, an alchemist named Baisuyin. She works with the restoration effort. She told me something. She said that bearing unbearable things is what humans do. We take the weight, and we don't put it down, but we distribute it. We carry it with others. We let others help us carry it. The general sank onto a nearby bench. His hands were trembling. For 72 years, he had not trembled. For 72 years, he had not felt fear. Now fear was constant. Fear of judgment. Fear of what he had become. Fear that there was no redemption for what he had done. I want to turn myself in, the general said. I want to stand trial. I want there to be consequences. There will be, Mu Qianren said. He sat beside his father. But first, you have to live. You have to feel all of it, without running from it, without seeking escape. That's going to be harder than any trial. The coalition had established a rehabilitation protocol for the highest-ranking members of the Heartless Pavilion. General Xue was not the only one facing this reckoning. The organization had been staffed by powerful cultivators who had willingly walked into the void, and their restoration was creating impossible situations for a justice system that had no framework for crimes committed while emotionally unconscious. But Xianxia, in his conversations with the Coalition Council, had argued something radical, that the void conditioned could not be held responsible for actions taken in the void the same way as ordinary criminals. Responsibility, he argued, required emotional agency, required the capacity to feel remorse, to make choices based on values that went beyond mere survival. The void condition had been weapons, not actors. Weapons could be repurposed, but they could not be punished. This argument had not been popular, but the general's case illustrated the problem perfectly. If they executed him now, they would be murdering a man who had just been awakened to horror, who was struggling to comprehend what his own hands had done. If they imprisoned him indefinitely, they would be warehousing another trauma case alongside the thousands already struggling with restoration. Neither option seemed just. Father and son sat in the courtyard as the sun rose higher. Workers began moving across the grounds, and Mu Qianren recognized many of them as former pavilion members, slowly returning to productive labor under supervision. Some of them recognized the general. Some looked away. Others approached, and Mu Qianren watched his father endure their stares, their silences, the weight of their judgment. By noon, the general had wept 3 times. By evening, he had vomited twice and barely eaten anything. Mu Qianren stayed beside him through all of it, not offering comfort. There was no comfort in this situation, but offering presence. The way Shen Wei had offered it to him, standing in the darkness while Mu Qianren learned to feel again. I want to help with the rehabilitation effort, the general said finally, with the other former pavilion members. If anyone can help them understand what they've done and what it means to live with it, it should be someone who has done the worst things. Mu Qianren nodded. This was redemption, he understood now. Not erasure of the past. Not forgiveness. Not even forgetting. But the choice, every single day, to move forward and do better. To acknowledge the harm and commit to healing. To become someone who could help others with the same burden. I'll speak to the council, Mu Qianren said. But father, this will take the rest of your life. The rehabilitation, the reckoning, all of it. It won't ever be finished. Good, the general said quietly. I wouldn't want it to be. Over the following weeks, the Hollow General became instrumental in the rehabilitation program for former pavilion members. His authority, earned not from power but from shared suffering, allowed him to reach people who might have otherwise disappeared into despair. He worked with his son, and gradually, father and son built something that resembled not quite forgiveness, but understanding. They built the foundation for a life lived with full emotional consciousness, knowing what they had done, accepting that consequence, and moving forward anyway. It was not redemption in the classical sense, but it was something better. It was genuine change, forged through the hardest work of all, the work of feeling everything and continuing anyway. Chapter 124. The judgment of the severed heart sage consumed 3 full days of the Coalition Council. Shen Wei sat in the gallery, watching the proceedings, watching the man who had tried to destroy him be questioned, evaluated, and deliberated upon. Shen Wuhan sat in chains, not because he could escape them, but because the council needed the symbolic statement. He was no longer the sage. He was a prisoner. The arguments were brutal and varied. Some council members argued for execution, a swift end to suffering, for both the prisoner and the coalition that would have to maintain him. Others argued for life imprisonment. Still others wanted him studied, to understand how an ordinary cultivator had descended into such profound darkness. But Shen Wei had come to the council with testimony that shifted the entire dialogue. He is not the monster you think he is, Shen Wei had said, standing before the council. Or rather, he is, but he became the monster through loss, not through nature. 140 years ago, there was a woman named Mei Linghua. 2 men loved her. Both men lost her. One man, the sage, lost himself entirely. He built the Heartless Pavilion as a way to ensure that no one else would ever have to experience what he experienced. He was still wrong. His solution was monstrous, but the wound underneath was real. The motivations of a criminal do not excuse his crimes, argued Elder Zhun of the Northern Coalition. No, Shen Wei agreed, but they do determine his punishment. If we execute him, we execute a man who is experiencing genuine remorse for the first time in 140 years. If we imprison him, we can offer him the same choice we've given to everyone else the sage harmed. The choice to live with full emotional consciousness and make amends for what was done. The council voted, finally, for life imprisonment with mandatory participation in a rehabilitation program. The sage would spend the rest of his existence in a resonance-dampened cell, unable to cultivate, forced to feel every day the weight of what he had created. His cell would be in the depths of the citadel, which the coalition was converting into a rehabilitation center. It seemed almost poetic, the place of void creation becoming a place of emotional recovery. Shen Wei visited his great-uncle the day after the verdict was delivered. The cell was simple: stone walls, a meditation platform, a window that showed the garden that the sage had once cultivated to suppress emotions. Now that window showed only growth, only life returning. Shen Wuhan sat in absolute stillness, the way he had sat for decades as the sage. But now, tears ran freely down his weathered face. "Thank you," he said, without turning to look at Shenwei, "for arguing for my life." Many would have seen execution as mercy. "Execution would be mercy," Shenwei said. "That's why I couldn't argue for it." The sage finally turned to face his great-nephew. The transformation was staggering. The void had stripped away everything but function. Its removal had revealed everything underneath: decades of accumulated grief, guilt, and the profound loneliness of a man who had spent 140 years in deliberate isolation. "The woman you loved enough to open the ninth meridian," Shen Wuhan said. "The one who forced me to feel again. Who was she?" Shenwei sat across from his great-uncle. He could feel through the resonance network that Shen Wuhan's emotions were completely restored now, his meridians returning to function after a century and a half of forced dormancy. The sage was experiencing feelings he had been denying for 140 years, and the intensity was staggering. "It was you," Shenwei said. Shen Wuhan stared at him. For a long moment, there was no response. Then the sage began to weep, not the controlled tears of a man processing emotion, but the raw, wrenching sobs of someone who had finally understood what had been done to him and what he had done to others. "I don't understand," he managed. "I thought I needed to find one person I loved more than I loved you," Shenwei explained. "Someone I would sacrifice everything for, the way you sacrificed everything out of fear of losing someone. I thought that was the requirement of the ninth meridian, a love so profound it transcended the limits of the self. But I realized, as I was fighting you, that I had already found it. My bonds don't require romantic love. They require genuine connection. And the strongest connection I had in that moment was to you, to the part of you that was still buried under 140 years of void, the part that was still human." Shen Wuhan could not respond. He simply wept, and Shenwei sat with him, the way he had sat with so many people during the restoration, not offering comfort, not trying to fix anything, but bearing witness to the weight of genuine emotion. "Will you forgive me?" the sage asked finally. "I already have," Shenwei said. "That's not why I came. I came because you need to learn to forgive yourself. And that work starts now. You have the rest of your life to do it." He left his great-uncle in the cell, with the window showing the garden and the weight of 140 years of delayed emotion finally settling in to be felt. The judgment was complete. Now came the true punishment, the difficult, endless work of being human again. Chapter 125. The appeal came 3 weeks later. Shen Wuhan requested a transfer, not to a different cell, but to supervised labor. He wanted to work in the gardens, the very gardens he had cultivated as a weapon of emotional suppression. He wanted to transform them into something else. The council granted the request, with strict supervision and resonance binding. Shen Wei found him one afternoon, kneeling in the soil, planting jasmine flowers. The sage's hands trembled as he worked. Tears dripped onto the dark earth. But he continued anyway, methodically pressing seeds into the ground, watering them, speaking to them in a voice so soft that Shen Wei could barely hear the words. "I remember her laugh," Shen Wuhan said, not looking up. "It sounded like wind chimes. I remember that, and I remember that I let her be taken. I remember that instead of fighting for her, I retreated into the void and built it for others as well, to spare them the pain I couldn't bear. And now I plant jasmine because she loved jasmine, and every flower is another day I have to acknowledge what I failed to protect." "And Song?" Shenwei asked. "Did you know he loved her too?" The sage's hands stilled. "Not for certain, but I suspected. We were rivals, he and I, in those days. We wanted the same woman. And perhaps the greatest cruelty was that neither of us could have her. The enemies of the Shun bloodline made sure of that." Shen Wei sat beside his great-uncle in the garden. Around them, plants were beginning to bloom in the spring warmth. The sage had been a prisoner for 3 weeks, and in those 3 weeks, his hands had begun to show the calluses of genuine work. His face, no longer stone-like, had begun to show lines that suggested something almost like peace. "The council approved my petition," Shen Wei said, "to establish a fund for the families of those killed during the pavilion's suppression. Compensation for lost years, lost loves, lost potential. Song's estate will be the foundation. When he dies, everything he has will go to families of the void-conditioned who were killed or who chose to end their lives during restoration." "He's dying," Shen Wuhan said. It wasn't a question. "He's old. Very old. He's been holding on to life with the sheer force of devotion, and now that the legacy is secure, he's letting go." The sage returned to planting. He was always stronger than me. Even in our rivalry over her, he was the one who could accept loss. I could not. I broke and built the void instead. Shen Wuhan's voice was steady now, accepting. Will you tell him something when he goes? Of course. Tell him that I'm sorry. For the rivalry. For the pavilion. For the fact that we let the same enemies take her from both of us. Tell him I understand now why he could let go and I could not. The conversation marked something in Shen Wei. His great-uncle was no longer the sage, the villain, the enemy. He was simply an old man, broken by loss, working in a garden to acknowledge what he had failed to protect. Redemption was not yet. It might never be, but the possibility of it had emerged from the stone. Over the following weeks, Shen Wuhan's cell became a greenhouse. He tended plants from dawn to dusk, speaking to them, watering them, singing to them in a voice that had not sung in 140 years. The other prisoners began to gather to watch him work. Some of them recognized him. Some of them hated him. But they all watched as the sage, the man responsible for the void that had stolen their emotions, dedicated his restoration to the act of creation, growing things, making beauty, working with his hands to undo the devastation he had caused. It would not erase what had been done. Nothing could. But it transformed the narrative of who the sage could become. He was no longer simply a prisoner. He was a man in the process of learning, desperately and slowly, how to live with his humanity fully awake. The rehabilitation guards noticed the changes in the other prisoners as well. Men and women who had been confined alongside the sage began to show signs of recovery simply by watching him work. If the architect of the void could dedicate himself to reconstruction, perhaps they too could choose to build something better. The garden became a place of informal therapy, where people sat in silence and watched an old man plant flowers, understanding without words that redemption looked like this: slow, patient, devoted work in service of something beyond one's own suffering. Shen Wei visited regularly now, and he found that the visits no longer felt like a duty. They felt like family. He would sit beside his great-uncle and help with the planting, their hands working in the soil together, creating something that neither of them would fully see mature. It was a strange form of reconciliation, not forgiveness, not absolution, but the quiet acknowledgement that two people could share a history of harm and still choose, every day, to build something better. Do you think about it? Shen Wei asked once. About what you could have been if she had lived? Every day, Shen Wuhan said. But I've learned to hold that thought differently now. Not as a burden, but as a reminder. She was the best part of me, and losing her nearly destroyed me. The worst part of me built the void to ensure no one else would feel that loss. But you've taught me that loss and love are inseparable, that the weight of grief is the price of connection, that it's not weakness to be broken by love. They sat together in silence, the only sound the quiet splash of water on soil. The jasmine plants they were tending would bloom in another season, and the sage would care for them then, and after that, until his own life came to an end. It seemed fitting somehow that the man who had tried to eliminate emotion from the world would spend his final years coaxing flowers to grow in a prison garden. Chapter 126. The gate of Azure Cloud Sect appeared suddenly around the mountain's curve, and Shen Wei's breath caught. He had not been home in what felt like an eternity. The sect stood exactly as he remembered it. White stone walls, the central peak rising like a fawn against the sky, the training grounds where he had fought his first battle, the outer disciple quarters where he had grown up despised. But everything had changed. The disciples who had once bullied him now stood at attention as he approached. The outer disciples who had ignored his existence now whispered his name with respect. The sect itself seemed to vibrate with a different frequency, as if the connection of having sent its sect master's son to war and having him return victorious had somehow resonated through the entire structure. Shen Tianyu stood at the main gate. He was not in formal robes. He was not in the posture of the sect master. He was simply a man, standing with his hands at his sides, waiting. Wei, he said. Just the name. Nothing else. For 17 years, Shen Wei had waited for his father to see him. For 17 years, the connection between them had been distant, filtered through the lens of the sect master's distant expectations. Now, as Shen Tianyu reached out and drew his son into an embrace, Shen Wei felt the walls of that distance crumble. I'm sorry, his father said, his voice breaking. For everything. For the distance. For the expectation. For not seeing you. I see you now, Shen Wei said. And that's what matters. The celebration that followed was the largest the sect had seen in decades. Disciples poured into the courtyards. Word spread through the outer quarters, the inner chambers, the elders' halls. The son of the sect master had returned, and he had not returned alone. He had returned with victory, with new bonds, with the promise that the world was fundamentally changing. Shen Wei walked through the sections of the sect that had defined his life. The outer disciple quarters, where he had slept in a cramped room and trained in the pre-dawn darkness. The ranking tournament grounds, where he had first fought Su Mingzhu and earned a modicum of respect. The herb garden, where Tsang had taught him the principle of resonance. The meditation hall, where he had first sat with Lian Yu and found that connection could transcend the boundaries he had thought were fixed. Each location was a memory, and now, with his meridians fully awakened, each location was also a resonance marker. He could feel the echoes of his own growth in the stones themselves. The fear he had carried as an outer disciple. The determination of his ranking tournament fight. The wonder of his first connection with Lian Yu. All of it was woven into the spiritual fabric of the sect. "You're different," said Zhao Hong, approaching him in the training grounds. The inner disciple who had once been his rival now stood with respect in his posture. "Everyone can feel it. The whole sect feels it." "The sect is different," Shenwei replied. "The whole world is different." "Yes," Zhao Hong said. "And you did that." That night, Shenwei sat in the sect master's hall with his father. Shin Tianyu had ordered the formalities dismissed. It was just the two of them, father and son, in the place where the business of the sect had always been conducted in cold, calculating silence. "Tell me about the bonds," Shin Tianyu said. So Shenwei told him. He told him about Lian Yu, about compassion and ice, about Bai Suyin and the courage to care for others, about Su Mingzhu and the joy of genuine connection without possession, about Feng Zhilan and the unity that transcended individual difference, about Lu Haochen, the bond that needed no system, just the daily choice of friendship, about Mu Qianren, and how the wrath of justice could become the courage of rehabilitation, about the hollow general and the grief that was necessary to acknowledge before moving forward, and about his great uncle and the transcendence of loving someone through their worst self. As he spoke, Shin Tianyu listened. And somewhere in the telling, Shen Wei felt his father's emotional walls begin to crack. Not collapse. Shin Tianyu had spent too many years building them, but crack enough to allow something genuine through. "Your mother would be proud," Shin Tianyu said finally. "She used to say that power wasn't about strength. It was about connection. I didn't understand her then, but I see it now." The mention of his mother sent a resonance through Shen Wei's ninth meridian, the love meridian. He could almost feel her presence, the warmth of her hands, the way she had held him as a child and whispered that love was not weakness. She had died when he was too young to remember her clearly, but her words had shaped everything. They had shaped the path that led him here, to this moment, where his father finally understood what she had been trying to teach. "What will you do now?" Shin Tianyu asked. "I don't know yet," Shenwei admitted. "The world is still healing. The void conditions still need support. The rehabilitation efforts are ongoing. The coalition will need guidance. There's so much work to do." "Yes," his father said. "But you'll do it connected. That's the difference. That's the gift you've given the world." Chapter 127. Lian Yu stood on the steps of the sect master's hall at sunrise, waiting for him. She wore the robes of an ice cultivation elder, the first elder in Azure Cloud's history to hold the position before reaching the age of 40. The white and silver garments caught the early light and seemed to glow with inner luminescence. When Shun Wei saw her, he felt all 9 meridians resonate at once. "Elder Lian," he said, half smiling. "Congratulations on the promotion." "Sect young Master Shun," she replied with equal formality. Then her face softened. "I wanted you to see me like this. Before anything else, I wanted you to know that I chose this. Not because of you, not because of our bond, but because I wanted to serve the sect in this way." They sat together on the steps as the sun rose higher, watching the disciples begin their morning routines. Shin Wei could feel the connection between them like a physical thing. The bond that had started with compassion and evolved into something far more complex. "Do you ever regret it?" Lian Yu asked, opening the bonds. "The weight of all these connections." "No," Shin Wei said. "But I understand if you do. The cost is real." "The cost is real," she agreed. "But so is the reward. I'm not the same person I was when you first tried to bond with me. I was closed off, Wei. I was so afraid of getting hurt that I was willing to live frozen. You thawed that in me. And now," she turned to look at him. "Now I can feel the cold that I love without it being a prison." She pulled something from her robe, an ice sculpture, no larger than her hand. It showed 2 tuning forks, one slightly larger than the other, vibrating in harmony. The detail was extraordinary. The waves of sound radiating from each fork were distinct but interweaving, creating patterns that suggested resonance itself. "So you remember," Lian Yu said, "the beginning, when you were trying to understand the resonance system and you found me in the garden and you explained it using tuning forks." Shin Wei did remember. That conversation felt like a lifetime ago. "I remember thinking you were the most beautiful person I'd ever seen, and I was terrified of saying the wrong thing." You said many wrong things, Lian said with a small smile. But you also said some right things. You said that resonance wasn't possession, that it was two frequencies learning to vibrate together, that we didn't have to stop being ourselves to be connected. I was right about that, Xianxia said. Yes, Lian said. And I was so angry at you for being right. Because it would have been easier if you'd been wrong. If you tried to own me or change me or make me into something I wasn't. I could have rejected you then. Instead, you offered something I couldn't refuse, the chance to be exactly who I am and be loved for it anyway. They sat together in silence as the morning advanced. Disciples began to recognize them and stood at respectful distances, honoring the privacy of their conversation. Xianxia held the ice sculpture, marveling at the craftsmanship. I know what people will assume about us, Lian said finally. That we're romantically involved. That our bond is about love in that specific, possessive way. Yes, Xianxia said. And I want you to know that I don't care. Let them assume it. Let them talk. The truth is more interesting anyway. That two people can open themselves completely to each other and choose to remain separate. That connection doesn't require conventional love to be profound. That we can be bonded in every way that matters without being bound by the expectations society places on romance. Is that what we are? Xianxia asked. I don't know what we are, Lian said. And I think that's the most beautiful part. We're something that doesn't have a name yet. Something that was impossible before you opened the resonance system. Something that is only possible because you were brave enough to believe that connection could transcend labels. She stood, and Xianxia stood with her. From the Sect Master's hall steps, they could see the entire sect below them, the gardens, the training grounds, the outer quarters, the meditation halls. The whole structure was connected by resonance pathways now, anchored by Feng Zhilan's formation blueprints. I'm going to do good work here, Lian said. I'm going to teach the younger disciples that ice cultivation doesn't have to be about distance and control. It can be about clarity and boundaries that are chosen, not forced. I'm going to build something new. I know you will, Xianxia said. And you're going to do something bigger, she continued. Whatever path you choose, you're going to change the world in ways we're only beginning to understand. But before you do that, she turned to him fully. Remember that some of the most important work you do will be the quiet work. The connections you maintain. The people you choose to stand beside. The bonds you refuse to break when it gets hard. She reached out and took his hand. The contact sent a gentle pulse through his meridians, not romantic, but deeply intimate in a different way. It was the contact of two people who had seen each other completely and chosen to stay anyway. I love you, Xianxia, she said. Not in the way conventional love works, but in every way that matters. I love you too, he replied. And it was absolutely true. Chapter 128. Bai Sui's alchemy complex had expanded to occupy half the southern district of the sect. The young alchemist who had once been dismissed as a supporter for the sect master's rejected son had become perhaps the most influential cultivator in the entire coalition. Her resonance-enhanced pills were saving lives across the continent, and the demand far exceeded her supply. I'm thinking of leaving, she said, sitting across from Xianxia in her workspace. Around them were alchemical furnaces, ingredient stores, and rows of completed pills organized by effect and potency. I'm thinking of establishing a traveling alchemy school, teaching other alchemists how to work with resonance principles. Not my methods exactly. They should develop their own, but the fundamental philosophy. Alchemy isn't about taking from the world. It's about understanding what already exists and helping it become what it's meant to be. You found your purpose, Xianxia observed. Yes, she said simply. And it's not in a person way. I know that might disappoint you, but my bond with you was never about romantic love either. My purpose was always about healing. You opened the resonance system, and that allowed me to pour all my compassion, all my drive to help, into actual work. You didn't save me. You gave me the tools to save myself. She picked up a completed pill, ruby red, about the size of a fingernail, with a design that seemed to glow from within. This is my work now? This is what I'm devoted to. People matter to me, Wei. You matter to me. But I matter to me too. And I owe it to everyone I'm going to help, to be fully myself while I help them. When will you leave? Xianxia asked. 6 months. I need that time to establish the training protocols and find my first cohort of apprentice alchemists. But after that, she smiled. After that, I'll spend the next 20 years traveling, teaching, healing, living the life I was always meant to live. Will you be alone? Xianxia asked. No, I'll have my work. I'll have the apprentices I train. I'll have letters from people like you, telling me about the lives the pills have changed. That's not loneliness, Wei. That's connection. Just not in the conventional way. Xianxia watched his friend and bonded companion work. Her hands moved with absolute confidence now, measured and precise. She had discovered something that Xianxia had been learning throughout his journey. that the deepest fulfillment often came not from attachment to a person, but from alignment with one's true purpose. I'm glad, he said. I'm glad you found it. Because you couldn't have, if you'd been romantically bound to me, Suyin replied. She glanced up from her work, and there was affection in her gaze, but also clarity. I would have been forced to prioritize the relationship. You would have felt responsible for my happiness. Our bond would have become a limitation instead of a liberation. Instead, you helped me understand that your love for me could exist alongside my independence. That I could accept your care and still be completely myself. It's a better thing. It's more honest. She finished her work and set down the mortar and pestle. That's what you've given the world, Xianxia. Not just emotional cultivation. Permission. Permission to structure connections in ways that work, rather than in ways that convention demands. Permission to be multiple things at once. Loved and independent, bonded and free, connected and sovereign. They sat together as evening fell over the alchemy complex. Xianxia realized that his bond with Suyin had transformed completely. What had started as an attempt to open the compassion meridian had become something far more valuable. A genuine friendship between two people who had helped each other become who they were meant to be. I'll send pills, Suyin said. Wherever you go, whatever you do, I'll send pills. And news. And the records of everyone they've healed. So you'll know that the work continues. Thank you, Xianxia said. Don't thank me. Thank yourself. You opened the system. I'm just using it. But as Xianxia left the alchemy complex that evening, he understood that gratitude flowed in both directions. They had opened each other. They had made each other possible. And now they would go forward on separate paths, forever connected by the resonance between them. The pills Suyin created would carry her care across continents. The knowledge she shared would transform the landscape of alchemical practice. And the bond between them, though they would rarely see each other again, would remain as real and as vital as any romantic connection. Perhaps more so because it was so completely free of possession, so entirely devoted to the other person's flourishing. Chapter 129. The spar took place at dawn, on the sect's grandest training ground. Word had spread, and disciples gathered to watch. The sect young master, who had opened all 9 meridians and defeated the sage himself, versus Su Mingzhu, the sword cultivator who had fought at his side in the war. But Su Mingzhu had asked for no techniques, no resonance channeling, no cultivation at all, just physical martial arts, the way they had first fought in the ranking tournament, before anything else had changed between them. Xianxia wore practice clothes. So did Su Mingzhu. When the match began, they moved together in the silence of early morning, exchanging blows without cultivating even a flicker of energy. It was hard, honest, elemental. It was about bodies and technique, and the pure joy of testing oneself against an equal. Su Mingzhu had grown stronger. Her movements had refined. She was no longer desperate to prove herself. She fought now with the confidence of someone who knew exactly who she was. She pressed him hard, and Xianxia found himself working, genuinely working, to meet her advances. He caught her wrist in the third exchange. She rolled out of it, and came back with a kick that he deflected by inches. They fought without speaking, communicating through the language of bodies in motion, of challenge and response, of two people completely committed to the work. In the end, Xianxia managed to bring her down, pressing her shoulders to the ground. But she twisted immediately, using his own weight against him, and reversed the position. They sat up together, breathing hard, sweat running down their faces. I've never felt better, Su Mingzhu said. She was laughing, genuinely laughing. I've never been stronger. I've never been less alone. Your sword is going to change cultivation, Xianxia said. Yes, she agreed. But not because of techniques. Because of the principle behind it. I'm starting a traveling combat school, you know. Teaching disciples from smaller sects how to fight with connection instead of isolation. Teaching them that the most powerful fighters are the ones who aren't afraid to be touched, to be close, to let someone else's rhythm influence their own. She stood and offered him her hand to help him up. When their hands met, Xianxia felt the resonance between them shift. What had started as joy, pure exhilaration in physical combat, had evolved into something deeper. A recognition of strength meeting strength. A bond forged not through opening a meridian, but through the simple act of two people becoming excellent and choosing to remain connected through that excellence. I'm going to travel, Su Mingzhu continued. Not immediately, but soon. I'm going to take my sword and the principles you helped me understand, and I'm going to spread them across the continent. I'm going to build networks of combat schools that teach emotional martial arts. And I'm going to be happy doing it. I know you will, Xianxia said. Because you're not going to ask me to stay, she continued. Because you understand that my happiness is predicated on my freedom. And because our bond, whatever this is between us, is strong enough to exist across distance. They walked together through the sect gardens as the sun rose higher. Disciples began their morning routines, bowing respectfully as the two passed. But Su Mingzhu walked without concern for their opinions. She carried herself with the confidence of someone who had made peace with her own nature and had no need for external validation. I wonder if anyone will understand what we are, Xianxia said. All of us bonded to you. What's the word for that kind of connection? Maybe there isn't one, Su Mingzhu said. Maybe we're something new. Maybe we're the first glimpse of what the cultivation world could become. People bound together not by passion or possession, but by genuine connection and mutual respect for each other's freedom. She stopped at a small pavilion overlooking the sect's central peak. I want you to know something, Wei. The bond we share, I wouldn't trade it for romantic love from anyone else. Because this bond respects me. It celebrates my independence. It makes me braver and stronger, not needier and smaller. That's rare. I'm lucky to have found it with you. We're all lucky, Xianxia said, and he meant it with every fiber of his being. As they stood together at the pavilion, watching the sect wake to morning activity below them, Xianxia felt the depth of what they had created together. The bond with Su Mingzhu had evolved beyond what he had initially intended. It was not about opening the joy meridian anymore. That had happened through the spar itself, through the pure exhilaration of testing one's limits against an equal. It was about something more fundamental, the recognition that two people could push each other toward greatness without diminishing either one's autonomy. Will you ever come back here? Xianxia asked. Yes, Su Mingzhu said. Not to stay, but to teach, to share what I've learned, to build schools here that other disciples can attend. This sect gave me everything, even when they didn't recognize my worth. I'll spend my life giving back to it, in my own way. And every time I return, I'll think of you. I'll remember that you saw me when no one else did. They walked down from the pavilion together, and Xianxia felt the rightness of the moment. This was what the cultivation system had been missing for so long. Not domination, not possession, but genuine celebration of each other's growth. Su Mingzhu would become extraordinary. She would build something that would outlast her. And the bond between them would be strengthened by distance, sustained by their mutual commitment to excellence and their refusal to limit each other in the name of love. Chapter 130. Feng Zhilan's life's work stood in the center of the Azure Cloud Sect's meditation hall, not physically, but as a completed blueprint, rendered in exquisite detail on silk paper that glowed with soft resonance light. The formation design was the most complex thing Xianxia had ever seen. It incorporated principles from every school of formation theory, but at its heart was something entirely new, a way to anchor resonance energy into the very foundation of a sect so that anyone within it, bonded or not, could feel the benefit. It doesn't require a resonance cultivator to maintain, Feng Zhilan explained, running her fingers over the design with the reverence of a parent touching their child's face. It draws from the genuine emotional connections of the people within the sect. The more bonds they form, the stronger the formation becomes. The stronger the formation, the easier it is to form bonds. It's a feedback loop. A sect that uses this blueprint will naturally become a place where connection flourishes. You've changed everything, Xianxia said. No, Feng Zhilan replied. You changed everything. I just figured out how to make it permanent, how to distribute it, how to ensure that the resonance awakening doesn't die out after your generation. Every sect, every cultivation community, can now benefit from the principles you opened. They don't need a Xianxia anymore. They have the blueprint. Feng Zhilan had aged visibly during the weeks of final work. The intensity of designing a formation that could affect the entire cultivation world had consumed her. But she seemed lighter now, unburdened. The weight had been lifted. What will you do now? Xianxia asked. Rest, she said simply. I'm going to take my 3 apprentices, and we're going to travel to every major sect on the continent. We'll help them install the formation. We'll train formation specialists in its nuances. And then I'm going to retire. I'm going to grow old. I'm going to sit in gardens and watch flowers bloom, and I'm not going to calculate anything or design anything. I'm just going to exist. You've earned it, Xianxia said. Yes, she agreed. And I owe it all to you, because you taught me something I needed to learn, that completion is possible, that there is an endpoint, that finishing something is not a death, but a transformation. I spent my entire life terrified that completing this formation would mean that I had no purpose left. But you showed me that purpose doesn't disappear. It just changes shape. The blueprint was already being copied and distributed to every sect in the coalition. Within months, the first formations would begin installation. Within a year, the landscape of the cultivation world would be fundamentally altered. The resonance awakening was no longer dependent on a single person's power. It was becoming embedded in the structures themselves. baked into the foundation so that future generations could benefit without needing exceptional individuals to maintain them. Xianxia looked at the blueprint and saw in it not just Feng Zhilan's mathematical genius, but her care. Every line was drawn with precision, but also with love. Every calculation served not power, but the flourishing of genuine human connection. The formation was elegant in its simplicity, complex enough to be powerful, but simple enough that multiple people could maintain it together. This is how change happens, Feng Zhilan said, following his gaze. Not through one powerful person forcing the world to change, but through many people, working quietly, creating structures that support what needs to grow. You open the system. Lian Yu will teach the young. Bai Suyin will heal. Su Mingzhu will spread the principles. Lu Haochen will be the steady constant that reminds everyone that the deepest connections are the simplest. Mu Qianren and the general will help people heal from trauma. And I've created the foundation. The permanent thing that will outlast all of us. That will continue to create the conditions for connection long after we're gone. You're not staying to see it installed? Xianxia asked. No, she said firmly. I have to let go now. If I stay, I'll want to control how it's interpreted, how it's used, how it evolves. I'll want to modify it, perfect it, make it exactly what I envisioned. But that's not how good things propagate. Good things propagate by being released, by being given to others who see them differently than the Creator did, by becoming something neither of us imagined. The formation belongs to the world now, not to me. She rolled up the blueprint carefully, her hands moving with the reverence of someone setting down a burden they had carried for far too long. This is my gift to the world. Not the blueprint itself, but the principle it represents, that we can build structures that support connection without requiring genius or power to maintain them. Ordinary people with ordinary bonds can sustain this. That's the real revolution. Not the exceptional few, but the ordinary many, all connected, all supporting each other, all building the world together. She looked at Xianxia with eyes that seemed to be seeing far into the distance. I'm going to rest now. I've spent my entire life designing and calculating and perfecting. I've forgotten how to simply be. So that's what I'm going to learn next. How to sit in a garden and watch flowers bloom without trying to understand the mathematics of their growth. How to let things unfold without controlling them. Chapter 131. Lu Haochen sat on the same bench in the outer disciple courtyard where Xianxia had first offered him a steamed bun, years ago when he was a pariah and Lu Haochen was one of the few who had acknowledged his existence. The difference now was that Lu Haochen was no longer invisible. He was a respected qi condensation cultivator, solid and dependable, beloved by everyone who knew him. I'm not bonded, Lu Haochen said, by way of greeting. I thought you should know that. I've had the chance several times. People have approached me, wanting to open bonds with me, but I've turned them all down. Xianxia sat beside his friend. Around them, outer disciples conducted their daily routines. Some of them glanced at Xianxia with reverence. Lu Haochen ignored them completely. Why? Xianxia asked. Because I'm too normal, Lu Haochen said. And that's the point. My bond with you, it doesn't need a meridian opened. It doesn't need a system. It just exists because we choose each other. Every day, without fanfare, without special connection, we choose to be in each other's lives. If I started opening meridians and forming multiple bonds, I'd lose that. I'd become something other than what I am. What are you? Xianxia asked. I'm the person who remembers that you were once a pariah, Lu Haochen said. I'm the person who sits with you because I like you, not because opening your compassion meridian was an important spiritual work. I'm the steady thing, the ordinary thing, the reminder that the deepest connections don't require anything except choosing, day after day, to stay. He turned to look at Xianxia fully. I've reached foundation establishment, not through any special talent or bond, but through steady work. I've earned the respect of the sect through reliability and kindness, not through power. And I've realized that that's my contribution. The cultivation world gets all these remarkable people like you, like Lian Yu, like all the bonded cultivators. But it also needs people like me. People who are strong enough to be ordinary. People who are wise enough to not need to be special. They sat in comfortable silence, the way they had sat 1,000 times before. It was the kind of silence that only happened between people who had nothing to prove to each other. The thing about bonds, Lu Haochen continued, is that they make people special. They elevate them. They make them more than they were. And that's beautiful, Wei. I've watched you do it. I've watched it transform everyone you've bonded with. But someone has to stay the same. Someone has to be the anchor point, the person who can say you're still you, even with all this power, even with all these connections. That's me. That's my role. Is it enough? Xianxia asked. It's everything, Lu Haochen said. It's the difference between you continuing to grow and you getting lost in your own power. It's the difference between your bonds enriching you and consuming you. I'm here to remember you when you were just the sect master's useless son. I'm here to make sure you never forget where you came from. Shenwei reached over and squeezed his friend's shoulder. It was not a bonding gesture, not a cultivator's gesture. It was simply one human being acknowledging another, the way they had done since childhood. Thank you, Shenwei said. Don't thank me, Lu Haochen replied. Just remember that when you're changing the world and talking to ancient sages and opening new meridians, there's a person here who still cares about whether you've eaten lunch and whether your back hurts from all the traveling. That's not nothing. They stayed on the bench as afternoon turned to evening. Disciples passed by, and life continued around them. The sect was different now, the whole world was different, but this, the simple companionship of two people who had chosen each other, remained constant. And Shenwei understood that this, more than any meridian opened or bond formed, was the true foundation of everything that had changed. As the sun descended lower, Lu Haochen began to talk about his daily life. He spoke of disciples he had helped, of the slow progress of his cultivation, of the small kindnesses that made up the texture of an ordinary day. He spoke without grandiosity, without the expectation of recognition, simply sharing the substance of his life. And Shenwei realized that this was exactly what the world needed. People like Lu Haochen, people who would do good work without needing it to be extraordinary, who would connect without needing to be bonded, who would love without needing it to be profound. Sometimes I think about the ranking tournament, Lu Haochen said, about how angry everyone was at you, how they treated you like you were nothing. I think about that person you were and the person you've become. And I realize that I had the privilege of knowing you when nobody else was paying attention. I got to see you become yourself without the weight of everyone's expectations. I wouldn't have survived it without you, Shenwei said. And it was absolutely true. Yes, you would have, Lu Haochen replied. But it would have been harder, lonelier. And that's what a bond is, isn't it? Not making something possible, but making it less lonely. Making the weight less heavy. Just standing there and saying, I see you, and you matter. As darkness fell, they continued to sit together, two friends who had no need for resonance or meridians to maintain their connection. Their bond was the oldest kind, the kind that humans had made long before cultivation systems existed, the kind that would persist long after all the sects had crumbled. And in that simplicity lay a wisdom that all the exceptional people in the world might never understand. Chapter 132. The herb garden was in bloom when Shenwei found Song Wuji there, as he always was at sunset. The old man sat on his favorite bench, a cup of cheap rice wine in his hand, watching the spiritual herbs grow with the contentment of someone who had nothing left to do but bear witness to life. Sit, Song said, not bothering with preliminaries. There's something you need to know. Shenwei sat. The garden was peaceful, filled with the soft chirping of evening birds and the gentle rustle of growing things. Song took a long drink of his wine and gazed out at the beds of flowers and herbs. I'm dying, Song said finally. Not from injury, not from cultivation deviation, just age. I've lived for more centuries than I want to count, and my body is finally deciding that it's had enough. How long? Shenwei asked. A few months, perhaps. Maybe less if the seasons change significantly. The important thing is that I'm not grieving it. I'm not fighting it. I'm simply finishing. Song turned to look at him. Do you know why I can be at peace with this? Shenwei shook his head. Because the legacy is secure now. Because I've spent centuries protecting a system that was too fragile to survive without me. And now that system has been distributed across the continent. Now it can flourish without any one person maintaining it. I've done my work. I can let go. They sat together as the sun dropped lower, painting the sky in shades of orange and red. The spiritual herbs seemed to glow in the fading light, their resonance energy visible to anyone with the training to see it. There's a woman, Song said suddenly. Her name was Mei Linghua. I loved her. She was beautiful and brilliant and full of laughter. She could make you feel like the center of the universe just by looking at you. Shenwei listened. He had sensed there was something in Song's history, some wound that time had not fully healed. Shen Wuhan loved her too. Song continued. We were rivals, young and foolish, and we fought for her attention. We made each other miserable with our rivalry, never realizing that she deserved better than two men tearing each other apart over who could claim her. And then the enemies of the Shun bloodline murdered her. They did it deliberately, knowing that it would break the bloodline's greatest supporters, knowing that it would isolate us. He took another drink of his wine. Shen Wuhan broke completely. He withdrew into the void and built it for others, hoping to spare them the pain he could not bear. And I withdrew too, but in a different way. I devoted myself to protecting the resonance legacy. I made my entire existence about the system, about ensuring that it would survive. And it did. It survived for centuries, waiting for someone worthy to awaken it. You loved her, Xianxia said. I did. And in another universe, if that love had been reciprocated, if she hadn't been taken from me, my life would have been completely different. But in this one, grief became devotion. It became the force that kept me going for centuries. It became the reason I was here to meet you, to teach you, to ensure that the legacy was in the right hands. Song smiled sadly. Loss shaped me, Wei. It will shape you too, eventually. Everyone who truly loves will face loss. The question is what you do with that loss after it comes. What will you do? Xianxia asked. I'm going to spend my last days here, in this garden. I'm going to drink cheap wine and watch the herbs grow and remember her laugh. And when I die, I'm going to ask you to do me a favor. Anything, Xianxia said. Tell her I'm coming. Song said. Tell her that I've kept my promise. Tell her that the legacy she believed in is real, and it's beautiful, and it's going to change the world. Tell her that I've missed her every single day, and I'll see her on the other side. They sat together as night fell completely, the stars emerging overhead in their ancient patterns. Xianxia understood that he was witnessing something profound, an old man making peace with death, with loss, with a life that had not gone the way he had hoped, but that had held meaning in ways he could never have anticipated. There was no dramatic tragedy in Song's acceptance. There was only the quiet dignity of someone who had done extraordinary good work and was now ready to rest, to let the burden of protection fall away, to trust that others would carry forward what he had preserved. The wine cup grew empty, and neither of them reached to refill it. Some moments were complete without need for anything else. The garden breathed around them, the spiritual herbs releasing their evening scent into the cooling air. And Xianxia felt the profound rightness of being exactly where he was, witnessing exactly this moment. Not a moment of victory or triumph, but a moment of peaceful completion, of a long life's work coming to its natural end. Thank you, Xianxia said finally, for everything, for protecting the legacy, for teaching me, for being here to meet me. Thank you, Song replied, for becoming worthy of it, for making the centuries of waiting mean something, for proving that what we protected mattered. And with that exchange of gratitude, the real goodbye was complete. The final night in the garden stretched out before them, filled with stars and the presence of someone who had loved so deeply that his grief had become his greatest strength. Chapter 133. Song's final days came in the spring, when the herb garden was at its most beautiful. The spiritual plants seemed to sense his approaching departure and bloomed with extraordinary vigor, as if offering their own farewell. Xianxia came to sit with him every evening, and the old man would tell stories while the sun descended. I remember the first time I saw the resonance system activate, Song said one evening, his voice thin but still strong. It was in your ancestor, Shen Yuanlong. He had opened just 3 meridians at that point, compassion, courage, and joy. When he channeled all 3 in harmony, the effect was like watching the world suddenly become brighter. Colors seemed more vivid. Sounds seemed more beautiful. And I understood then that what he had created wasn't a cultivation technique. It was a way of being alive. Tell me about her, Xianxia said. About Mei Linghua. Song was quiet for a long time. When he finally spoke, his voice was soft with memory. She laughed like wind chimes. That's what I remember most clearly, her laugh, the way it would start as a whisper and build into something that made everyone around her want to laugh as well. She was kind without being weak, brilliant without being arrogant, strong enough to love deeply, and strong enough to accept that love would bring pain. Were you happy? Xianxia asked. Not in the way conventional love works, Song said. We were happy in the way 2 people are happy when they're competing for the same love. It's painful and exhilarating at the same time. We pushed each other to be better. We understood each other in a way that no one else could, because we were both experiencing the same longing. And then she was taken, and the happiness became something else entirely. Why did you never seek bonding? Xianxia asked. Why didn't you try to love someone else? Because no one else would have understood, Song said simply. And because the legacy required my full devotion. And because I was waiting, I think, for something that would justify the loss. And then you came along, and you were the justification. You were the reason that losing her mattered, because her loss, and my grief, and my devotion to protecting the system she believed in, all led to you. All led to this moment, with you opening meridians that were thought to be impossible. All led to a world where love and connection are finally being seen as sources of strength rather than weakness. I wish I could have saved her, Xianxia said. So do I, Song replied. But that's not how death works, Wei. Death is final. All we can do is live with the choices we make about what to do after it happens. Shen Wuhan chose to build the void. I chose to protect the legacy. And you've chosen to heal the damage the void created. All different responses to loss. All valid. They sat in comfortable silence as the evening breeze moved through the garden. The spiritual herbs swayed gently, their resonance energy creating patterns of light in the fading sun. I'm glad, Song said finally, that I got to see this before I died. I'm glad I got to see you become the person you were meant to be. I'm glad I got to know that the legacy would survive without me. That's all I needed. That's enough. On his final night, Song asked for a bottle of his favorite wine and a cup. They sat together under the stars, drinking slowly, watching the night deepen around them. Song told stories about Shun Yuanlong, about the first cultivation attempts, about the centuries of waiting and protecting and hoping. His voice grew fainter as the night progressed, but his eyes remained clear, filled with the light of someone who was ready to let go. When I die, Song said, there will be a moment where you feel something shift in the resonance system. That will be my final act, my centuries of devotion being woven into the system's memory. I want you to know that I'm doing it willingly, that it's not a burden being transferred. It's a gift. It's the accumulated understanding of how to protect something beautiful being passed on. I'm not ready, Shenwei said. I know, Song replied. But you're the only one who can do this. You're the only one the system will accept. So you'll be ready when it matters. That's how it works. As midnight approached, Song's breathing became shallower. Shenwei held his hand, and the old man smiled despite the pain of his failing body. His fingers squeezed gently, communicating what his voice could no longer manage. Tell her I'm coming, Song whispered, his last words barely audible. And then he was gone, slipping away like a breath, like wind chimes fading into silence, like a memory gradually becoming dream. The resonance system shuddered, and Shenwei felt the impact immediately. Centuries of accumulated knowledge, of protective devotion, of steadfast determination, all flowed into the network like a river returning to the sea. The resonance meridians hummed with the weight of it, vibrating at frequencies that would not settle for hours. Shenwei understood that Song's final gift was more than a transfer of knowledge. It was a complete understanding of how to protect what mattered, of how to wait centuries without losing hope, of how to love someone who could never love back and still choose to do good work anyway. All of it woven directly into his soul, becoming part of the resonance network itself. When dawn came, the herb garden was in extraordinary bloom. Every spiritual plant was flowering simultaneously, their petals opening as if responding to some silent command, creating a wave of color and scent that had never been seen before and would never be seen again. The sect came to watch, understanding without being told that this was Song's final gift to the world, a blessing released into the garden he had loved, a manifestation of all the goodness he had quietly protected for centuries. And Shenwei sat in the center of it all, surrounded by flowers that seemed to glow with inner light, holding the hand of a man who had devotedly protected a legacy until someone worthy could take over. The grief was immense, overwhelming in its purity and its weight. But underneath the grief was gratitude, profound, unshakable gratitude for the gift of knowing such a person, for the honor of being taught by someone so completely devoted to goodness. And underneath that was the knowledge that this was exactly as it should be, an ending that was also a transformation, a death that was also a completion, a farewell that was also a beginning. Chapter 134. 1 month after Tsong's death, Shenwei sat in the herb garden at sunrise. The extraordinary bloom had faded, but the spiritual herbs remained more vibrant than they had ever been, as if they had absorbed something of Tsong's essence and would carry it forward. The garden had become a place of pilgrimage. Disciples from across the sect came to meditate there, to feel the resonance energy that had been woven into the soil. The funeral had brought everyone together. Lian Yu had come, her ice cultivation creating a beautiful memorial of frozen flowers that captured the moment of Tsong's passing. Bai Suyin had created special pills that honored his memory. Su Mingzhu had performed a sword dance that told the story of his life. Feng Zhelan had designed a marker formation that would ensure his grave would radiate resonance energy eternally. Lu Haochen had simply sat beside Shenwei and held his hand, saying nothing, being everything. The world had changed in response to Tsong's death. The revelation that such a powerful, devoted cultivator could accept death peacefully, could see it as completion rather than tragedy, had rippled across the continent. More sects were adopting the resonance principles. More cultivators were opening bonds. More people were beginning to understand that connection was not a weakness, but a transformation. And more people were breaking under the weight of their own emotions, struggling with the trauma of the restoration, fighting to understand what it meant to feel after years of numbness. Shenwei spent the month after Tsong's death working with the rehabilitation teams across the continent. He helped coordinate the Hollow General and Mu Qianren's effort to support former pavilion members. He worked with Bai Suyin to refine the pills that helped with emotional processing. He traveled with Lian Yu to establish ice meditation centers that helped people regulate overwhelming feeling. He walked with Su Mingzhu through the training grounds where the combat schools were being established. And in the evenings, he returned to the herb garden, to the place where Tsang had taught him everything, to sit with his grief and let it transform into understanding. It gets easier, Feng Zhilan told him one evening. She had stayed longer than planned, unable to leave during the month of mourning. The grief doesn't go away, but it becomes part of who you are instead of something that destroys you. How long does it take? Shenwei asked. Different for everyone, she said. For me, it took a century to forgive myself for incomplete designs. For Tsang, it took 2 centuries to accept that he couldn't save the woman he loved. For you, I think it will take less time, because you're learning earlier. You're learning that loss is part of love. That grief is the price we pay for connection. That death is not failure, it's completion. By the end of the month, Shenwei had experienced something profound that would alter his understanding of cultivation forever. The grief had not disappeared, but it had been integrated into something larger. His 9 meridians now carried not just the capacity to feel, but the capacity to hold all feelings simultaneously, joy and sadness, love and grief, hope and loss, all existing together without contradiction. He was becoming not a cultivator who was strong despite his emotions, but strong because of them. The emotions themselves were the source of his power. The world was changing in tangible ways. The Heartless Pavilion's remaining members were reintegrating into society, guided by Mu Qianren and the General's rehabilitation efforts. Former void-conditioned civilians were learning to love again, to work again, to build lives that had been stolen from them through no fault of their own. Sects across the continent were adopting Feng Zhilan's formation blueprints, creating stable environments for emotional cultivation to flourish and transform communities from the foundation up. And at the center of it all, Shenwei stood with his bonds, his connections, his resonance network stretching across the continent like an invisible web of care and understanding. He was not the strongest cultivator in the world, and he had come to understand that he never would be. But he was the most connected. And in a world relearning how to feel, learning to rebuild itself on foundations of genuine connection rather than isolated power, that distinction mattered infinitely more than strength. What comes next? Lian Yu asked him one evening as they watched the sun set from the highest peak of the sect. The view was spectacular, the entire world visible below them, stretching to the horizon in waves of mountains and valleys. I don't know, Shenwei said with complete honesty. But Tsang left something in me, a sense of what's important, a sense of what's worth protecting. A model of how to serve something larger than yourself without losing yourself in the service. So whatever comes next, it will be in service of that. In service of connection. In service of the understanding that we're strongest when we're together, when we allow ourselves to be vulnerable with each other. Then we'll face it together, Lian Yu said, and she took his hand. And Shenwei knew she was right. Whatever came next, whatever challenges the world still held, he would not face them alone. None of them would. They were bonded, connected, resonating in harmony. And that resonance would sustain them through whatever came. Joy and suffering both, transformation and stagnation, victory and defeat. They would face it all together, and that togetherness would be enough. Chapter 135. 1 year after the fall of the Citadel, the transformation of the cultivation world was becoming undeniable. Feng Zhilan's formation blueprints had been installed in 47 major sects across the continent. The resonance-based cultivation methods were spreading faster than even Shenwei had anticipated. Young disciples from smaller sects were traveling to Azure Cloud to study under Lian Yu's ice cultivation program. Combat schools inspired by Su Mingzhu's principles were appearing in remote villages. But the change was also messy, imperfect, filled with the kind of struggle that genuine transformation always requires. Not every sect welcomed the new methods. Conservative cultivators argued that emotional cultivation weakened the martial spirit. Traditionalists insisted that the old ways had worked for millennia and should not be abandoned. Some disciples, freed from the constraints of rigid hierarchies, were using their new emotional connections in destructive ways, forming cliques, playing political games, using the bonds for manipulation. It's not a failure, Shenwei told the Coalition Council, which was meeting to address the backlash. It's normal. Humans are complicated. We'll use any tool, any system, any principle for both good and bad. The resonance system isn't a guarantee of virtue. It's just a tool that makes connection possible. What people do with that connection is up to them. Then perhaps it's too dangerous to continue distributing, argued Elder Xian. a conservative voice from the western provinces. Perhaps we should have been more cautious. Perhaps, Xianxia acknowledged. But I don't think caution would have served us better. The alternative was to keep the system hidden, to continue the tradition of the sage and song, to vest all power in a small number of people. That was the system that created the Heartless Pavilion. We can't go back to it. The council voted to continue distribution, but with more oversight. Training programs would be established to ensure that people using the resonance methods understood their implications. Councils would be formed to address disputes between bonded individuals. The cultivation world would need to grow into this new reality, slowly and carefully. But underneath the struggle and the resistance, something undeniable was happening. In the sects that had embraced the new methods, disciples were happier. Suicides among young cultivators were down. Despair was down. The rate of cultivation deviation was down. People were living better lives, not because they were stronger, but because they were more connected. Xianxia watched the Heartless Pavilion's rehabilitation centers flourish. Men and women who had spent decades in the void were learning to live in the world again. Some of them would never fully recover. The trauma had carved too deep. But others were finding purpose, finding connection, finding reasons to live that went beyond mere survival. The Hollow General had become one of the most respected voices in the rehabilitation community. His willingness to acknowledge what he had done, to accept responsibility, to work toward making amends, had created a model that other former pavilion members could follow. Mu Qianren and his father had become symbols of what redemption could look like, not erasure of the past, but integration of it. And in the rehabilitation wing of the Citadel, Shen Wuhan continued his work in the gardens. His apology letters, now numbering in the thousands, had been compiled and distributed to families of the void-conditioned, not as justification, but as acknowledgement, as witness, as the sages attempt to say, I see what I did. I accept responsibility. I am devoted to becoming someone different. Change is happening, Bai Suyin reported, her alchemy complex now staffed with 24 apprentice alchemists. Not evenly, not without resistance, but it's happening. Pills that support emotional cultivation are in use in every province. The demand far exceeds supply. I've started training the next generation to take over the work. Within 5 years, the production will increase tenfold. Will you still travel? Xianxia asked. In 3 years, she said. I need to ensure the next generation is fully prepared. But yes, after that, I'll take my apprentices and travel. We'll establish alchemy schools across the continent. We'll teach people that healing is not a luxury for the wealthy, but a right. We'll ensure that the knowledge I've developed doesn't die with me. The world was changing. Not perfectly, not evenly, but changing nonetheless, with the slow, stubborn momentum of genuine transformation. Young people were choosing love over prestige. Families were choosing connection over isolation. Sects were choosing transparency over secrecy. The cultivation world, for the first time in recorded history, was moving away from the assumption that power was more important than people. It won't last forever, Lianyu said one evening, sitting with Xianxia in their favorite spot on the Sect Master's Hall steps. Eventually, people will find ways to corrupt the system. They'll use bonds for power. They'll build new hierarchies. They'll find ways to make connection serve domination. Probably, Xianxia agreed. But we'll have bought time. We'll have created a generation of people who understand what genuine connection feels like. Even if the system becomes corrupted later, that knowledge won't completely disappear. It will persist in memory. It will persist in culture. It will persist in the people who experienced it and never forgot. Is that enough? Lianyu asked. It has to be, Xianxia said. Because it's all we can do. We can open the doors. We can show people what's possible. We can build systems and train teachers and create blueprints. But we can't control what happens next. We can't guarantee that the world will remain as we've imagined it. All we can do is create the best conditions we can and trust that the people who inherit the world will do the best they can as well. Lianyu squeezed his hand. Their connection, now a year into its existence, had become second nature. The resonance between them hummed quietly, perfectly in tune. And Xianxia understood that this, simple, quiet, enduring, was the real victory. Not conquest, not dominion, but the simple existence of genuine connection, sustained daily, given as a gift without expectation of return. Chapter 136. The request came through official channels, but Xianxia felt it first through the resonance network, a familiar presence reaching out from the Citadel, asking for a meeting. Shen Wuhan wanted to see him again. And this time, the request came with a proposal. They met in the rehabilitation garden, among the flowers that the sage had been cultivating for the past year. Shen Wuhan had aged further, his face becoming increasingly lined, his hands weathered from constant work. But his eyes were clear, and he moved with the quiet purpose of someone who had found meaning in simple tasks. "I've been writing," Shen Wuhan said by way of greeting. He held out a stack of papers, not the apology letters this time, but something different. Not apologies. Those are done. These are something else. These are explanations. Histories. Accounts of the heartless pavilion's formation, of the thinking behind it, of the decisions that led to atrocities. Shenwei took the papers. They were meticulous, detailed, honest in a way that few people could manage. Shen Wuhan had documented everything. The moment of Mei Linghua's death, the subsequent descent into grief, the gradual construction of philosophical frameworks that justified the void. He had written about the individual lives destroyed by the pavilion's suppression. He had written about victims and their stories. "Why are you giving me this?" Shenwei asked. "Because I need someone to decide what to do with it," Shen Wuhan said. "I want it published. I want the world to understand how ordinary people become monsters. I want them to see the steps, the logic, the decision points where I could have chosen differently. And I want them to understand that monsters are not born. They are created through loss and fear and the refusal to accept pain. If there's any redemption in my life now, it might be in showing other people the dangers of the path I took. This will destroy any possibility of clemency," Shenwei said. "When the council reads this, when the families of your victims read this, they will renew their calls for your execution." "I know," Shen Wuhan said calmly. "That's acceptable. I've lived long enough. I've felt enough of what I failed to feel for 140 years. I'm ready for judgment." Shenwei understood then what was happening. This was not despair. This was completion. The sage had finished the work of emotional rehabilitation. He had integrated his grief, his guilt, his loss. And now he was ready to accept the consequences, not out of a death wish, but out of the profound acceptance of responsibility. "I'll ensure it's published," Shenwei said. "But I'll frame it myself. I'll present it not as a call for execution, but as a historical record of how a good person became a perpetrator of evil. I'll present it alongside the record of your rehabilitation. I'll present it as a warning and as evidence that change is possible. That may influence people toward mercy," Shen Wuhan said. "Yes," Shenwei replied. "And I think you deserve mercy. Not because what you did was forgivable, but because you've become a cautionary tale, and cautionary tales serve the world by remaining alive." The conversation drifted from serious to personal. Shen Wuhan asked about Lianyu, about Bai Suyin, about all the bonds that had transformed Shenwei's life. He listened with genuine interest, with the hunger of a man who had spent 140 years without genuine connection and was now voraciously absorbing it vicariously. "Do you ever regret opening the bonds?" Shen Wuhan asked. "The weight must be immense." "Every day," Shenwei said honestly. "And every day, I choose to carry it anyway. Because the alternative, the numbness, the isolation, the attempt to live without genuine connection, that's what created you. That's what created the void. If I stopped caring, if I stopped connecting, if I let the weight become unbearable and retreated into emotional suppression, I would be walking the same path you walked. And I can't do that. I won't." "Then you're braver than I was," Shen Wuhan said. "I'm just luckier," Shenwei replied. "I had people around me who helped me bear the weight. I had Song teaching me. I had Lianyu standing beside me. I had Lu Haochen reminding me that I didn't have to do everything alone. You had no one. You faced loss and isolation and broke. I can bear the same loss because I have community to share it with." As the meeting drew to a close, Shen Wuhan reached out and touched his great-nephew's shoulder. It was a gesture of gratitude, of acknowledgement, of the deep connection that had been forged when Shen Wei had opened the 9th meridian by loving the worst version of his great-uncle. "Live well," Shen Wuhan said. "Live connected. Live in the way you've taught the world to live. And when you face your own losses, and you will, because everyone does, remember that grief is not weakness. It's the proof that you loved something enough to be wounded by its loss." "I'll remember," Shen Wei said. He left the citadel that afternoon, Shen Wuhan's writings in his hands, feeling the weight of continued responsibility. The sage's words would need to be published carefully, framed truthfully, presented in a way that served understanding rather than revenge. It was another burden, another weight to carry, but it was also another opportunity to move the world toward compassion, to show that even the worst people could acknowledge what they had done and offer knowledge that might prevent others from repeating their mistakes. And that, Shenwei understood, was the true value of connection. It wasn't just joy or love. It was the capacity to hold complexity, to acknowledge fault, to provide bridge between who someone was and who they might become. Chapter 137. The ceremony honoring those who fell in the war took place in the central courtyard of Azure Cloud Sect, with representatives from every sect in the coalition present. Shin Tianyu stood at the front, dressed not in formal robes, but in simple white, the color of mourning. When he began to speak, the entire courtyard fell silent. Our sect was built on secrecy, Xianxia said, his voice carrying through the courtyard without cultivation. For generations, the Shun bloodline has hidden the resonance system, hidden its history, hidden the cost of our power. We were afraid that revealing the truth would make us vulnerable. We were afraid that transparency would dilute our influence. And in that fear, we created a culture that valued secrecy over honesty, power over people. He gestured to the memorial stone, on which the names of the fallen had been inscribed. These people died because we refused to speak truth. These people died because we allowed the heartless pavilion to exist in shadow, because we refused to acknowledge what was happening, because we chose to maintain an image of strength over acting in genuine care. Shin Tianyu paused, and Shun Wei could see how much the words cost him. His father had spent his entire life projecting competence, maintaining distance, using formality as a shield. Now he was choosing vulnerability. My son, Shin Tianyu continued, has taught me something that I should have learned from his mother, a woman who understood what I refused to acknowledge, that strength lies in connection, not in isolation. That power means nothing if it's used to keep people at distance. That a sect master is not a title or a position, but a responsibility to care for the people under their guidance. He looked directly at Shun Wei and the crowd. I failed that responsibility. I failed to see my own son until he forced me to. I failed to acknowledge the gifts he was bringing to the sect. I failed to recognize that the changes he was initiating were not weakness, but revolution. I am here today to apologize for those failures, and to commit that Azure Cloud Sect will move forward guided by principles of transparency, connection, and genuine care for our people. The ceremony continued with the naming of each of the fallen, with stories from their families, with the formal acknowledgement of the cost of the war. But the moment that would echo through the cultivation world was Shun Tianyu's public acceptance of his own failures. By admitting that he had been wrong, that he had hidden the truth, that he had prioritized power over people, the sect master gave permission for every other person in the cultivation world to do the same. That afternoon, dozens of sects released their own hidden histories. The Long River sect acknowledged the void conditioning experiments they had conducted. The Northern Coalition admitted to suppressing dissent about the pavilion's existence. The Jade Mirror sect revealed that they had known about the suppression and done nothing. Each confession was met with response from the coalition. Some sects were censured. Some received mandated rehabilitation programs. But the key point was that the system was working, that accountability was possible, that the truth could be spoken, that the cultivation world could face its own darkness and move towards something better. You changed him, Lian Yu told Shun Wei that evening, as they sat watching the sunset from the sect master's hall. Your father. You made him understand that vulnerability is not weakness. Song changed him, Shun Wei said. By dying. By choosing to let go. By showing what completion looks like. I just provided permission for him to follow that example. It's still your gift to him, Lian Yu said. The gift of seeing him not as the sect master, but as a human being who is learning to be better. That night, Shin Wei found his father in the meditation hall. Shin Tianyu was sitting in stillness, not channeling any power, just breathing, feeling the resonance that now permeated Azure Cloud's foundation. I'm sorry I didn't listen to your mother, Shin Tianyu said without preamble. She tried to teach me these things, and I refused to hear her. I thought she was being naive. I thought strength required distance. I was wrong. She would be proud of you, Shun Wei said, sitting beside him. Proud that you're learning, proud that you're changing, proud that you're modeling this change for the entire sect. For the first time, Shun Wei felt his father's presence in the resonance network, not as a bonded cultivator with open meridians, but simply as a human being, emotional, vulnerable, trying to be better, existing within the same spiritual space. The connection was not through ceremony or formal meridian opening. It was simply the recognition that two people could see each other completely and choose to stay connected despite all the ways they had failed each other, despite years of distance and misunderstanding, despite the walls they had built to protect themselves. What happens now? Shin Tianyu asked, his voice carrying a vulnerability that Shun Wei had never heard before. I don't know, Shin Wei said with honesty. But we face it together. That's the principle, right? Connection, transparency, shared responsibility, genuine care that doesn't require perfection. We don't have to figure it out perfectly. We just have to keep choosing each other. Every day, even when it's hard. Shin Tianyu reached out and squeezed his son's shoulder. It was a gesture of acknowledgement, of acceptance, of the beginning of genuine relationship between a father and son who had once been strangers living in the same sect. The gesture held years of regret and hope, of the recognition that it was not too late to start again, to build something real. And Xianxia returned the squeeze, affirming that yes, they would do this together, that yes, the relationship was worth the difficulty of trying. They sat together in comfortable silence, and for the first time, the Sect Master's Hall felt like home to Xianxia. Not because of the position or the power it represented, but because his father was finally present in it, finally choosing vulnerability over distance, finally willing to be seen. "I'm proud of you," Xianxia said finally, "for the work you've done, for the world you're building, for the person you've become." It was everything Xianxia had wanted to hear as a child, and it meant more now because his father had to overcome his own limitations to say it, had to become a better version of himself to speak those words with sincerity. Chapter 138. Xianxia walked through Azure Cloud's Sect alone at dawn, visiting each location that had defined his journey. The outer disciple quarters, where he had slept and studied while disciples whispered mockery behind his back. The training grounds, where he had fought his first ranked tournament and earned a modicum of respect through pure determination. The southern courtyard, where Lianyu had first taught him ice cultivation and where they had spent countless hours learning each other's frequencies. At each location, the resonance system activated without conscious effort on his part. The meridians opened to their full capacity, and Xianxia could feel the emotional resonance of every moment that had happened in those spaces. The despair of his outer disciple years was there, imprinted in the stone. The fierce joy of his first tournament victory. The wonder of first connection with Lianyu. The memories were not painful now. They had been integrated into the fabric of who he was. He had become a person who could hold complexity, could acknowledge the suffering of his childhood while celebrating the strength it had forged, could love the people who had created that suffering while also recognizing that they had been limited by their own fears. At the herb garden, Xianxia sat in the spot where Tsang had spent his final days. The spiritual herbs were blooming profusely, their resonance energy creating visible patterns in the morning light. Xianxia could feel Tsang's presence in the soil, in the plants, in the very foundation of the garden. The old man had given everything to the legacy, and that everything had been woven permanently into the resonance system. At the summit of the central peak, Xianxia stood alone with the view of the world stretching out before him. Azure Cloud Sect lay below, organized and thriving. The surrounding provinces were peaceful now, no longer living in fear of the heartless pavilion's suppression. Farther out, he could feel through the resonance network the presence of Lianyu at the Northern Ice Meditation Center, Bai Suyin in her alchemy complex, Su Mingzhu training disciples at the new combat school, Feng Zhilan traveling with her apprentices to install formations. All of them were bonded to him. All of them carried the resonance of his meridians in their own spiritual cores. All of them were connected across the distance by the invisible web of emotional harmony that he had woven. But they were not bound. They were not diminished. They were more completely themselves because of the bonds, not less. They had each found their own path, pursued their own purposes, built their own legacies. And underneath all of that was the knowledge that they were not alone. That was what the resonance system had given the world. Not power, not dominion, but the understanding that you could be fully yourself and fully connected at the same time. That freedom and belonging were not mutually exclusive. That love meant allowing people to become who they were meant to be, even if that meant they left you. At the end of the day, as the sun descended toward the western peaks, Xianxia sat in meditation. All 9 meridians opened in perfect harmony, compassion flowing through grief, courage interweaving with joy, wrath balanced by devotion, unity embracing transcendence, love holding it all together like a container holding all the other emotions. The resonance was perfect. The harmony was complete, not in the sense of being static, but in the sense of being alive, moving, breathing with genuine feeling. And for the first time since opening the 9th meridian, Xianxia felt something that transcended cultivation entirely. Not power, which he had in abundance, but peace. Not invulnerability, but acceptance of his own vulnerability. Understanding that being open to hurt was the price of being open to love. Not mastery over the world, which was never his goal, but rightness in his place within it. Rightness in standing beside others rather than above them. Rightness in being one voice among many rather than the only voice that mattered. The cultivation world would continue to struggle with the implications of emotional connection. People would use the system for good and ill, just as humans used every tool that was created. The Heartless Pavilion's ideals would survive in some form, even if the organization itself had been destroyed. Resistance to emotional cultivation would persist among traditionalists and those afraid of change. Corruption of the resonance methods would eventually occur, as people found ways to use the system to gain advantage over others. But none of that changed what had happened here on this mountain. None of that could undo the connections that had been forged through genuine love and understanding. None of it could diminish the person that Xianxia had become through opening his heart to 9 different dimensions of human emotion. The world had shifted, just slightly, on its axis toward the possibility of genuine connection, and that shift would persist even if resistance eventually mounted. And in that understanding, that the work he had done mattered not because it was perfect or permanent, but because it was real and it was true, Xianxia found completion. Not the completion of a story, but the completion of accepting that his story was part of something larger. That his role was to open a door and step through it, knowing that others would walk through after him, transforming it into something he had never imagined. Chapter 139. The Sect Master's Hall had been silent for 3 days. The council had voted. The decision had been made. And now Xianxia sat across from his son, holding a formal document that offered Xianxia the position of Sect Master. "I won't take it," Xianxia said. The words hung in the air like a challenge. Xianxia did not look surprised. In fact, he looked almost relieved. "Why not?" he asked. "Because a Sect Master with the ability to read everyone's emotions would create dependency rather than growth," Xianxia explained. "The disciples would trust my decisions not because they were wise, but because they could feel my certainty through the resonance network. They would stop developing their own judgment. They would become extensions of my will rather than independent cultivators finding their own paths." He stood and walked to the window, looking out at the sect below. What the cultivation world needs now is distributed leadership. Multiple voices, multiple perspectives. People who can make decisions without being able to sense how everyone around them feels about it. That's how you build communities that can survive without relying on one person's power. "What would you suggest?" Xianxia asked. "A council system," Xianxia said. "Representatives from the bonded cultivators, the non-bonded cultivators, the disciples, the outer disciples, the support staff. People from different schools of thought, different backgrounds, different experiences. Make decisions together, transparently, with the understanding that no single person is wise enough to guide everyone else." Xianxia listened as Xianxia laid out a vision of governance that distributed power deliberately, systematically, across multiple people. A system designed not to maximize strength, but to build sustainable community. "Your mother would be proud," Xianxia said when Xianxia finished. She used to say that the greatest cultivators were the ones who made themselves less necessary, not more. The ones who built systems that worked without them. "Will you implement this?" Xianxia asked. "I'll try," Xianxia said. "But wait. Understand, this will be messy. It will be slow. There will be mistakes. There will be people who resist. There will be moments when I want to return to the clear hierarchy, the simple decisions, the power concentrated in one place. Can you support me through that?" "Every day," Xianxia said. "And if I fail, if I start to retreat into isolation, if I start to think the meridians make me qualified to decide everything, remind me. Remind me that the strongest people are the ones who can admit they don't have all the answers." They sat together as the sun moved across the windows of the Sect Master's Hall. Xianxia understood that this conversation was the real victory. Not the opening of meridians, not the defeat of the sage, not the physical collapse of the heartless pavilion. The victory was this: a son sitting with his father, both of them choosing to build something new, something that had never been tried, something that might not work, but was worth the attempt. "I'll resign as Sect Master," Xianxia said finally. "Formally. Completely. I'll step back into the council as an equal voice, not as the ultimate authority. It will be difficult, but I think I'm ready to try." He stood, and Xianxia stood with him. For a moment, they simply looked at each other, father and son, finally seeing each other without the filter of expectation or role. "Thank you," Xianxia said, "for teaching me that love is not weakness, for showing me that connection is the strongest thing we have, for refusing the position of power and offering something better instead. You would have figured it out eventually," Xianxia said. "You just needed time." "Maybe," Xianxia said. "Or maybe you saved me years of wandering in darkness. Either way, I'm grateful." They walked together out of the Sect Master's Hall, out into the courtyard where disciples were conducting their daily routines. Word spread quickly through the sect that Xianxia had refused the position of Sect Master, that a new governance system would be implemented, that Azure Cloud Sect was embarking on an entirely new experiment in shared leadership and distributed power. Disciples whispered in amazement. Some looked disappointed. They had hoped the Sect young master would rise to absolute power. Others looked relieved. Perhaps this new system would offer them a voice they had never had before. And in that moment, as Xianxia saw the understanding dawn on people's faces, felt the reverberations of the decision ripple through the sect's resonance network, He felt all 9 meridians sing in perfect harmony. This was what it had all been for. Not to make one person powerful enough to dominate everything, but to show that power could be distributed, that leadership could be shared, that the world could function without concentrating everything in one meridian's hands or one cultivator's vision. The cultivation world was changing. It had been changing all along, through small choices and large ones, through conversations and silences, through people choosing connection over dominance. And the change had begun here, in Azure Cloud Sect, in the simplest possible way, with a son refusing power and offering understanding instead, with a father accepting vulnerability and choosing to lead differently, with a community willing to experiment with something entirely new, something that had never been tried before in the cultivation world, something that might fail or might transform everything. As the news spread beyond the sect, as other sects began to hear that the sect master's son had refused the ultimate position and proposed a council system instead, Xianxia understood that he had just created something with even greater potential than his meridians possessed. He had created a model, a proof that another way was possible, that the world did not require an exceptional person at the top to function. It required a community committed to sharing the work. Chapter 140, Dawn at Azure Cloud Sect. Xianxia sat in the herb garden with a cup of cheap rice wine, Song's brand, kept in the storage shed because it seemed important to honor small traditions. The 9 meridians hummed quietly, fully open, requiring no conscious effort to maintain now. They were simply who he was. Through the resonance network, Xianxia could feel every bond he had formed. Lian Yu, in the Northern Meditation Center, was teaching young disciples the principles of ice cultivation without control. Bai Suyin, 2 months into her traveling alchemy school, was training apprentices in a remote village, sharing knowledge that would take generations to spread across the continent. Su Mingzhu was establishing her 4th combat school, teaching people that fighting was not about domination but about connection. Feng Zhilan, finally retired, was sitting in a garden somewhere in the eastern provinces, watching flowers bloom, having forgotten cultivation theory entirely. Lu Haochen was in his small room in the outer disciple quarters, reviewing applications for the council positions. Mu Qianren and the Hollow General were overseeing the rehabilitation of the last cohort of former pavilion members. Xin Wuhan was in his garden, tending plants that would never be his to see fully grown. Xin Tianyu was preparing to present the new governance structure to the sect's assembly. All of them were connected. All of them were carrying forward the resonance principles in their own ways. And all of them were becoming more fully themselves because of those connections, not less. A jade slip arrived by courier. A distant sect, in the far eastern provinces, had discovered an ancient ruin with resonance signatures that no one could understand. The signatures were old, hundreds of years old, perhaps older. They needed help. They needed guidance. They needed someone who could read the history written in the spiritual pathways and help them understand what their ancestors had been trying to preserve and why. Xianxia picked up the slip and read the request carefully. The handwriting was careful and respectful, the tone humble but urgent. Another adventure awaited. Another mystery to unravel. Another opportunity to understand the world's history and help others understand theirs. The work was not finished. It would never be finished. The world would continue to need people who understood the resonance system, who could teach it, who could guide others through its implications and limitations. But the need had changed. It was no longer about one person having all the power and knowledge. It was about distributing knowledge widely, building communities of understanding, creating the conditions for others to develop their own insights and expertise. He set down the rice wine and stood, ready to respond to the request. There was no drama in it. No grand moment of triumph or revelation. Just a person, armed with understanding, preparing to do the next necessary thing. Just another day in the continuing work of building a world based on connection rather than power. The spiritual herbs in the garden rustled in the morning breeze, and Xianxia felt Song's presence in the motion, in the way the leaves moved, in the subtle resonance that seemed to flow through the growing things. The old man had given everything, waited centuries, devoted himself entirely to ensuring that the legacy survived and was passed to someone worthy. And now the legacy was not a secret kept jealously by one person, but a living principle, spreading across the continent, helping people understand that the strongest thing they could do was remain open to connection, vulnerable to love, willing to be changed by the people around them. He was not the strongest cultivator in the world. He never would be. There would always be people with more power, more skill, more raw cultivation potential, people who could challenge him in direct conflict. But he was the most connected. And in a world that had nearly destroyed itself through isolation, through the deliberate suppression of emotion and connection, That distinction mattered infinitely more than raw power. As he left the herb garden and walked toward the outer disciples to prepare for the journey east, toward whatever awaited in those ancient ruins, Xianxia smiled with genuine contentment. The 9 meridians hummed in perfect harmony, not the strained harmony of force, but the natural harmony of 9 elements that belonged together. All 9 emotions, compassion, grief, courage, joy, wrath, devotion, unity, transcendence, and love, working together in the deepest and most complete way, creating something that was not just powerful but whole, not just effective but beautiful. The cultivation world was changing. The world was changing. Not perfectly, not without struggle or setback, but changing nonetheless, shifting gradually toward the possibility of genuine connection, honest communication, vulnerable courage, toward a world where feeling was seen as a strength rather than a weakness, where connection was seen as powerful rather than limiting, where the deepest cultivation was not the pursuit of isolated power, but the building of genuine relationships. And at the center of it all was one young man, age 17, who had opened 9 meridians by learning to feel everything, who had defeated a villain, not by becoming stronger or smarter, but by understanding him, by loving him despite everything he had done, who had refused the ultimate position of power and offered something better instead, the possibility of shared leadership, distributed responsibility, collective wisdom. The Tao continues. The journey never ends. The world keeps turning, people keep being born, people keep dying, and the work of building connection continues. But along the way, we meet each other. We stand beside each other. We learn to love despite the cost, despite the grief it brings, despite knowing that loss is inevitable. And in that learning, we become fully alive. We become ourselves. We become the people we were always meant to be. Xianxia set his hand on the jade slip, feeling the weight of new responsibility, new adventure, new connections waiting to be formed. The resonance network hummed with anticipation. The bonds already formed thrummed with support and love. And somewhere across the continent, in different sects and different places, his friends and bonded companions felt the moment he was setting out again, and they sent their love with him, wove their support into the resonance network, reminded him that he was not alone. The journey began again. The Tao continues. And the work of connection, the most important work in the world, goes on.